Friday. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, it is a very interesting morning after all of the carnage with rate cuts and rate cut odds going back and forth yesterday. Everybody feeling like we're going to push back a little bit. You kind of woke up with a little bit of relief, and then 30 minutes ago, you had the data all come out. There was everything from jobless claims all the way down to real estate data, new home builds, Philly Fed, and all of it ended up coming out good. And then you had a little bit more of a pop, and then we started to come down a little bit, but now still up about 0.36. This is not bad at all considering how we have started off this whole week. You had some good earnings. TSM, they actually killed it. That's another 2 standard deviation play that should be in the money right now. But the thing is, it is going to affect all of those chip makers that have been running every single day. You had bad earnings out of Discover. You did have a couple of plays actually do good here today. You did have bad news out of Humana, and a couple of others were able to go up. I think Swiss Watchmaker did bad, but for the most part, everybody was feeling a little bit better. China stocks rallied, but now we have to deal with a couple more Fed speakers and see if this could actually hold up. You already had Bostic in the morning, and again, it was a head scratcher. We were still up, but it's not like he said anything that would have been good. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for the morning. Welcome to Friday, Junior. It's gonna be a good one. And I have the news, and we're going to do it. We might do today a little differently. So if I start voice cracking halfway through, then we're going to talk a little bit because there's so much that we got to be able to read. So, Chatadonia, how you living, baby? Good morning. What's going on? Get hype, baby. How you doing, Riley? Zuraz, Tim Whitman, a wise baby. Mr. Open Face Sandwich, baby. Winning loser, Carissa Hines. Laker J. Good morning, baby. How you living, Jerry? Good morning, Humble Business. Good morning, Chrissy. Good morning, Slay. Tyler G, baby. Mr. Don. Forget my cup. Oh, you forgot it? It's okay. You'll be good. El Trapato. Agent of Chaos. Theodore. Osklim. Gary G, baby. Ari. Jake Samuels. Lucky Soldier. Good morning. How you living, Mr. Justin, Jim Willis, Jeffrey Powell, Jerry Woods, Snay, baby, Mr. Lucky J, Battleborn, Dylan, Dirty Board, Kev Dog, baby. Oh, Kev Dog in the house. Let's go, baby. Infinity, Neil, Nathan Evans, Alaskan Assassin, Mavis, Sons of Averaging, Gunner, UAV Panda, UAV Online, Hector, good morning, Victor, Mr. Nepal, baby. How you living? What up, Callie? What up, Bill? How you doing, Candy Upton? Battleborn, ready to go, baby. Oh, Pirelli, Matt Taylor, baby. Johnny, Jive, ASP, Kevin Bliss in the house, baby. Good morning. Radical, Ben Stone, Angel, Rex, Mr. Light Tabs. I was going to say Lightsaber. Good morning, baby. How you doing, Kenny Miranda, Daquan, Rami, CYB, Q, Mr. or Mrs. Kakana, Ray G, Jorge Alvarez, ASD, Nando, Project Will, Chris, baby. How you living? Teja, Zero, Gary Jr., Joff Sports, baby. Light Abyss. I saw that one yesterday, baby. How you doing, Light? Good to see you again. Luigi, the Bad Brigade, Paul, Castro, yeah, Lori. Oh, my goodness. Good morning, baby. How you living, Russo? How you living, Cam? Yeah, bring the hype, man. Bring the hype. Oh, Najee, well, ready to go. Friday almost here. Hey, man, it's Friday. Junior, Khan, Datilli, Isaac, Ian, Isaac and Ian, Isaac, Ayan, Booze. Good morning, baby. How you doing, Peggy? How you doing, Mr. Axel? What about the Twitch? Good morning, Chatadonia. El Coyote in the house, 8012. Nikki on Smash, the real K-Do. Mr. Rocky Bow Blowout, Sencal Hustle, 8012. Bruce Mercado, Crypto Bean, the real Kiddo, 8012 again. Preforms, damn royalty, baby. Devlin in the house. Blizzy Bean, Mr. What is that? Ibex, Volsky. Good morning. Feed me Seymour, KJ Lemur, the real K-Do again. Oh, K-Do, you showing up today. Good morning, baby. Blowing Dough, Payday Devo, Robo Hand Tech, and Nikki on Smash, baby. Good morning. Oh, I hope y'all living good. I hope y'all living good, man. It's going to be a good morning, so let's go. I'm going to try to get you as much news, and we'll see. I don't know if the Honda has to warm up. As long as I say it, everything with a lot of hype, and I say it really fast, I can't lose my voice. I don't know if I can't never say never, but Chattadonia, good morning. I hope you're ready for one. It's going to be a head-scratcher today. I think every day's a head-scratcher. Hopefully we get some moves, you know? I'm not even yelling. I'm just, if I talk really fast, it's going to come out. That's why it's good. If I talk too slow, then it's not going to, then I'm like, so like the video, baby. Like the video, and good morning. So let's see what we have for the news. Stock drops as solid data fuel Fed pivot repricing. Stocks retreated and bond yields climbed on speculation that the Federal Reserve will be in no rush to cut interest rates as the economy shows signs of resilience. At a time when good economic news is not really that great from a policy perspective, a solid reading on retail sales has fueled concerns about Wall Street's bold dovish bet, and with central bank officials recently striking a more cautious tone about the prospects for easing, it ended up being the perfect recipe for traders to push back the timing of the first Fed move, assigning lower odds of a rate cut reduction in the first quarter. We will still need to see data that is consistent with still healthy and resilient consumer, but not to the point where the Fed would be inclined to delay rate cuts or less in 2024, said Thomas Say, former Merrill Lynch trader who founded the Sevens Report. Strong consumer spending helped propel the economy in recent weeks, and the Fed said in its Beige Book survey, bond traders abandoned wagers that the Fed will cut rates in March, pushing swaps to a level consistent with only about 50% odds of a quarter-point reduction during the first quarter. Treasury yield 2 years top 4.3. The move also reflected a slide in UK bonds showing that inflation data picked up, marking traders' bets on the Bank of England easing. The dollar rose and the S&P extended losses. Wall Street's fear gauge, the VIX, hit the highest since November. U.S. retail sales rose at a strong pace in 3 months, crapping a solid holiday season that suggested consumer resilience heading into the new year. Separate data showed homebuilder sentiment climbed in January by the most in nearly a year as lower mortgage rates boosted consumer traffic, sales, and demand outlook. To Andrew Hunter of Capital Economics, while a further slowdown possibly lies ahead, there is still little suggests a sharper downturn is in store. A recession seems increasingly unlikely, said David Russell at TradeStation. Despite weathering an inflationary storm, consumers still have pent-up demand and dollars to spend. A soft landing could be taking shape before our eyes. With consumer confidence gaining momentum, the economic landscape remains on solid ground, and the market reaction suggests that hopes for a March rate cut become more elusive, according to Quincy Crosby at LPL. In fact, there have been a repeated refrain from the thongs of financiers in Davos this week. Rein in your rate cut expectations. Everybody from J.P. Morgan, Daniel Pinto, to Standard Chartered's Bill Winters to Cantor Fitzgerald's Howard Lutnick have said that they expect monetary policy to ease slower than anticipated. Still, traders are expecting the Fed to embark on a reversal of aggressive tightening campaign that lifted the cap of the Fed funds rate to 5.5 in July from 0.25 at the start of 2022, but they look for rate cuts to total about 140 basis points, down from a recent peak of 175. Jason Draho, UBS, said it's unlikely to be a smooth path for rates. Investors will be debating the soft landing, stage of the cycle, macro regime, and the wide dispersion of views now. As earnings season continues, investors will need to consider the rate outlook alongside financial results according to Jason Torres or Jose Torres of Interactive Brokers. Corporate highlights: operating Boeing 737 MAX have completed inspections on an initial batch of 40 planes, a key step to eventually end the grounding of the aircraft ordered by U.S. regulators in the wake of the accident earlier this month. Apple has to stop selling Series 9 and Ultra 2 smartwatches, with blood oxygen feature in the U.S. suffering another legal setback. Charles Schwab reported declines in profits, new assets and deposits. JetBlue sank as investors assessed the fallout of their failed pursuit of Spirit Airlines, dragging down carriers. Bayer laid out plans for sweeping changes, including significant job cuts in managerial ranks. Birkenstock first earnings report since the company is as a public company on Thursday is ripe for volatility. Samsung Electronics is turning to artificial intelligence to revamp their flagship Galaxy smartphones. Verizon Communications is writing down the value of their business service division by $5.8 billion, and Dish Network debt exchange ambitions are causing consternation among traders who have bought a form of insurance that pays out if the struggling satellite division company defaults. Events this week, you already had jobless claims and everything else. Tomorrow, Canada retail sales, Japan CPI and tertiary index, U.S. and existing home sales, and University of Michigan consumer sentiment, and ECB Lagarde and San Francisco Fed Mary Daly. So let's go. Is that too fast? I don't know. That was a lot, actually. I feel like that was a lot more news than expected there, but I think we got all of that out there. So not too bad. Not too bad. Recanting rate bets. Bond traders are heading towards central bank warnings and abandoning wagers that the Fed will cut rates. They are now seeing a 50% chance of a quarter-point reduction in the federal funds rate in the first quarter versus a rate cut in March that is seen as almost a sure thing last month. Behind the rethink, stronger than expected retail sales, hotter than anticipated domestic inflation. 2-year notes have risen more than they have in the last few months. More U.S. strikes. Middle East tensions are ratcheting up after the U.S. launched another round of strikes of Yemen Houthis overnight. The American military targeted 14 Houthi missiles just before midnight Yemeni time. Hours later, Pakistan launched missiles against militants in Iran. Oil price edged higher on Thursday following the strikes, with Brent rising above 78 a barrel as concerns building around the potential interruptions for crude production and disrupted supply chains. Oh, there it is. Since the war between Israel and Hamas erupted in October, the Houthis have attacked vessels in the Red Sea. U.S. bases have come under fire with Iran-backed groups in Iraq and Syria, and Tehran striking targets in neighboring countries. Tech recovery. TSMC, the main chip maker to Apple and NVIDIA, said they expect to return to solid growth, suggesting the world's most valuable chip maker anticipates a recovery in smartphone and computing demand. TSMC is budgeting capital expenditure of $28 billion to $38 billion or $32 billion and expects revenue to bounce back to at least 20% this year. The Taiwanese company's outlook, while not quite surpassing the most bullish estimates, comes after years of a long slump in tech demand, but these results should boost the signs of recovery for the chip-making sector that have emerged in recent weeks. TSMC also announced a delay to their $40 billion plant in Arizona. Apple setback, you know about that one. Bop, 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 bop. S&P futures. They're up by 0.3 Thursday morning trading after U.S. equities finished lower on Tuesday, with small caps and lower quality factors among the laggards again. Cyclicals, online brokers, and China tech, some of the other underperformers. Treasuries are narrowly mixed, off best levels after a big backup in yields over the last couple of sessions. Dollar is down by 0.2, gold is up by 0.2, Bitcoin futures off by 0.6, and WTI is up by 0.3. Market trying to stabilize following recent repricing of March rate cut expectations down to 50 from 80 just a week ago. Related financial condition tightening, some of the help from select high-profile earnings, TSMC and Richmond, along with the bounce in Greater China bourses, following another ramp-up in the uninvestable mantra stimulus disappointment. In addition, Apple caught a sell-side upgrade this morning. Also, still some cushion from favorable combination of Fed pivot and heightening expectations of U.S. economy avoiding a recession. In addition, stretched position sentiment still a go-to excuse for dampened risk appetite. In recent weeks, upcoming batch of mega-cap tech earnings flagged as another potential bounce driver given outsized growth and contribution in secular growth themes. Some firms have also discussed upcoming reopening of corporate buyback. Initial jobless claims beat lowest in September 2022, while continuing claims also beat lowest since October. Philly Fed missed, but better month-over-month, easing concerns from yesterday's big Empire State miss, and the lowest since May 20th. December housing starts and building permits both beat in the latest strong housing market data. In addition, Fed Bostic speaks twice this morning, recently told the Financial Times progress on inflation likely to slow and the Fed should stay on hold until at least summer. Fits with the broader pushback of, again, more aggressive rate cuts, though policymakers continue to embrace a broader pivot. TSM post positive earnings stand out with focus of guidance of 20 to 25% revenue growth. Humana under pressure after they guided down on elevated utilization. Fastenal Q4 in line, though linearity positive. DFS under pressure on high provision, higher expenses. Disappointing guidance surrounding loan growth, margin, and credit loss. Key NII guide below. Burke had a slight beat in full-year outlook pegged as largely in line. SNV beat with some focus on NIM, while 24 guidance largely unchanged. Alcoa EBITDA light, though bar low, and stock already down 20% this year and lower commodity price overhang. Apple caught sell-side upgrade, funded on upgrade cycles, service growth, and capital return prospects. The Verge reported job cuts coming at Google, MDC to be acquired by Syskusal, House for $4.9 billion, and Taro to be acquired by Sun Pharmaceuticals at a 13% premium to their initial proposed price last May. Bop. Mr. Bombastic. The Bostic Bounce is kind of there, man. It's kind of there. It's not too crazy. Yeah, sell-side upgrade. So I think they were on the sell side, and now they said we want to be on the buy side. So we like them now. Bowman says Fed plans to boost bank capital needs substantive changes. ECB officials converge around June to start cutting rates. Bank of Japan Ueda recent remarks douse chances of January policy change. IMF officials warn central banks against fueling market hopes for rapid interest rate cuts. Markets pair rate cut bets after central bankers push back against aggressive easing. S&P 500 VIX highest since November amid Fed rate path uncertainty, geopolitical tension, and mixed start to the U.S. earnings season. Goldman Sachs says increased government borrowing and central bank efforts to reduce balance sheet will boost debt yields. Global corporate default surged into December, taking 12-month trailing default rate to the highest since May of 21. China signals no big stimulus in 24, testing investor patience. Loss of momentum has worldwide implications. Patchy economic growth, lack of strong stimulus, global investors shy away from China. Japan machinery orders shrink as manufacturers pulled orders amid challenging economic backdrop. Sharp decline in Australian employment reinforces RBA rate outlook. Department of Justice to file antitrust against Apple as soon as March. Apple Watches go on sale without blood oxygen feature after court ruling. Google employees to start expecting more job cuts this year. FAA says inspection of first Boeing 737-9s have finished. Heads of biggest aircraft leasing companies says Boeing needs to focus on safety over financial targets. Tesla cut price of Model Y in Europe a week after reducing demand in China. TSMC expects steady investment after quarter 4 beat. Samsung will incorporate Google generative AI in the new 24 smartphone. Non-OPEC producers driving global supply gains. OPEC forecast global oil demand will continue to increase strongly in 25, driven by China recovering economy, rerouting of ships around Africa, altering refueling patterns, boosting demand for bunker fuel at far-flung ports. Though size of Suez Canal drops to lowest level since 2021 blockage, parts of U.S. experience record gas demand as severe winter shuts Texas refinery and triggers malfunctions at others. Biden and congressional leaders make little progress towards deal on U.S. border tied to funding for Ukraine and Israel. U.S. launches another round of strikes against 14 Houthi targets. Pakistanians carry out strikes against terrorist hideouts in Iran, retaliating against Tehran strikes the day before. Iran strikes in Iraq, Pakistan, and Syria, a signal that Tehran will not be passive in current conflict. A working group of U.S. Treasury and Chinese officials to meet this week in Beijing, and latest signs of a closer economic engagement. Yeah, DFS, bro, we were just in the money, and they just scammed us on that, baby. But the TSM, I think you got $3 in the money, so we'll see where everything ends up, Habibi. We will see where everything ends up, my friends. My goodness, but there it is. That's a lot of news today. That's a lot of news, especially compared to yesterday. My goodness. Let's see what we have. We still got a couple of plays. So I hope you're ready. Again, TSM, they're up by 8%, bringing up all of the other chip makers. DraftKings, they're up 5.5. FLTR earnings, it was a UK gambling company. They did very good. 3.3 on Fastnall for earnings. STM up 3.3. TSM earnings. Zebra up 3.1. USPS award. Pinterest up 3.0. Argus Research upgrade. SYM up 3. Affirm up 2.7. Grab up 2.7. JP Morgan upgrade. ISRG 2.6. Square 2.6. IoT 2.6. Unity 2.6. DT 2.4. Net is up by 2.3. Bernstein initiates market perform. Zscaler, Bernstein initiates market perform. Palantir up 2.3. Apple up 2.2. Bank of America upgrade. And TSM earnings sympathy. MTB is up by 1.6. VFS up 1.6. Palo Alto, they are up 1.2. Bernstein outperform. NTRS up by 0.7 off of earnings. MDC up 17.8. Siskusi House acquires MDC at $63 a share. All cash offer worth $4.9 billion. Ramp is up 8.4 to acquire Habu for $200 million, and they gave guidance. Hertz is up by 7.8. Morgan Stanley upgrade. Peabody up by 6.0. Will replace ELF and S&P Small Cap 600. IonQ up 4.3. Rumble 4.2. SGHC 4.1. Open 3.5. NVCR is up by 3.5. FDA acceptance of PMA application for TTF fields therapy. RXRX is up by 3.3, Lucid up 3.2, ACHR up 3.2, AI up 3.1, Celu up 46.1, private placement, warrant repricing and amended loan agreement, Cron up 15.1, LPCN is up by 11.7, license agreement, Blink is up by 5.9, LC is up by 5.0, IMTC up 4.6, 15 million share offering priced at 11. Humana down 14% on guidance. All other healthcare getting smashed as well. DFS up by 10 or down by 10.8 off of earnings. SYF Capital One is sympathy. Key Corp down 2.8 off of earnings. KMI down 0.1 off of earnings. Plug Power is down by 14.8. Enters at the money sales agreement for $1 billion in common stock. Birkenstock down by 11.8 off of earnings. PLTK down 4.2. Bank of America downgrade. FSM down 4.2 off of earnings. VRSDN down 2.7. 7.1 million share priced at $21. WGO down 2.5, private offering, $300 million of convertible senior notes. ELF down 2.0 to replace Spirit Realty and S&P Midcap 400. PHILO down 1.8, 30 million shares priced for gross proceeds of $350 million. Alcoa down 0.3 off earnings. Surge down 10.6, 2.7 secondary offering at 5.6. Lux H down 7.6 to respond to short seller report. And then Save down 4.7. City downgrades to sell. Not bad. Not bad, Chattadonia. I have a couple of plays for you. I'm going to be watching TSM. Those plays should be in the money. Discover, that play was in the money till like 20 minutes ago. But like I said, that might be one for double dips and moving all the way around. So watch out for that. Keep an eye out on gold if we get dollar stabilization today. DraftKings, again, they're up 5%, but there was really good earnings on a sympathy overseas. So watch out for that. Then PayPal and Square, both of them kind of continuing from yesterday. So going to be watching out for that. Then BTU, they're getting added to the mid caps, but also there's been a lot of activity in those coal stocks and energy there, so watch out for that. And then keeping an eye on CART from yesterday. But that being said, Chattadonia, before we hear the news, you already got the data. You got a bunch of other stuff. You tell me, my friend. You tell me, my friend. What is your first play of the day? What do you got for me? Post it in the chat, baby. Good morning. I just dropped a gold coin. I didn't mean to do that. Coal. Humana Long, watching Pfizer calls, UPS, SPY, selling SPY calls, MNQ Long, Tesla Long, RTY, Rocket Lab, Humana down 12, Apple Flips, AMD, SPY Option, closing 106, TSM, calls on everything, selling half of TSM, cash only, calls on coal, Ethereum, AMD, call, cat put, Amazon, sell TSM, UWMC, Datadog, selling AMD 165, AMD calls, holding TSM calls, CVS, Tesla put, Apple call, puts on Walgreens, NEE, DWAC put, DWAC at 22, first average in TMF, coin long, scalping, fading the bounce, CVS, selling TSM, praying for Josh, closing TSM, holding XOM puts to 88. After TSM gap fill, maybe watching closing SPY calls, long term on my mind. UAG, CVS put, SPY put, save shares, Unity calls, SPY calls, save, put. MES probably short, but following price action. What's good for the news pump? SPY calls, Unity, Big Pop, Grab, Apple Flip, SPY calls, MSTR, Kaching, ha. Baba calls, Siri Law, Nvidia, selling DFS, Affirm wins and calls, selling puts on the long term buys. Just thankful for another day. Oil calls, Nvidia long, good morning. GLD, don't go chasing waterfalls. MES, Nvidia to 600. Tesla long, DraftKings call, dollar long term, baby. SoFi morning, SQ48 put, and the final plays, my friends. The final plays. DFS perch. GLD, Boeing call, XOM, Broadcom, SMCI, and TSM long, baby. Wow. Chattadonia, not bad. Not bad, baby. Not bad. So I already went over my place. Italy plans to sell $2 billion E&I stake to reduce debt. We got a couple of plays out there again. At the very least, we'll get to ride a TSM in the money. I do think the Discover, though, I don't know. I'm kind of down to play with it a little bit here. If we get some back and forth, like I said, keep an eye on the dollar, and we'll see what other things happen from there. But Chattadonia, that is pretty much it. We got a couple more minutes. I will field some questions, but first let me go to the bathroom. I will be right back. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity, baby. I got a picture of my. Never mind. I'll live. Anyway, I'll be right back. Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna be right back. They playing me. I thought it was a good time for a commercial, bro. You guys want to hear some ads? I could leave it unmuted while I go pee. Let me just chug some water here.
Does Mr. Result
we'll give you some Jim Cramer.
better than say? Does he know more than say James Gorman?
I'll leave it unmuted.
About the entertainment business?
Disney?
Yeah.
For sure. I know James. I don't know how many times James has been to the park. I don't know what experience James has with Disney. And oh, by the way, James, who I like very much, was given a board seat. He didn't have to have a plan for the company. He did not.
Do you have a white paper that I can see? Do you have a white paper that I can see?
Hold it. He didn't have to set a goal for the company. He got invited on the board. Okay?
Yeah, he did.
And I've got to go through these bells and whistles. Hey, guys, I'm the largest shareholder in this company.
Well,
the largest independent. Listen to me.
I want to come back to that for a second, Nelson.
Shareholder in this company.
But are you? I mean, Ike Perlmutter is. I still don't fully
really?
understand.
Really? Let me ask you
Let me ask
something.
the question. Because I am curious about this from a fund perspective. Right, you know, 25 plus million of the shares that you are voting, so to speak, are Ike's, and then Trian owns, my understanding is 7+ million. What's the relationship with Perlmutter? Is he paying you? Are you getting fees somehow? Like, you're doing an awful lot here that really wouldn't seem to actually add the economic value for Trian holders, given your relatively small ownership of Disney when you take out Perlmutter stock.
David, I am thrilled you asked that question. Okay? Thrilled. Okay?
I like his drapes in the background.
Every fund around
go pretty hard.
has investors.
Mickey Mouse
Whether
till
it's
we
a
die.
pension fund, doesn't make a difference.
Wait a minute.
Whether it's a sovereign fund.
That's cool. I want to listen to Nelson Peltz, but guess what? I don't think he's a veteran, baby. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the cult. I hope you're having a great morning, but here at the cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So that's why, man, on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families. Thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice. Whether people gave you the respect y'all deserve or not, whether you agreed with the people giving you the orders or not, y'all still fought for this great country. Y'all put in work. It wasn't always just fighting, too. You know what I'm saying? But for real, it is an honor, and the very least we could do is honor y'all every morning. So, for real, on behalf of everybody, thank you, thank you, thank you, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches. You're making your community run, baby. That is what I'm talking about. Thank you all, but ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia, you ready? Happy Friday, Junior, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Friday, Junior. Oh, my gosh. Shout out the vets, baby. Shout out the vets. Tell them. Tell them, baby. Let's see. It's going to be an interesting one. We still got more Bostic. You got a little bit of Christine Lagarde. She's on the way, too. Remember, rate cut odds. People trying to claim a relief rally. China got one, but they're blaming it on the government buying ETFs. You got a lot of earnings here. So, again, there's going to be a lot of hype in Chiplandia. Again, TSM, that play is going to be looking good, but that means AMD, NVIDIA, even Apple, they all getting some of the juice, my friends. All getting some of the juice. So let's see how this ends up playing out, huh? Let's see. Let's have a good one. Let's have a good one. SoFi calls for earnings. I'd have to double check, but again, it might fit in line with those regionals. Again, I think if things could calm down a little bit, or we get those rate cut, I think pretty much banks, regionals, they will be tied to rate cut odds. As weird as that may sound, but I mean, I hope it makes sense. So that's as far as I could go with the SoFi play. Is if everybody gets bullish on all of that, then yeah, I'm down. Nat gas dropped. I'm still in that play. It's going lower. Some people are saying the cold streak is snapping in other parts of America. It's still pretty freezing in some places, but it's not as bad as it was last week. So we'll see how it comes into there. And then oil is just absolutely running. Again, Pakistan is getting involved. Yeah, Humana got murdered. All healthcare, especially after healthcare was leading yesterday. That's what makes it that the much more interesting. So we will see. But Chad, we got 10 seconds. I need you to like the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Call out any plays. You need anything, you let me know, and let's have a good one. And God bless you all, man. Round 1. Fight. Oh, wow. They opened the TSM option chain. Yalla. So those are trading at $4 right now. And then let's see the Discovers, those scammers. The Discover puts haven't opened up yet, I don't think. Up. So again, keep an eye on the TSM. I do think 113 is the breakout level on TSM. So if it could get up to 113, that's where we'll probably consider selling or ghetto spreading them. You can ghetto spread the TSMs probably. That one wouldn't be too bad. Let's see what we're working with. Thank God we have time on them too. So if you really think it's going to go crazy, you should be able to ride that one out. Which ones do we have? We had the 108 calls. Why is my TSM is showing that they're not in the money yet? Am I tripping? Oh, I'm looking at the puts. Silly me. You could sell the 115s. You could get $1 back, pay for the whole investment, and then you'll have $4 more of upside, which isn't that bad, actually. I'm kind of down with that one. We'll give it a second there. Again, it's already up 8%, and then the Discovers, have they loaded up yet? Discovers are 60 cents to 220. They're scamming you on the spread. Again, those should have been in the money. But yeah, your TSM, that's 60 cents to $4 right now, $4.60. We're getting close to a good one. Again, I do like the ghetto spread on there, though. Let's see, is it loading up? Discover. Did that go through? No. All right, TSM dropping a little bit. I'm going for the ghetto. But now it's already dropped, so you might not be able to get some there. Docu, Pfizer tanking, Discover's up. I'm going to look at those in a little bit. Again, those plays, they want to move, but you could tell by the damn spread there. They're trying to scam that one. Yeah, bro, Discover's already came back down to break even. Scammers. But that one already, that could be a decent one. Docu's running up. Let's check that in a little bit. You're going to have to wait. TSM, you can still ghetto spread it, but it just lost a decent amount of premium there. $1 on the contract. WDC is on the high. Docu's up, but it's coming down. I think they're barely moving. Then watch PayPal and Square. Starbucks on the high. Again, ARM and some of the other chip makers, they're making a move right there. Duolingo on the high. HD, Starbucks, 3M is moving. Netflix, again, SPY's coming up here, so remember, we were up already, even though there was kind of some bearishness out of your boy Bostic, too. It didn't really have that crazy of an effect. Broadcom on the high again. Broadcom's a big mover. That one could be interesting. Netflix starting to break out. Cart is waking back up again. Shopify on the high. Ulta, again, Elf got moved out of one of the things. DFS, they're scamming. But again, at least you could probably double dip. Those contracts are just at $2 and then they fell. And they would have been a lot more. Pfizer, Juicy Z, baby. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for 2 months. Good morning. Good morning, baby. Pfizer is down by 0.8. Yeah, Pfizer's down below 28 handle. Uber on the high. Square is still going up. Again, Square and PayPal. Remember, Apple is benefiting. Apple just had a rocket there. They were a little bit lower. Again, TSM still about 1 or 2% off of the high from the morning. Humana hasn't opened up yet. Well, that was 15%. But yeah, they scamming heavy on that. They scamming heavy. Again, Cart is starting to break out a little bit. I'm almost break even on that. I was just down like 15% on it. And I'm up on one peach, baby. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Bradley Frizzle and the peach has arrived. You better get your ass up. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that's glorious. That's glorious, baby. Amen. Thank you, my friend. Airbnb breaking out to the upside. 137, man. I'll take it. Is it going a little higher? I think I have old Airbnbs. We got to actually get rid of those. Any of those Airbnb leaps. I have one that's still, it's down. Literally, I have a leap that's $20 in the money, and it's still negative. So again, that's word to how leaps can still lose. Let's see. And then all the other ones, those are from years ago. All my Airbnb profits from the Airbnb that we put in leaps are dead. Let's see. Little info on DraftKings. They own Pick 6 like Prize Picks. Fastest growing private company. Oh, they own that one? I didn't know that. And then again, they're up today because some European company, some European gambling company did very good. Yes, CNBC, PayPal is nothing but that CNBC thing yesterday. They have an event coming up, but then the guy was just talking about, what's it called? The CNBC guy or the PayPal guy was talking about layoffs, and people got hyped on that. Where is that one? All right, I sold one of the Airbnb leaps. Literally, I bought it for $3,000 like 2 years ago. It's $20 in the money, and I had to sell out for $1,200. It expires tomorrow. Thanks, leaps. So you didn't make money? No. So literally, it's like a 120 call or 125. You're like 10, 15 bucks in the money there. At one point a couple days ago, it was $20 in the money, and the play is negative. So yeah, you pay because you paid for time value. So you bought it with a certain break even at the time, and now it's not there. Ta-da. Leaps had good time value, but again, if you spend a year or two moving back and forth, and it doesn't move up, you get clapped. That's why shares, again, whenever you ask, you're like, oh, should I just get leaps on a stock? Yeah, maybe, but at the same time, it's like if you spend a couple of years doing nothing, then you're going to get absolutely clapped. That is an unfortunate reality of that one. Shares are supreme. You get less with shares, you get more leverage on a leap, but the shares they can't expire. DraftKings is going to be a very interesting one. Again, is it near that 40 breakout level? Because remember, it was just at 38. That's a high level for them. I wonder how their earnings is going to do. Yeah, Cart's still killing it. Again, it's just getting all that hype from yesterday. We're still going down here, though. SPY and bonds not looking too hot. Discover's coming back down. I don't know where those contracts are at. They're at 70 to 90. Again, they were doing a lot better there. And then TSM still got a gain on there. Remember, I'm looking at Ghetto Spread, the TSMs. Those got a little bit more expensive, actually. Very interesting. 89, 90. MSTR on the low. Where are the other chip makers? Again, SPY going lower. Meta on the high. What is it? NASDAQ's up by 1%? Jeez. These guys is crazy, Habibi. These guys is a crazy. Meta's running 4756. So again, I don't think we filled the gap from yesterday. You're like getting close to it, but still holding up decent. But SPY kind of struggling there. Again, all of the chip makers. Broadcom's running into the high. NVIDIA 52-week high. TSM still holding 8, which is still fascinating. Fascinatingly large. I closed out of all of them. I closed out of the Pfizer puts, so it paid for the loss on the shares and whatnot. I lost like $100 after it, but I wanted to end up holding it, but I just figured the puts were going to get difficult to time, so I took them actually 2 days ago. So I would sell, if you want to hold the shares, I would sell the puts and then ride it out, or I would just marry them together and close them out. I did it like 2 days ago. Meta up. Pfizer still coming lower. And then SPY trying to bounce a little harder there. TSM still struggling. Or again, it's still just holding that high. AMD starting to go up there. Discover back at 100. Remember, we were in the money earlier. Yeah, Meta's starting to go up good. Where's Google? Google's even doing good. Bonds still keep selling off there. So again, last couple of days, at least the dollar. Actually, dollar's back in the green. They hate you. JPM expects 70 basis points of rate cuts by year end, which takes policy rate to 4.5. Yeah, bro, why is the dollar back up again? Market's holding up great, but the dollar is going to be a problem there. Oh, baby, on a 35 stream watch streak? Oh, my goodness. God bless you, my friends. God bless you. Charlie, baby, 35 streak. That's a big one. I don't think we've seen that many. And then what are we looking for? Let me check DraftKings. Or 55. Let me see. Watch it. That one's only on Twitch, man. I don't know how you get that one. What's the other one? Airbnb. Okay, I want to check something. And TSM still coming lower. Chip stocks are going crazy because TSM earnings was very good. So again, if they're going to grow, everyone's assuming everything in that space is going to be good because people weren't expecting them to go up like that. Hence the 2 standard deviation move. And then CART still holding. Hopefully CART doesn't flip. SPY's kind of flipping here again. Bonds and dollars are already going the opposite way. Discover now below 100 once again. Let me check something. What do we need to get back? Let me try something. Earnings. TSM rising up again. I'm trying to do something. How do you do the quantity? There it is. Well, TSM, that'd be nice. All right, I sold a covered call on DraftKings for the long term. I sold a December, or I think it's December. Let me see. Hey, I sold a June 2026 $55 call for $700. Interesting. Yeah, man. Because that play came up, and then pretty much now with all the premium lately, I could get, it's guaranteeing me, like, what, I think 20 or 30% gain on DraftKings, and then it's pulling out. I mean, $700, I think, is a good amount considering. I think that's more than 20% of the total position. Because we still only have, like, one deposit in it or something like that, or two. Yeah, so we have and then again, now we get some yield for the year. I'll take that. You want the stock to stay under? Yeah, or again, just like the Uber, even if it runs, you'll be able to sell out of it and do some other things. So I'm not too opposed to it. Then I kind of want to sell some on Airbnb, but I'm gonna wait for that. We'll do the DraftKings. DFS down 8. It needs to move a little more. Again, even TSM still kind of holding up here, waiting it for it to do something. Boeing's on the high. Again, Bond's still lower. NASDAQ is the leader on the day. You could probably blame the chips. Russell and SPY up a quarter. Dow down by 0.3. Boeing is actually really running right now, it looks like. They keep printing on the high ticker, up by 1%. Maybe not that crazy. Tesla pop. MO adding below 40. We're going to see once we get our next deposit. We got MO and BABA on the list, even Pfizer. Again, Pfizer's starting to really, really dump. Again, their ex-dividend stuff is going to be next week. BABA's down by 0.9. Apple is up 2. Yeah, that's part. Again, they got to upgrade, and the TSM stuff is helping them out. Humana's on the high, but they're still murdered. I like BABA. Again, I do think the China stuff is extremely high risk to reward. I don't know. I mean, again, in 10 years, I don't think BABA's going to disappear. But in the short run, even to the mid run, they got to do a lot of different things. They got to figure out a couple of different stuff. You think Save will be saved? Maybe. It depends on what they get from JetBlue. Again, all about how much they receive from that breakup fee. Tesla, they're still in the red. Again, anything chip-related is doing good. TSM still not doing much, though, after that first candle. I still want to eye the ghetto spread, but for now, I think it was just, again, it changes every 2 or 3 minutes there. And then Discover is just pinned at 100. So a nice flush of that will be good. Otherwise, watch out for the bounce. UPS. I like UPS. Again, I think it's a big name. You know what I'm saying? It's always going to be a part of the economy. It's at a certain level. It was definitely a lot cheaper. There might be risks with how things play out, but if you're down to average down on it, it's decent, and you are getting it, I believe, at a discount from last year. So I could get behind. Meets the criteria, and I think it pays a baby dividend. UPS, again, NASDAQ's still rocketing. Oh, a 35-stream streak, baby. God bless you. My goodness. PayPal, red candle. Well, usually PayPal is known for randomly selling off its rallies. That's kind of what I was waiting for even yesterday. But, hey, if it holds up, I'll take it. I'll take it. ARM on the high. Again, more chip makers. Broadcom's still holding up. Let's see, NVIDIA. They might be coming down here a little bit. And, again, the dollar. That's the problem I have once again. It's not like any of these rallies. Nothing's safe when dollar and yields just keep going the opposite direction. Health insurance, Humana came out with bad guidance. So Humana's already recovered 5% from the low, but they said they're going to be spending more money, and then all of them got clapped. When can we get back into oil? Once it drops and then there's good news. So that's kind of what I've been doing, if you haven't noticed. I've just been playing it when there's good news, but then the oil comes down. So, or again, news that would make it go up. So like right now, it's almost about to go negative after being at 73. I'd wait till like it goes below like $72, maybe 71. But then again, there has been a lot of oversupply news recently. Nike back under 100. Bank stocks doing horrible. They found a way to show life yesterday. SPY coming down. Guild on the high. I thought Guild was gold. Guild is gold. Again, TSM plays still holding up. Where is gold? Cart still moving up. And then Bank of America, that play's still down. You got 100% on that play. So again, out of all those other earnings last week, that would just be pure profit since you already got your money back. But I was waiting for it to flush a little hard. Remember, those expire tomorrow, though. So literally, you just have 50 cents in the money. Wasn't it lower the other day? Yeah, I think we had like 75 cents if it goes down another 20. Got a Bank of America. DFS. I mean, I'd like DFS, $90. $90, Habibi. Fair price, $90. Come on. Yeah, ZB. It was at the low. It just bounced off of it. But my goodness. And then dollar still near the high. And then SPY near the low of the day. NASDAQ is the thing holding up. You could thank your TSM. You're 2 hours outside of Vegas. You took a drive through the night. What are you doing in Vegas, baby? And be safe out there. Happy Vegas morning. You going to be in Vegas at what, like 8 a.m.? There's no June DraftKings. I see it pretty much everywhere, I think. Yeah, June 26th. Again, we sold these for $7. $55. Yeah, IWM just died out of nowhere. That was just matched up with the S&P. But again, if those banks keep going lower, that'll probably factor into it. Boeing keeps printing on the high ticker. Marriott on the high. Interesting. JPM expects 75 basis points. What percentage cash? Right now, in the long terms, I have $700 from the DraftKings play. Other than that, I've used all my investments or my deposits. The KRE 59, I'm away again, like we talked about on the watch list yesterday, even all day yesterday. If the rate cut odds push back, I'm gonna wait on more of those plays. I like the idea. If rate cuts get optimistic, then you go for Russell, then you go for the regional banks. But if the earnings hasn't proven anything yet for some of these banks, and then on top of it, the rate cut odds start getting, falling back, that's going to change that play dramatically. DFS starting to go down. Again, TSM just staying pinned. And then SPY coming down a little bit. J&J on the high. Yeah, NASDAQ still holding up. Russell's close to going negative. SPY still at a quarter, and Dow has been down all day. Boeing, I'd wait a little bit for the long term on that one. Again, it's still higher than where it was trading at the beginning of the year. AMD all-time high. Bank of America. Bank of America just makes a stupid bounce, though. Every time, like middle of the day. The DFSs are coming up a little bit, but you're just under 100% on those scammers. Why Bostic Bounce? I just called it the Bostic Bounce last night because usually he says some bullish shit, but he actually, what he was saying, it wasn't even that bullish. It was more bearish than not towards rate cuts, but we still gapped up. Because he spoke early in the morning. You're going to hear from him 2 more times today, though. So we'll find out. Yeah, the Discovers they would have been on fire this morning, and then that random pop with the data in the market, then the market came back down, and the Discover said, "Oops, sorry." The next Bostic is gonna be crazy, bro. Let me see. You got Bostic at 11:30, I think. 11:30 Eastern. So what? Euro close? U.S. bank regulator, new liquidity rules need to handle bank runs. Oh, we're bringing back the bank run? Yallah, habibi. Yallah. So again, TSN, that killed some premium there, even for the ghetto spread. SPY trying to get a green candle at the bottom. Card is breaking out. So is Apple. Yallah. Yeah, Apple on the high. IWM. I think it's high risk, high reward. You're getting a way better price. I'm actually back up on my Russell plays, but it's near where I got in on them. But again, if those rate cut odds and how they play out, it's going to affect things. And then next week, you're going to have earnings. So like I said on the watch list yesterday, I really think we're going to kind of dance around here till tomorrow, get through the expiration. And then after expiration, I think earnings and that sentiment is going to cause carnage up or down from there. And then we're going to make the move leading into more data. And then the next month putting you, 30 days out from the Fed decision. So it could go both ways, Habibi. It could go both ways. NVIDIA, I think, is extremely high, but I think it's going to make the move before earnings. And then as you settle into earnings and then reacting to all the other earnings, again, think about it. Yeah, NVIDIA has gone up the last couple of days simply based off of AMD upgrades, and then now TSM doing good on earnings. So I don't know. I think it won't move on earnings, but I think it could move ahead of earnings. But I'm not really trying to long NVIDIA at the all-time highs. But if you ride in it, I would hold on to that thing if you already got it at a lower price. The dollar's up. So it's up another 0.1% here, a little bit more on the day, but it's still continuing along, which is kind of wild. Okay, Discover coming down a little bit. Got almost $1 on the contracts. They were worth a little bit more. They would have done a lot better. And then Bank of America has still got good gains, but they're trying to come back up. CART is still breaking out. I'm almost break even on CART now. TSM, come on, give me a breakout, Habibi. Breakout, we get those spread. Yallah, everybody happy. You have an absolute blast at the arcade. I do. I love it, man. I'm a big fan of Big Buck Hunter 3. That's one of my favorite games. I'm a killer at skee ball. You know what I'm saying? I'm a master at the stuffy machine. Dave & Buster's? Nah, Dave & Buster's too rich for me, man. I like I don't know what arcades. What's that Japanese one? It's in Japan. They got a couple in the U.S. I've been to it once. It's pretty. What was it? I don't know. They have a bowling alley. But other than that, I don't know. Like Chuck E. Cheese. I could mess with Chuck E. Cheese. One hit. Round one. They had one in it. Round one. They're dope. And the other one, they even have a bar in San Diego. It's like a bar and arcade at the same time. I think it's like Coin Op or something like that. One hit, one punch. NVIDIA coming down there. See if any of the other chip makers, again, TSM just holding, Broadcom holding up. VWAP came down, but SPY went up. And then your boy, the bonds are trying to bounce, but they're still getting mollywopped. And then dollar's still high. We don't like this one. Dollar's still very, very dangerous. And then Bank of America bouncing there off the bottom. McDonald's on the high. URI on the high. Jake from State Farm in the house, baby. Happy day after the birthday. Hope you're living good, man. Slow news. There was a lot of news in the morning, but intraday we don't have much. But when's Lagarde? Lagarde is going to come on at 10:15. So Lagarde in 15 minutes, that could be moving bonds, euro, rate cut odds. And then where are the rate cut odds? Were negative today, and then they bounced around. So I think the rate cut odds got a little bit more bullish today, but they're still kind of sticky from yesterday. TSM doesn't want to move. It's because we're in the money. But, patience. Congratulations. By the long term, it need the patience. Need the patience. Belmont? I think they do have an arcade. I've been on the rides at Belmont. And then there's like a little ice cream place in Belmont that I get down with heavy. It's good. It's really good. It's like a churro ice cream thing. It's the best thing ever. Where is it? Damn Dizzle. They're chilling out again. Cart is. I can't believe people are buying this damn merger shit. I'll take it. But I'm like, why would they IPO at that premium and then Uber would buy them out? But again, analyst activity has just been getting people hyped up on that. Let's see. Why euro's stronger than dollars? Well, the dollar is up kind of overall, but the euro has been getting strong lately because every time they're like, oh, we're not cutting rates, and then inflation comes back, and then like things might weaken again, people are thinking they're going to have a tighter policy. People are kind of doubting euro and, UK rate hikes more than us right now. So as of late, even in the last week, so they're kind of pulling back a little bit, and that's what's causing that. But in general, I mean, the dollar is still a menace. Well, bring the dollar down. Kind of a reversion of some of the rate hike stuff we've seen lately. Again, even likelihood in a weird way, Donald Trump losing. So again, if you have it, I really could believe that there. I think that in the last couple of days, I do think the dollar, again, Trump wins Iowa, and then the dollar gets this little rocket off of everything. But, certain politics and then debt ceiling could factor into it. Uber's been pushing grocery. It seems they could reduce overhead by merging. Yeah, but Instacart's expensive, I guess, but you never know. You never know. I will take it, though. I won't argue. Bank of America, I think they came back down. TSM, 2 red candles now. So, again, I think that ghetto spread, we may have lost that opportunity. Still there, but we're just going to ride those in the money unless you want to take the money. Put play to protect gains. I was just looking at covered calls. The puts, I don't know if they're like, again, the ones with time are kind of expensive. So you're going to still spend a decent amount of money. But it worked on Pfizer. Because I'm like, right now, I was just at break even on CART. It wouldn't be a bad idea if you're worried about it, especially with their earnings coming up. But then again, if they could keep running up here, we might get a little bit more. Usually they sell off after 2 days of gains, though. But a lot of volume has came in with those analysts. Again, SPY just flipped right there. Again, bonds had a bounce. SPY bounced earlier, and now SPY coming back to the low. Bonds, the Russell came up on that, ironically enough. Russell came up, and then your boy, the NASDAQ, dropped. Gold got clapped because the dollar, even though we kind of have some, relief rally, quote unquote, the dollar is still an asshole. But gold's still up 0.39. It's better than yesterday, but it's still at those lows. Where is oil? Oil 73. It hit that 72.60. Natural gas is down. That's not getting a bounce. And then again, rate cut odds are still bearish, but they came up a little bit today. And then bonds are still ugly. It's like 3-4 days in a row. Fastenal, didn't they have earnings? They're moving up again. SPY once again near the low of the day. Let's see, where is that? 47.51. Levels 47.47. Remember, we couldn't get above that yesterday. You fill the gap at 47.39, and then you still haven't filled your 47.66 gap. And then you're like right in the middle of the last couple of weeks, even a couple of these death blows. You're like right there, smack dab in the middle. Walgreens dropping. Yeah, Fastenal. The call's going on now. Again, I think they're up a lot. Yeah, they're up 7%. If that call's going on, good news. I think they raised guidance. And then bonds trying to work their way up. URI, I've been seeing that on the high ticker all day. Getting some green shoots off the bottom, but still looks like it's dancing. Humana tried to recover some. Again, it recovered like 4% now. JPM, yeah, banks. Again, I think banks are lifting up the Russell right now. Bank of America came right back up here. Save low of the day. Damn, that's below our price now. But again, those covered calls are hooking you up. You still have some gains there. So I'm still net positive on that one. The Samsung Galaxy phone, everything AI. I heard people talking about it, and that was some of the news, but I did not get this. Like, I don't know. I really want a Samsung phone, but like I've been last time I switched to an Android, it scarred me forever. I told you guys that. So I'll never forget it, bro. I was driving in LA, I was doing real estate, and I saw this house, and I needed to write down the address, and like I'm like stuck. I'm on like, do you guys know where Barham is in Hollywood? You know, like kind of by Universal in like Hollywood, and it was like fucking packed traffic, bro. And like I needed to make a certain turn, and I got lost, and then I had my map on, and then the map started sketching out. Yeah, right off the 101, bro. It was awful. And I'm like, I was getting lost. I was already in traffic for like 50 minutes, and then I saw this house. I needed to get the address, bro, and I had to like, I tried to get to my notes and do the little split screen, bro, and then like everything just froze, and then I got lost. I couldn't get the address, and like it was that's it, bro. And then I never used a fucking Android after that. I had a Samsung Note 4, I think. It was a mess. It was a mess. I was like, you know what? Fuck this, man. I'm going back. User error. No, everything just lagged and it froze. I was like, what the fuck is this? It was insanity, bro. Apple sucks, man. No, it's been good for me. Dutch Bros and DoorDash. Well, one, DoorDash is getting more expensive, and like DoorDash is becoming like they're starting to nickel and dime everybody now. So I don't know, but I like as a company, I think it's up there. I'd rather get Uber, but then again, both of them are near highs. And then I've never been to Dutch Bros, but I've heard some good things. You're complaining about things you can't do on an iPhone. Well, yeah, but on an iPhone, if I'm ever stuck in traffic, I could just, the maps will always work for me. And then I could just go put up my notes and then write it down. And it doesn't lag me out. I've never lagged out on my phone on an iPhone. Okay, it's very frustrating. It's okay. This was like almost 10 years ago, so I just gave up. Okay, I think it was 8 years ago. You've ran out of gas. You had to park at Skid Row and sleep for the night. I don't think that was the only way to solve that problem, sir. You couldn't call anybody. There wasn't any way to get fuel to you. You're like, damn it. I guess I got to sleep here in my car. What do you mean you ran out of gas and you're like, I guess I need to rest up for the coming days ahead. That's crazy. Yeah, you could have got an Uber, bro. Yeah, man, you could have done a lot of things. He's like, nah, I'm going to just take a nap right now. Isaiah, we'll wait until the sunlight comes out. Are you like you sound like a 15th century traveler. Or you stuck in the snow or something? That's crazy. You're like, I can't be leaving. I can't leave until the morning conditions. We need sun out to guide us. It will warm the path. Like, what? Bro, just like, man, honestly, you could have paid somebody to go get you gas. Could have gave him $1. I tell you that? Well, I do. One time I was in LA, and I had to drive home, and it was like 2 a.m., and I had to drive home, and I was at that sketchy Hollywood station, and like my tire ran out of air, and I'm in the G-Wagon, and like I can't make it home. This tire is like, it's bad, right? And I pull up to the air thing, and I'm like, all right, I'm about to get stabbed and robbed. Whatever, welcome to LA in 2020. And this homeless dude out there, he fucking fills up my tire for me. He realized what I was doing, and he was like, nah, stay in the car. And he filled up my tire for me. I tipped him $50. I was like, I love you, man. That's it. So I don't know. You could have, there's some opportunistic people out there. They want some opportunity. I could have done a lot of things. Nah, he saved my life, man. I liked it. Yeah, he was a G, bro. I'll never forget him. Spotify on the high. Boeing keeps coming up here, and then Bonds, Little Flush, TSM. They're robbing us now. $2 down there. You're about to fall out the money. Very, very quickly. Still up a lot, though. Again, 65 cents to $3 on the contract. Fast has earnings. They did good, and then they raised it. Boeing still up. Pepsi on the high. SPY getting a green shoot. Not so bad. All right. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Good morning. You have, what's her name? You got a Lagarde in 4 minutes. So watch out for the dollar, euro, rate cut odds, all that good stuff. We'll see how that all plays out. And then TSM dropping a little bit, but I will BRB.
Happening a lot, and that's creating things because we only buy them at a price we think makes sense. So we now have not only willing sellers, but sellers who have to sell and a very willing buyer. So we're going to create a lot of very interesting investments. So what you find, Francine, in almost every environment, if all you're doing is what everybody does, it's not so interesting. If you have different inputs, you can create things with very good rates of return.
How do you look at AI? So is AI something that's embedded in the future of what you're buying, or do you go straight for AI play?
There are certain types of things, when you look at them, you have to, as part of an analysis, say if AI was more developed, is that good or bad for this type of business? So there are certain types of businesses really not good for. Certain types can really be improved. And so that's now on the checklist, if you will, for due diligence. And AI itself, and we've marshaled, almost all of our portfolio companies. I did a Zoom with all of them, all the CEOs, about 6 months ago. And I told them AI is no longer an elective course. This is core curriculum. And you're going to learn to love it. And the reason...
And understand it.
Well, understand it as best you can, and we'll help you. In effect, Blackstone parent. And a lot of companies, we embed data scientists to serve as a link. And one of the things that we really want to do is make sure that every company has a plan, because if you don't and somebody else does, this is an area where if you're not the first mover and your competitor implements AI and they have bigger margins
so
or more new products, then you're going to start losing your market share. And some people...
That's Schwartzman. Anyways, thank you, Schwartzman. But why we're up is because I honestly want to say the chip makers. That's it. You got a couple of analyst upgrades, people calling for a baby relief rally. Again, you got a big expiration tomorrow, but I think the good chip earnings, TSM, it woke up a lot of different plays, but the data was good, and we should be a little bit lower, and you could kind of see that through the bonds and the dollar. Matt Sleepy, I think just it was nice. It was relaxing. But other than that, nothing too crazy. I think we could go either way today. Coin going up. But again, a lot of good, or even earnings overseas. Even DraftKings benefited off of some of the European stuff as well, too. Meta. Remember, Meta was getting close to those all-time highs not too long ago. Nat gas to increase. So, Fedya, if you ask me the same question more and over, like it's not going to change the answer. You just got to wait on that. Or I would get out of it if you're concerned, because if it doesn't go up, it'll get killed. But like I said, it's dependent upon the weather there. And if that cold streak does get snapped, I mean, it should be coming down. But it's literally like predicting the weather. You know, so you got to maybe watching weather trends will help you with that play. And I mean that in all seriousness. That's probably going to be the thing that's going to move it. Otherwise, it should go lower. Harker doesn't comment on Outlook. Marvel, they're on the high again. Another chip maker. TSM, they wanted to get a little candle there. Still in the money, but man, oh man. Netflix. I like Netflix. Again, earnings are next week. I don't know if you want to prepare for that now or not. But sometime they could have a pretty, when they report on Tuesday or Wednesday. And that's why you played micro instead of mini. Yeah, because it moves a lot. Natural gas moves a ton. So like that NG, I would have been down thousands of dollars on that just in the last couple of days, and it barely moved. So instead, I'm down $300, but that's pretty big for micros if you think about it. It's because the play's already moved 2.5%. So natural gas could swing bigger percentage points. So you want to play that one smaller. You know, like a future, you know, even on like the ES or something, you know, the market's not going to move 2% in a day. You know what I'm saying? Or in a couple of days. But like natural gas can. Netflix, it is expensive. Last time I did the pricing, I've been looking at the pricing here and there, and like that shit has not gotten cheaper. So like Netflix, you're kind of paying a heavy premium. Uber's running. Yeah, Uber's about to hit a new high. Close to all-time highs there too. Oh, no. Netflix. So, yeah, they're still pricing. It's like at $80 back and forth. That's insanity. So, $80 is like what? Still $560 to the upside? Those are $250. Yeah, bro, they hate you. And then what? $80 to the downside, $400. Yeah, $150. You can't play Netflix for cheap, unfortunately. Yeah, Airbnb is killing it. Oh, it went up a little bit more. Could have got more for the leap, but I sold out. But it was going to be an L no matter what, but I didn't want that one to fall out the money. I feel like it could have dropped $10 overnight. I've seen craziness on expirations. On Canada's housing market's been jacked up. Canada's housing has been jacked up for years. Even with variable rates, it doesn't matter. Canada, again, it was just, I think, their monetary policy, and then all of the people, there was a lot of China demand. They even limited people, foreign nationals buying, but it does. I think that's the prime example of real estate never coming down. I'm shocked by Canada. I always say it. Anytime anybody brings it up, that is, I think Canada is the craziest real estate market in the world. It makes China's real estate market look crazy, but at least China fucking crashed. But Canada is just like, if you ever are like, real estate has to crash because of rates or this, it's like, look at Canada. But again, their unemployment is very, very good too as well. Canada's just been going up for decades, at least a decade. Canada was supposed to crash in 2015. Canada was going up 50%, and like houses were going crazy in 2014, 2015, 2016, and people were like, it's unsustainable. And then it still kept going for the next 10 years. And then Cart's still up. Yeah, Airbnb's running. I thought we got rid of one of those leaps. My goodness. Save will continue to take prudent steps to ensure ongoing operations. That's good news, kind of. They're dying, though. Again, down 14. Remember, they got a downgrade today. Bro, analyst activity has been the thing driving a lot of stocks here, up or down. It's kind of insane. Because, again, if you got to think about it, you guys, I'll tell you that I'll give you a very, very big hint right now. Or this will blow your mind. I need 1,000 likes for this one, though. Oh, yeah, your guys are close. You're near 1,000. I'm telling you, this is going to blow your mind. You got to really start thinking about it right now. It's something very, very important for a lot of plays that are happening, a lot of plays that are going to happen. You got to think about something. You got to think about it. Carissa says she warned you. She said 12:50. Oh man, I don't know. Act now. 1,000 likes. We could, maybe we'll give you a good deal. 3 big candles here. Don't tell me Lagarde should be on. I don't see any Lagarde comments yet. Again, Fed Harker says anecdotal data guides key for policymakers. Does not comment on outlook for interest rates. Watch the Fed futures as well. The Fed futures pulled back a little bit, ironically enough. Yeah, you need like 100 and something more likes. You're going to want it. I will tell you the biggest scam right now. You got to start thinking scammy. Lagarde talking on Bloomberg. All I see is damn Schwartzman. $10-minute has to be read on DFS. DFS just rocketed up and then came down. And then TSM still holding 110. The walk is coming back again, dude. It's what was the song yesterday? The SPACs.
Over the road, take you to a panel discussion that is underway. It's on uniting Europe's markets. It's being led by Bloomberg's Stephanie Flanders.
She sounds like a weird towel, but she's kind of
ECB
important
President
until we get
Christine
Bostic.
Lagarde.
Over the many hurdles that we have faced and that to put in place a capital market. And I would be happy to expand on what we should do, what method we should use, because I have some views on that, having gone through 15 years of trial and errors, failing to achieve the ultimate results. And I think that artificial intelligence can help.
So Pascal Donahue, you are head of the Eurogroup. Christine has very admirably kind of placed this on the economic case for capital market union. You've stated it as a sort of priority for the group. How are you going to pursue that in the next year?
So if I could give the political side of the coin that Christine has described very clearly when she described the economics of it. So politically, as a finance minister working with other finance ministers in the Eurogroup, so much of our effort, so much of our focus has firstly been on budgetary matters.
Handling, baby.
Where finance
God
ministers
bless you, baby. Shout out to TSM. That mock
of their time looking at how much they're taxing, how much they're spending, and how much they are borrowing. What little time has been available from dealing with those weighty matters over the many difficulties of the last years was then devoted to banking issues, to banking union during the global financial crisis, and in the aftermath of the financial crisis, building up and supporting our institutions and making all of the changes that were needed, the benefits of which I think we've seen in recent years. And I would contend, actually, that an opportunity cost and a justified opportunity cost has been the political focus on the need to build and deepen our capital markets. Has not been what it could have been because other priorities needed time and needed economic and political capital. The reason that is now changing is exactly for the reason that Christine has just outlined there. What she summed up very, very clearly is we think about capital differently at moments of economic transition. And we are clearly at multiple moments of economic transition. Exactly at the moment that finance ministers need to normalise budget policy and reduce borrowing. Yeah. And this has brought to the fore the issue that we are discussing here today in terms of what change could look like from a process point of view, and I won't go into it too much because process rarely makes compelling content.
They're already here, I mean, you know.
Well, still, I want to keep the audience in the room, but I'll still sum it up quickly. Prime Ministers last March in the European Council asked finance ministers to look at this project. We've been engaged in a number of different processes and looking at it. And it's now going to conclude in March, where we are going to say to the Commission, and to the next Commission in particular, these are the areas that we want you to consider, we want you to act upon, and we believe as a group of finance ministers we can make progress on these matters quickly.
I don't trust
And just as the President outlined the different Ds of the changes that are happening, I think there's an ABC that we need to be aware of. What's the architecture of capital markets? How can we change it? And if we change it, what's the B of what it can mean to a business? And what's the C, critically, as a politician, of what it can mean to citizens? And that's the areas that we want to make further progress on top of the gradual and important change that the Commission have been making, and they have been, but we're all conscious that we have to do more now in the time ahead.
So, Christian,
see how you guys react to a DEI conference.
Does your heart leap when you hear that this is now going to be a priority? Do you see? I mean, is this something that is remotely exciting to you,
Carts back up,
actually
DoorDash
just not
Snap on the
a big deal for your business?
Damn, Snap's at, wasn't it just at 18?
Well, it's super exciting for me, and I mean, if you have followed me for the last 5 years, I think I'm one of the biggest pushers and fans of the European Capital Markets Union. And for a couple of reasons. Number one, Christine and Pascal both said it. I think we are coming into an era over the next 10 years, and forget about the banks, from a corporate industry where operating expenditure is, so to say, replaced by a priority by capital expenditures. The number of investments which corporates have to do in Europe in order to be in the game, in competition,
coming back up here
from
again.
a digital,
Bonds holding
from a
two.
sustainability,
After that little fiasco, you're going to get Bostic comments in 3 minutes.
And I think those companies who are investing will be successful. Those companies who are not following on AI and ESG will not be there anymore in 10 or 15 years. And therefore, the necessity to invest is huge. We can't do it, as Christine is saying, even if I would love to do it. And I think, by the way, the European banks have done a tremendous job in cleaning up, being robust, healthy, sustainable, profitable. The numbers Christine just mentioned are impossible to stem for us.
Whoa, AMD
today,
flushing.
Unfortunately, 70%
not too bad. It's just at the low, but that print on the low
German
ticker made it look aggressive.
Is done via bank
but AMD's down like
US,
$1 right there
it's
almost.
25 or 30%. The rest is coming from the capital markets. If you now think about how much investments will be necessary in the next years, the bank balance sheets, as robust as they are, will not be sufficient. And we also talked about the public finances. It doesn't work. And therefore, we definitely need the European Capital Markets Union. And therefore, I'm really, I think, the one who is again and again saying we need to make progress. Now, two things to this. Number one,
Russian
I think we need to do a better job,
nuclear
including
issues
the banks, explaining
with US cast
why
doubt
we need these
on willingness to
capital
engage
markets.
on
I
follow-on
think
to new
that
START
in particular
treaty.
in Europe, in my home country, there is also, from the society point of view, still a kind of a distrust in capital markets.
AMD
and that
still
may
on the
go
low.
back to
USB,
the 2008 financial crisis.
Watching
and
the
we can
banks start
criticize it,
slipping
but it
here
doesn't
again.
help.
Those helped
we
out
need to
the
do
Russell.
a better job in explaining
still behind the
why
SPY.
it is
Dow's
actually
still red.
necessary for keeping the wealth and the prosperous situation which we have in Europe. And I think this is one thing, it's education of the people
still
why
going
it's
up.
so necessary in order
Little by
to
little, still holding
get
7.5.
Europe competitive and let it stay competitive.
Broadcom's still holding up
and
great.
The next item is, and I'm sure our partner to the left will talk about that.
Coals on the low.
When we think about European capital markets, we think about kind of the deep markets for whether it's equity issuances, whether it's bond issuance. But usually, if you get a deep capital market, then the sidearms are coming. And what I mean with sidearms is venture capital, private equity, other people, other players are coming to the game. And this is, again, necessary in order to finance new technologies,
MCO,
new
Snap still
emerging
moving in.
industries.
SPY's is like right above where we opened.
And therefore, I think we also need to see the Capital Markets Union not only as
Cold
the
on the low,
financing port for
UNG
traditional
dying.
industries, but
Natural
actually
gas
as
storage,
our chance to
154
attract new
estimate,
industries
negative
like the tech
154
industry
estimate,
into Europe. We have the
155.
talent. We have the excellence. If you look at industrial AI, some German companies, European companies are leading in the world. But we also need then the underlying financing, and therefore my heart is leaping if I hear that.
There we go.
Nadia Calvino, I guess we can add you to the list of people that also, or the European Investment Bank also can't afford to finance all of the things that have been talked about. But what role can the European Investment Bank play?
Yes, two thoughts from my side to complement what already has been shared. And let me start where you started yourself, which is this feeling of déjà vu. Now, I was responsible for financial regulation around the euro crisis. I left it in 2014, and by the time we already had the clear diagnosis that capital market union was a top priority and that we needed to move as fast as possible in this direction. 10 years later, we are still discussing, you know, and despite the fact that I always agree with Pascal, I think that we can spend years discussing what the ABC is, and maybe it's going to be more difficult to reach an agreement on that. So my
I still have the
approach
save
to this
shares.
would be, let's
Remember,
do
I sold
it.
the covered
Let's
call,
start
so
somewhere,
I'm
you know,
still
and
up on
find
the play.
some low-hanging fruit or
$200
some
profit.
realistic element on which to start. It can be a market, it can be an instrument. I will come back to this in a second.
We got almost like
But
$300
an
on
additional
options.
reason to Christine's, to why we absolutely need it, is that for the climate transition, we need scale. So we have the technologies, we have wonderful startups and companies that have developed the technologies that are going to allow Europe to succeed, to rise up to the challenge, and we will and we can do it. But we need scale.
A little bit of
and so it's
red.
not only a matter of capital markets union, it's also a market of integration of our markets and making Europe have the sufficient scale for this to become profitable and to become affordable. Because as Pascal said, these new technologies cannot be only for rich citizens or for wealthiest states.
Watching for Christine Lagarde. Again, her comments yesterday, they helped factor down some of those rate cut odds, and everybody got a little jumpy off of it.
And it's urgent
So
that
she
we
says
actually
nothing,
proceed
but
with this.
that might be even better for the market,
to my second
but
point, which is
you never know
what
what
can the
could happen
EIB
here.
do? And as you know, the EIB has, I think, been very successful in becoming the climate bank.
SPY literally hit barely under the high of the day.
A target of 50% of our business in climate finance. We outperformed this target not only in the bank, but as a group,
the next level is
together with the European Investment Fund.
I think that fills the gap too.
Actually, I can tell you, I mean, we will be disclosing the 2023 results next week in detail, but I can already tell you we've made 49 billion euros in green investment in 23, up from 38 the previous year. So, you know, the progression is, I think, outstanding. It is impressive.
Selling right now.
And we were also pioneers since 2007 issuing climate awareness bonds.
Kind of flushing, it's not that bad,
this is the
but
pioneer
just at the low,
instrument of climate bonds, of green bonds. Why don't we start there? Why don't we try to find an area, a market where we have the taxonomy? Europe is in the lead in developing these new instruments and green finance. There's a strong political commitment to the climate transition. And I think the EIB should indeed play its role in being a catalyst, de-risking investments, supporting financial sector, also, you know, taking on new instruments and trying to explore new financial engineering instruments that can allow us to fund the necessary investments and mobilizing public and private partnerships, which I think are going to be necessary if we are to succeed, which we will. Thank you.
Roelof Botha, you're sort of sitting smiling at the end, and I'm sure you're very polite anyway, but you look like you're being particularly polite.
Sounds like Lagarde, but
you
that's
sort of
not
have this
Lagarde.
feeling that a lot of what people have just talked about is completely irrelevant to you. I mean, this project is partly
Jets
about having more Sequoias,
Apple
sort of
coming
deeper
up, see if the
sources
chips
of
get
venture
a bounce
capital
here
as
after
well as
that
other
little
sorts of
AMD
financing
flush.
in Europe.
Meta's
And
going
I
up
don't get
again.
the sense that
And then Disney's still holding.
any of this
Meta
would sort
new
of
high.
fundamentally change the way you
PayPal's
think
holding
about
up
Europe.
too.
But maybe am I completely wrong there?
That's mixed. Firstly, thank you very much for having me here. I feel it's an honor to be invited here today. You know, at Sequoia, we back founders that build early-stage companies. And over the years, we've backed Apple, Oracle, Cisco, NVIDIA, Google, PayPal, YouTube, Instagram, WhatsApp, the list goes on. So the companies we back today account for 27% of the
DraftKings
NASDAQ.
new high.
We
sold those covered calls earlier.
So we operate in a very different part of the universe. And candidly, I'm kind of daunted with the challenge that you face because we deploy small amounts of money in founders who have a dream to build for the future. But I feel that in our business, money follows the opportunities. And so we've been active in Europe for over a decade. I remember in 2010, May 2010, I was introduced to a young company in Copenhagen called Unity.
Snapchat's still working its way up.
There were 30 people in the company, and I hopped on a plane and I flew to Copenhagen immediately. And we made an investment in that company, and today it's a global winner. They have $2 billion in revenue. It's a big public company. We did that with UiPath in Romania. So from my point of view, there's a tremendous amount of opportunity in Europe. And we now have people on the ground in Europe looking for opportunities. Last year, 11 of our 44
Netflix price target
were in
raised
Europe.
to 500.
We have a fantastic investment in a company
500
called
by
Robco
UBS, maintained
in Germany,
at buy.
building robotic solutions. Penny Lane is a software company in Paris. We have an early-stage AI company called Dust that's also based in Paris. So I see tremendous opportunity from the bottom up with founders who want to build for the future, and hopefully that becomes a driver of economic growth.
But is Europe, just to go back, is Europe already a single market as far as you're concerned? I mean, is that what are the? Do you face any obstacles?
From our narrow point of view, from a capital market point of view, it really is the same because we can hop on a plane and go anywhere and make an investment. The challenges are more from an operating point of view, where what the founders tell us is they want easy access to deep pools of talent. So Penny Lane wants to concentrate all the best talent it can in Paris.
Damn, UNH. Oh yeah, they got clapped
They
off
want
the other
predictable
stuff.
and consistent regulations, and they obviously want a large market opportunity. But I'll say the other thing that's changed about European founders, by the way, part of the reason we're so enthusiastic about being here is that they have global
Volume's
ambitions.
pretty decent, 15 million to start off the first
traveled
hour.
to Europe 20 years ago, I
Not
felt
bad
that
at all.
founders here
Again,
were aiming
that chip
for
earnings
small
from
exits.
TSM is
They were
doing a
happy
lot.
with an acquisition.
I do like
and now
PayPal,
they
yes.
big.
Thanks for the TSM.
Your
I got you,
phrase,
baby.
money follows opportunity.
Good morning. Disney again on the high. Spy hitting a new high of the day right now.
Do I go the way around? Yes. It just makes you. I mean, are we focusing on the wrong things? I don't know who wants to take it up on, but Pascal, should we be thinking more concretely about the opportunities in the broader economy and let the money come to it?
But that's what we are doing, and I completely agree with the analysis you've just offered there regarding the outlook.
Yeah, dollar's coming down, though.
European
Again, dollar should be down.
If I look at how we are doing with our share of patents in different very important parts of the global economy,
hopefully.
and if I look at the entrepreneurs that I meet in Ireland alone, their ambition,
all right,
their
Spy breaking out a little bit here. I think you are filling the gap
at the
from
seed
2
stage,
days ago. You're right there.
First supporters.
You're in the last candle again. You closed at 47.66, so right at the red line.
Nowhere near that scale yet, but many peers who are as ambitious in Ireland and all over Europe to do that all over
pretty
again.
good. Again, PayPal, Disney, some of those earlier runners, chips are still high, some more than others.
In the European economy for that
and then
kind
Meta
of innovation,
and Apple, those are big caps leading into the highs.
The question then becomes, how can Europe itself play a role in providing the savings
the ANS buyout, we're just waiting for it to shift. You're going to get
obviously
180 in cash or 190 in cash and then 0.3 shares of Synopsys.
To build on your point,
so
it's
however
about making
Synopsys
sure the
moves,
money
ANSS
is there
is probably going to move
to
with
follow
it,
the opportunity,
give or take.
And not just, which while of course
Morgan Stanley is coming down. Watch the other banks.
Money coming in from other parts of the world.
TSM flushing now 109.
Companies grow into the
So
scale
they've given up 3% from
so
the morning.
it's because of that practical opportunity and need that we're all now devoting time to how we can make it happen. God knows it will take time. But
Spotify on the high, TSM still going lower.
Europe's markets done by, of course, chaired by our very own Stephanie Flanders. We'll get back to that in a second. We're now joined by Germany's finance minister, Christian Lindner, for also a great conversation on the future of Europe.
German, sorry, yes. I don't think Lagarde going to say anything. We're going to have to wait till we get a headline. So far, though, I mean, it's been the same situation. A little bit of that run and optimism this morning, but the Fed futures are going. They're trying to price in some cuts today, but bonds in the dollar not playing along. DFS dancing with the 10 minutes. I think they're just pinning and clapping some of these big earnings movers, and then the money's going everywhere else. But that being said, do we have 1,000 likes? We need a couple more, baby. We need a couple more likes. I would love to share with you guys the scam going on right now. That's it. Maybe. I think, you know what, y'all lag. Now it's 1,200 likes, I think it's going to have to be 1,200. Y'all had that whole ECB to do it. Y'all lagging on there. Y'all sleeping on me. Y'all sleeping on me, man. I don't think y'all want to know. I don't know. I'm taking the Carissa Hines route now. Yeah, we're going to have to go at 1,200 now. We were there. We were very close, but it stayed pinned. Too much resistance. Yep, the Carissa Hines tag. There you go, 100 more. You're almost there now. There you go. Let's go. That's it. Now we got to raise the price, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, y'all asleep. Y'all sleeping. Y'all been listening to too much Davos. You're counting your losses on saves. Sell the covered calls. You should have, at least. They have came down a little bit. Pfizer today, I think they're probably getting clapped with some of the healthcare stuff, but they have been selling off here. I think next week they'll start to run, though, with everything else. You wish you could like it 1,000 times. Don't worry. You'll get there, though. You'll get there. Just hit it. Like inflation. That's it. All right, you need like 20 more. 20 more likes. That's it. 20 beautiful souls out there. If you could hear my voice, paging all Autobots, calling from around the world. If you hear this call, like the video. Where the hell are you, Autobots? There you go. There you go. We got the 1,200. All right, are you guys ready for the biggest scam going on right now? I told you this on the watch list. We talked about it here a little bit already today. It's very simple. These earnings, or these analysts, these upgrades and downgrades are having a very big effect on the market, or at the very least affecting individual names. Does anybody know what the scam is happening right now? People are looking for earnings growth, but what is the scam? There is something very specific happening. It's not the premiums. You've watched this happen before. In the last 12 months, you have already lived through this before. The scam goes both ways, bearish and bullish. Yes. Some of you listened. If you don't realize what's happening, 1 week, 2 weeks ahead of earnings now for some of the biggest companies, and then the buybacks are going to open up, they are literally lowering and raising expectations. They are sandbagging everything. So the expectations 3 months ago when the market was running up, all the expectations were high. So what are they doing is ahead of the earnings now, right now, literally a month, 2 months ago, all of the expectations were very high. People were expecting growth. And now, right ahead of the event, they are all lowering their average estimates. So now, coming into these earnings, the estimates are getting lowered. And then why do you think some of the companies are running to the high side? Because they had low estimates, and now the analysts are raising them. And that's why you're probably going to run bigger ahead of the earnings on an upgrade rather than not. And then these companies now, the stocks are going down with the market a little bit. But all of these expectations, we're still expecting growth. But literally in the last 2 weeks, the bar for earnings just got lower. We went from having one of the highest bars in the last year to now you're like getting to the midpoint. That has all occurred in the last 2 weeks. So legitimately, these analyst upgrades and downgrades are probably going to have more of an effect in the short run and on earnings than not. But that is literally what is happening right now. So keep that in mind. That's what I'm saying. You might want to follow along with it and keep your eyes out for it, because that's just literally you're waking up every day, and then no matter what the market does, these sandbags up or down, they're causing a bigger effect than the broader market, and they're moving in their own little world. So welcome. Welcome to the world, my friend. Welcome to Wall Street. And then natural gas still down from those numbers. Then they clap it. Well, they let the company do its thing, and then they'll make their other reports. But literally, even without even without upgrading or downgrading them, they're able to lower the bar. So they could still keep their stance on the stock and update it after the earnings, but they are lowering and raising their earnings estimates. So if the stock, again, had a high bar, they're lowering it and saying, well, we now expect it to come in at the midpoint or at the lower end. And then, again, other analysts follow along, and before you know it, a company 30 days ago that had a high expectations for earnings, even though the stock may be up, they are lowering that, and then it's taking a short-term drop going into the earnings. So now if they come in and report better, or what was already expected, it comes in higher because they lowered the bar substantially. And we've watched this happen last year. But like I'm saying, a couple months ago, just like a month and a half, 3 months ago, this was supposed to be one of the hardest earnings to beat. And even though people are expecting broader EPS growth, the bars have all been lowered literally week after week for the last 2 weeks. So it's quite fascinating. Bond's coming down. SPY just still doing this little dance. Honestly, it's kind of like a weird remix of yesterday, but once again, we're like getting these little weird moves, but the back and forth, I mean, you're still a couple death candles away from going lower. It's not like we're out of the danger zone. And again, dollar is still up. PayPal Raul. Yeah, a little bit there. Almost. That's actually $1 and change. Or is that 30 cents? The pseudo bear strat is in effect. Just analysts, I mean, again, just the bar is moving ahead of these earnings. That's all. So even though we were just hitting all-time highs near it on a lot of names and even the SPY, it's not like people are expecting all-time high earnings. They may have at one point, but they're now starting to lower those expectations. It's just been the trend over the last couple of weeks. NVIDIA popped. CRM on the high. That's an interesting one. NVIDIA, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, $600. And then it'll probably dance around there until earnings, have a good earnings, go above 600, then sell off $50, and then like a month later go back above it if everything is good. I will average down on BABA. We have to wait till we get a deposit, though. And then, again, BABA's going to have to compete with a couple of names. BABA's going to have to compete with Pfizer and MO. Tesla go in BA mode. Arp. The door fly off of the Tesla. Their rate cut triggering another rally. What if earnings are good on the tech side, and is that still enticing? It could. I mean, if Russell and small caps have good earnings growth, which is expected in this environment, they'll be able to go up and make a move. But for the most part, the real outperformance of the Russell and the big money you would expect on the Russell, that's going to be a result of rate cuts. The more aggressive, the bigger the gains. And then the less aggressive, the more likely it'll underperform. You'll be adding a dividends. I'm still leaning towards MO and Pfizer, and I'm glad Pfizer kind of came down a little bit here because now, if I told you Pfizer is the one I really want because it's at the sweet spot. The yield is high. It's not too low. It's not too high. And then it still has upside for growth as well as just being a name everybody and their mother knows about. Whether some for better reasons, some for worse. Cart coming back down. Uber's still running up. Apple's still climbing up here. JD I like, but I prefer Baba and Baidu more. I think JD's the value play whenever there is the rally in China. I think that play could get more like crazy percentage moves, but I do think Baba and Baidu have the right amount of stability and upside. I like Philip Morris. I go with MO, but Philip Morris is a great company in that space. MO back to 40, bro. Dying a little bit. So even negative on the year right now. But I would like MO. That's another one that we're still competing with. Pfizer, new low. GMC. Somebody brought up the automakers, Ford and GMC, but I think I would rather take like a Hershey's or some other names because I really don't trust them. Like, I like Ford, but I don't trust them with their dividend. Even GM. Yeah, Mary Ibarra. Oh, yeah, where is Abivi? They didn't sell off ex-dividend. That's so surprising. It was a small drop, but I think you got paid more on the dividend than the drop. SPY coming back up. Again, bonds came to the low. Fed futures are, again, they're pricing a little bit more cuts, but dollar's still up. Making plays for chip. As we get closer, I mean, we have TSM. So we hit that one. We're in the money on those, but I'm going to just wait. I want to make these earnings plays closer. Those have been the better ones more so than not. Between BMY and Pfizer is ideal. Was it Bristol? Was Pfizer? Did they say they were losing to Bristol, or who was that? Pfizer on the JP Morgan. They said somebody was beating them out in terms of manufacturing. I don't know if it was them. And then Tesla's still at the low. Again, I think this is just like NVIDIA chips and then Apple. Again, remember, Apple has been the dog the last couple of days. Oil's running up right now. You guess you'll buy NEO just because we said no GM? That's a wild fucking shift, dog. That's a wild, like, you know what I'm saying? That's like crazy. That's like saying like, oh man, that's like, I guess that's like choosing Ozempic over the gym and you have no need for either or. I don't know. That's a wild. I can't even think about how wild that is. Oh, the Kev dog is here. Welcome to the doghouse. Welcome to the doghouse. Welcome, baby. Oh, I think the SPY heard that. They're like, oh, shit, we in the doghouse now. But again, Apple doing good. Dow's still down. Russell's still barely hanging on. NASDAQ's up 1%. That's crazy. A little bit more. Fastenal still going, little Red Clifford. We've done this a couple times, and again, volume's pretty good. We got about 30 minutes here, a little bit longer till Euro close, so we'll see. Safe play, I'm still riding that one out. Again, we're still making money because of the covered calls, but I want to like I said, the next catalyst, I'm looking to hear what they get out of your boy, JetBlue on the breakup fee, and then everybody is downgrading the shit out of it. 2 back-to-back downgrades brought it down from that 40%. Jasper, what's this? Jasper Therapeutics up 32% and going. And then RGNX got slaughtered. Even EYPT still going down. Capped on the high. Cart still trying to ride out again. Uber has been going crazy. Yeah, Pfizer's is dumping. Which, again, bittersweet. Bittersweet. Yeah, TSM is actually back to 111. So that thing is starting to creep up there. Here comes the flush. Inshallah, Habibi. Inshallah. Boeing back to 210. Maybe. I have to check the prices. So I do think it's going to dance a little bit and then, you know, continue the next leg on the next headline or update. So you have to follow a news cycle that's relatively unknown. And then in the meantime, the time is what's going to cost you the most on that play. It's just like, you know, how the plays get valued back as it goes back and forth. Oil was going up not too long ago. And that gas still clapped. I feel like it would have got clapped more, though. Yeah, oil's running 73, back up to 1. Pfizer going lower. Remember, there was just that thing on like the vaccine stuff the other day. It was actually good, but then I think Humana healthcares were like outperforming, and then after Humana today, kind of got clapped a little bit. But then they're coming into earnings, and then also I think it's going to flush a little, and then next week I think it's going to kind of hold up a level now after you get the ex-dividend week. So next week is ex-dividend week for them. You think Hawaiian and Alaska merger will be rejected? They might go through. I don't know because, again, if you didn't see, like, there was already a political pump off of the SAVE getting declined because SAVE is like a low-cost carrier or a low-cost airline carrier. So it allowed them, if that deal went through, I think it was Frontier CEO who said, there won't be a lower-cost airline if SAVE got bought up. So I think that one has a little bit more of a chance, but then again, I mean, it's pretty hard for these deals to go through, and I don't know if the current administration wants too many big mergers, especially in an election year if it can be used against you, or maybe it'll just be delayed until then. And SPY still holding, bonds still flushing, dollar still slightly up, at least higher than the morning. Discover starting to come down. See what you got. Meta and Apple, though, still climbing. That's what's literally holding up the SPY. Meta, Apple, NVIDIA, AMD, and the rest of the chip fam. Again, that's why tech, NASDAQ's up 1-1. They have VIX. VIX is actually negative today. I feel like on some of these days, the VIX would still be positive, even if we were green. Bloomberg users expect crude stockpile drop of 1 million barrels. It's going to come in like 10 million barrel build. What? How we even have that much? Again, TSM dancing between 110, 111. Pepsi on the high again. I saw that one earlier. It's 0 of MO and Pfizer. Now you have 20 and 23 slowly adding. I like it. It's a good yield. It's a good yield between those two. So I'm excited. We have what? We got 2 more weeks till the deposit, so I'll be making moves there. Finish this week, then all of next week, and then middle of the week after that. So 2 Thursdays from now, we'll have a deposit. We'll see where things are at. Abivai on the high. Again, Abivai is kind of impressive. It didn't have that ex-dividend sell. And then bonds are about to flush here to the lower end. German financial leader says suspending debt break for 24 is not an option. All right, little flush here. Both bonds and SPY. A couple of value names holding up. Apple stopped going, but now you're like right back up to like the top end of the opening candle. Tesla flushing on the low right now. And then dollars almost near the high of the day. I don't know how this keeps happening. So like literally that means from the last 2 days, beginning of this week almost, the dollar is up like over 1%. In 2 days. So the dollar is still kind of becoming a problem. Remember, even at the close yesterday, that dollar dump helped us go back up, but now you're kind of at the high level, and then the market was trading a lot lower in the morning yesterday. At least another 3 points down. Yeah, low ticker is gassing. You got Euro close in 30 minutes. DRV on the high. Everything's still, it's all just chip based. Let's see what we have. All righty. So Dow Jones, 16 red, 14 green. Apple, Boeing, Intel leading the Dow. UNH, American Express, and Chevron on the low. NASDAQ 100, 35 in the red. And Moderna, Dollar Tree, Synopsys on the downside, even Tesla. And then 66 in the green. Marvel, Fastenal, and then a bunch of chip makers are all leading, as well as Apple. And then S&P 500, 274 red, healthcare and Discover leading to the downside, and then 228 green, Fastenal, and then chip makers, and then a couple of travel plays are leading to the upside. Swings are not even 0.2. Again, if anything, bro, the bonds are getting murdered. It's been 0.5% every day on the bonds. So I guess they're just back to the lows of yesterday on the bonds, but even then, it's just back and forth all day. You are getting bonds and dollars climbing, and then market is just showing some resilience, I think, with all the chip earnings, but we'll see. Like we said, wait till expiration, and maybe earnings gets you with carnage or not. Oil rocketing up. Crude inventories draw of 2.5 million. Estimate was 0.8, or literally 850,000. What is that? U.S. to sell 60 billion in 2-year notes Tuesday. 61 billion in 5-year notes on Wednesday. So you're getting funding numbers right now. SPR up 500,000 barrels, 355.9 billion. Distillates up at 0.213. Distillates 2.3 million, estimate was 1.9. Gasoline 3.08 million, estimate was 2.5. I think bonds might be dropping on that refunding. So again, I think they're going to be announcing way more bond sales right now. Yeah, I think bonds, that could be it. Even then, they were already dying, but I don't think any of that stuff is helping out. How does oil correlate with Tesla? I mean, when gas prices go up, Tesla gets a little boost and vice versa, but as of late, I don't think there's been too big of an effect on that. And then literally market coming down, Taiwan trying to go up, TSF or TSM, and then Discover on the low. It's about to hit the new low. And then TLT's coming down again. Bonds, I don't know if people, maybe that one just slipped in there, but I don't think that more refunding, more bond dumping is not good. Let's see. Did Tesla have a green day yet? Or is Tesla still doing this? I guess they had the second green day a couple days ago, but Tesla, again, to start off the year has been vicious. Literally 266 to 210. And again, this was like wasn't this like when they had earnings numbers or delivery numbers towards end of last year? But then again, I think you could be getting kind of negative on those Elon comments. Again, Elon saying he wants more control. It's borderline just saying dilution. Give the man more. UNH on the high. Again, they're still red on the day. Couldn't he just buy stock? But I don't think he wants to buy it. I think he wants it for his work. He wants it as part of his compensation. He's like, y'all paid AMC CEO more than me 1 year. Come on. I deserve it. How does he get more shares? Company compensation. So they set guidelines and performance targets, and they offer him shares that the company owns, or they could issue more shares to pay for employees. They're not always tied to stock performance. In a lot of instances they are, but it could also be tied to like developing certain things, hitting a certain amount of deliveries. Maybe he could say, we'll make this many AI products. Who knows? How many shares do they own? I don't know. I'd have to check. But if he wants a lot, they would have to issue more shares. Or they could use some of their buybacks to take that money, buy the shares, and give it to Elon if they have money outlined for that. Ex-Pfizer employee Amit Degar convicted of insider trading. He deserves 25% for voting power. He's Tesla, FD, and Optimus will push him beyond. I mean, I think he deserves a lot in that company. I mean, just I guess the dilemma is that he had more than 25%. He just sold it over the last couple of years. So again, he had like 40 billion. Remember, he sold billions of dollars. That's the thing. So it's not like he was ever sitting in this company doing all this work and didn't have anything. It's like he's straight up like, you know, he owned a good, he had voting control, but then he sold it off. He owns 411 million shares and options to buy 300 million by 2028. So does that still, I guess with his options, does he still not have 25%? Or he's like, I don't want to pay for him. Some luxury goods had a better Christmas than others, heard on the street. Where's oil? Do they come back down? There's oil still ripping. Yeah, oil's chilling after the first pop candle. Nat gas still holding the low. And bonds still getting murdered. Literally that day after that little rally. And then dollar is still up, bro. That dollar climb again. They say I think best start by now from 2015, but last time you had a move like this was like 2015 and then 2000 and 2005. JB Hunt puts. I like JB Hunt. I haven't really looked at him for the put side. But when do they have earnings? That one I would just play the 2 standard deviations. Again, 2 standard deviations has been right on the money. Again, even Discover at one point was right in the money. And they pre-market scammed us. I'm still in safe. Again, the covered calls have protected that position immensely. Snapchat's up 4. NVO on the high, AMD on the low. And again, SPY's right at VWAP now. It's crazy. VWAP didn't even climb after that little move there in the morning. He needs to turn it around and develop new technology. Look at Meta. It's basically Twitter. Man, you know what I realized yesterday? I went on Twitter. I was trying to look at their like live thing and going live. Do you realize they charge everybody $16 a month for the Twitter, like the little blue check premium thing? I was like, dude, that's a lot of money. Maybe I'm just cheap as hell, but I'm like, dude, so all of those blue checks are paying $16 a month. That's more than Netflix. That's like, you know what I'm saying? And it's not even like now Meta, I guess Meta and like the Instagram stuff, I don't even know what you get out of that, but like there's a lot on, I put CVS, not CVX. Oh, wow, CVX is getting murked right now. Is there a headline on that? CVX is down too. I don't know if any of the other oil names are dropping. Those subscription companies. Well, I don't think it's all of them. I mean, if Twitter Premium is $16 a month, that you could get Netflix for cheaper. You could even get YouTube Premium for cheaper. And at least you're like getting something out of it. But I was like, what the hell? You get access to their AI? Is that on who? For Twitter or for Facebook? But that blew my mind because I was like, damn, I'm like, maybe I don't want to try this out. If you have purpose to network, then it's beneficial. But like, I don't think any other like app for networking charges you for some of the same basic features. Like you could go live on TikTok, you could go live on Instagram, you could do a lot of things, literally YouTube, but like they don't charge you. Twitter has better information than Netflix. Yeah, but like I think you could still access it for free. But again, for like what you pay for, I was just surprised. But I'm like, that's a lot. Because remember, I thought it was like $9.99, or wasn't it like $4.99 a month when he first bought the company? I think Snap will move the spine. Now I think we've gotten over Snapchat moving the market. But if Snap does good, I think it will help out a lot of advertising names. So again, Snapchat's at a very interesting spot, and people will do good. People will like ad rebound, no matter who the company is. U.S. House will consider stopgap bill today. Yeah, and then Meta reports before them. I've never used the Grok AI. Is it good? Have you guys used the Twitter AI? What is it? Is it just like Chat GPT, but like Elon version? So like it gives you answers that aren't like as censored. And then Chevron just had that little drop-in pop there. If I refinance my car, is the rate I'm being quoted taking into account the possible rate cuts? A little bit. So again, rates move down, and that's like the pricing in of it, but it's not like the full extent of when rates actually get lowered. So if you wait and rates end up getting cut more, or there's more expectations of it, you might get a lower rate. But as of now, same, and then vice versa. If things go up, then there you go. It's uncensored, but it's not nearly as smart. Snap going. It really is, but then remember, Snap literally a couple days ago, like what, last Wednesday was near $18? So like, or 2 Wednesdays ago? No, last Wednesday. So it's still down a lot. Maybe people are getting ready for earnings. With Tesla, I don't know. I think Tesla, a little bit more negative feedback from the European price raises or price cuts on the Model Y. CVS earnings, I haven't looked into it, but I don't think your boy was good. I don't think your boy Walgreens was that good. So we will see. Wheat shipments via Suez plunge amid Red Sea attacks. I thought it was because of the water levels going lower. They just like, it's Red Sea. Red Sea. Everywhere. Myrna Lil Pop. But you can't stop. I know you like this. Myrna Pop. This must be. Gold's trying to move up. Gold's still holding up a little better today. It's still below 2020, even 2018. Cheekley incoming. I mean, give it 15 minutes. Euro close, you get Bostic. Biogen on the high. I don't even know what I typed in there. Barely up by 0.1. Apple's still going, though. So every time you start dancing around like Apple, NVIDIA, everything else is running, and then bonds just die. You think Tesla charging issues affecting the stock? A lot of memes are flowing about that. Yes and no, because, like, what's the reality? I think, one, a lot of people knew about what happens to Teslas in the cold, but, like, it's bigger than Tesla. What does it mean for the whole entire EV industry? It's not like only Teslas are the only ones that get clapped, you know? That's why it's kind of in a weird way, I think, affecting all of them. Not to mention just price cuts. Again, the last, like, to start off the year, everybody has just been talking about EV demand dropping. Like, that's it. It just literally, like, whether it's foreign, domestic, Tesla's the number one, but at the end of the day, it's like all EV demand has really just been falling off a cliff. TSM holding diesels for the win. How is demand dropping if they had good numbers? Well, Elon and Tesla, they've had good numbers, but in general, what was expected, the amount of investment, and even like the total amount of EVs sold, it's still a fraction of the gas vehicles, and it hasn't even been like, it's not growing at the same pace. It's a growth, 50% from how many existed prior, but it's not as if like EVs aren't, they're not growing. It's only demand from crappy legacy. I agree with that, but it's still just as a broader thing. So it's like if you're seeing headlines again on like the negatives of electric vehicles and certain weather conditions, it doesn't only just apply to Tesla and then the cherry on top, price cuts and everything else. You look around, I mean, the globe right now, EV demand is just not it's not doing what people were paying for a couple of years ago, or what people were investing in. SPY coming back up again. Bonds and dollar, though, they are not playing along at all, but equities in their own land with chips and all these tech names moving up. Plunge protection team. I just think people really ran with the relief rally idea. The chips supported a lot of tech, and then, like I said, just let's get through tomorrow's expiration, and then after that, I think you're going to, either carnage up or carnage down. Love when the market is stupid. I think it's just moving around, man. Unfortunately. Again, just all of the craziness we had in the last month. Like I said, I think the funniest part is like we've done nothing for a month now. So you're still holding it up. I mean, the Russell dropped a little lower. And a lot of names, granted, the 7-ass stocks are just keeping everything up. But, I'd wait till that expiration tomorrow. And then we're going to get earnings and just wait. Earnings is going to create a whole new dynamic. You got a little taste of that today. We've literally done nothing for 30 days. So, again, yesterday you were right at break even to the Fed. Today you're barely up. Last week you're barely higher. The week before that you're barely lower. It's just dancing. 100% right on the EVs. You're down on Lucid. We had a nice talk on that yesterday. But I'm not even talking about the stocks, though. It's just like EVs in general are just not selling how people thought. Again, we spent billions of dollars on these plans to get EVs across America, even the world. I remember banning gas cars and everybody doing this and that, you know, pushing the adoption, but like people aren't buying them in that, like it's not being adopted as we really thought. Again, remember, everyone, that's all everybody could talk about. Everyone's like, yeah. And then again, you know, a lot of people did buy EVs initially, and it was a nice growth for how many EVs used to exist, but it's not, you know, you're not getting, like, it's just not being adopted in mass. Let's see. I don't know if I could get a breakdown. I thought the growth rate was still going up. Again, Teslas are growing. That's why people, again, we talked about this like a week ago. Is it like, do people want EVs or do people just want Teslas? And I agree with the latter. I don't think people want EVs. I think people want Teslas. Teslas are still, you know, again, one of the best automakers right now. And again, their sales and everything else, it's like there's a difference. I think people, a lot more people want Teslas rather than just the EV, you know. Again, you had people buying Ford Lightnings and Mach-E's. And again, there's some cool Kias and Hondas that people like and want. But as a broader global phenomena, more people want Teslas rather than an EV. Where is it? Where is it? So literally last year, EV sales were the highest ever, both in numbers as a percentage of overall growth. The EV sales tracker estimates 1.2 million battery electric vehicles and 190,000 were sold in hybrids were sold in 2023. So 1.2 million. That's 8% of the total 15.5 million that are sold every year of vehicles. So again, it's literally more EVs were sold than ever last year. A majority of them were Teslas. And then the thing is, it's just still like we're saying, 1.2 million versus 15 million cars sold. So that's a crazy, and I always get blown away when you think about how many cars get sold in a year, right? 15 million vehicles, but it's like you're just not, you know, I'm sure some people, you know, that what's the rate? Even if we grow 100% a year, it's still going to take like, what, 5 to 6 years to start denting the amount of gas vehicles sold? Tesla's an ugly car and making you get. Have you seen the other EVs? I like Teslas. I think they look like baby Porsches, but I don't. I think Tesla's a top 5, top 3, top 1 looking electric vehicle. The Cybertruck is hideous, but the other ones look pretty clean. But I don't know. All other EVs, like I think EVs aren't allowed to use edges. They're all like bubble cars. It's so weird. I am getting the Cybertruck, but I'm not paying extra to get the one early. Gold on the high? No, I don't have mine yet. Mass adoption is still ways away. It is, and that's why we're just talking, though, but like certain things, it's the irony is like, even if we keep getting these like weather events and people relate that to the environment, it's just like, dude, these cars in extreme weather, you are fucked. That's what happened to a lot of people on the East Coast in the last couple of weeks. So it's just like, it, in a weird way, they are still very, I don't know if we'll ever get mass adoption. I think you'll get a lot of them, and it will still grow, but it's not going to be, I think gas cars are still going to be here to stay. You should buy a Porsche just to tow it. Nah, man, I'm boycotting Porsche still. I really want a Porsche. I'm not going to lie to you, but I have to boycott them for the Lord. I've made my decision. I'm holding to it. But somebody sent me a video of and I got kind of mad because I'm like, man, this is bullshit. They sent me a video of a guy doing math on the Tesla video saying it was impossible to beat the Porsche towing a Porsche. And it was a video showing me math to prove it wrong. And I said, man, this is bullshit. The only way we will ever find this out is if we buy a Porsche and a Tesla and then actually do it. There's no math. What do you mean? We're doing math equations to fucking figure this out? No. The only way is if we buy the truck and then get a tow-in capacity. There's no way we could do math. How you going to figure that in math? Even though I do think it makes sense, but yeah, I couldn't. I'm like, that's a cop-out. We don't trust math now. No, it's just all theory there. Y'all have gotten too smart dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all are smart. It's good to look into that, but y'all just got too dumb with that. Y'all just be looking at, like the numbers are always right. Shout out to two standard deviations, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? But y'all got too smart dumb about it. I can't. You'd be like, and then you'd be like, well, you're dumb. I'm fine being dumb. Dumb has got me a very far way. I don't need the knowledge of the world there. I do like math. I do like statistics, but I think the only thing about the EV thing, or that like Tesla thing, it was a quarter of a mile. It was an eighth of a mile, not a quarter of a mile. Too smart, dumb. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You telling me you don't see a bunch of smart, dumb mother effers all the way around? Every time y'all get mad at certain things, it's smart, dumb mother effers. That's all it is. They using their smartness. They got smart, and the smartness helped. But there's a law of diminishing returns. I think that's some smart people shit. And then y'all get so smart, y'all just be like, well, damn, that's why we need to stop using all electricity and gasoline. I'm like, what? I don't know. But like, it got too smart dumb. That's it. We went from smart into dumb. Smart dumb. Welcome. So smart, they are dumb. Yeah, bro. Like I'm telling you, like I think my sister, she is very educated. She has a lot of degrees and she knows a lot of stuff. But like sometimes when she be sending me these flow charts of what's wrong with the world, I'm just like, your smartness has been worked against you now. It is now. You start delving into smart dumb. It happens. A 2 standard deviation video. I think it's called, we just made it recently. So it's a new video on the main channel, the Trading Fraternity. And it's called How We Turn $600 into $7,000. And then it's Ghetto Standard Deviation is in the title. So if you just search Ghetto Standard Deviation, it should show up. AMD at all-time highs. There's so many times. I remember seeing at 80 and 70 and even a little lower, I think. Alcoa, their earnings have just been Like, they've already been smacked, and then their earnings wasn't too hot. But I don't really have any, like, material commodity plays for the long term. So I like Alcoa. I think it's going to be around, but I've just always shied away from putting those in my long term. So I don't know about it. Yeah, AMD. Well, AMD sucked back in 2015. AMD used to be a heavily debt-ridden company. It's, again, Lisa Su really did a lot of good stuff for them. So I remember AMD at the low prices back in the day, but they were a completely different company. It's, like, wild to think about. Bostic should be coming on now. I don't know if there's going to be a live video of it. Bostic. Bostic F, baby. Municipals. What? It was the great value of the chip. Dude, they were awful. Even AMD products sucked. I'm telling you, at one point, Intel was God. Like, if you were running an AMD, like, it was because you were cheap, and it sucked. Like, that. Let's just be real. You're not a real gamer if you don't understand. Nowadays, I have a Threadripper. It's just different. It's just, again, what Lisa Su did to that company was absolutely phenomenal. Not only from, like, a product point of view, but, like, again, they used to have way more debt than anything. They had billions of dollars of debt, and they found a way to pay it back down. So it was pretty wild. But, like, they've changed a lot, and for the better. Now they're on top. They shit on Intel, which is surprising. Yeah, Pakistan did target Iran. Was it they went after something? Because, again, they got caught up in the mix. Yeah, they almost went BK. NQ going crazy. Boeing's on the high. Even Disney. We'll see if bonds go up. But Chatadonia, it's that time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you like the video. I hope you're subscribed. I hope you're feeling blessed. But we've been here for 2.5 hours. We have 4.5 hours left to go. We're going to find out if the market sells off on Euro close or runs. But before we do any of that, you need to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. You need to get that body moving. Get beside your desk, do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm. Anything, but get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation: stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Oh, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Feels good. Feels good. Now drop the shoulders, dude. You're holding a lot of trauma in your shoulders. Okay. See, that's that like dumb. That's that stupid dumb or smart dumb. You know what I'm saying? So just drop the shoulders, man. Just drop the shoulders. Okay. People will say all of your mental problems are in your shoulders. Maybe it's true. I don't know. But drop them. Relax the shoulders. Relax a little bit. No one's attacking you. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. You are not riding a dolphin. You're not doing that, man. Just why are you doing that? Why are you trying to impersonate being in a rodeo? It doesn't even make any sense. Why are your legs wrapped behind your computer chair? The other half of you, please stop kicking your nutsack with your leg. You're doing that. You got one leg tucked in. You have no idea what you're doing to your balls right now. I'm sorry if this is too aggressive, but it's accurate. I don't know why you're doing that. Stop mangling your spine and every other part of your body. Let's go. Adjust the posture. You'll fall back into the bad posture, but like still, at least this is a reminder, you know? Come on, you got to do that. Then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, feels good. I'm still in the TSM. I wanted to ghetto spread it. Then the ghetto sped play didn't really hold. Hold on. I'm doing circles looking for my resistances. But I'm still riding that one out. Same thing even with the DFS. And then spy near the high. But maybe that hits. We hit a brief high, then come back down. Boeing's running too. Let's go. Get the body moving. I'll just hear my exhales. Oh, Resistance is good, man. Get the body moving. Bostic, I don't have comments yet, but he should be speaking now. RXRs, we sold out a while ago, but I'll just keep killing it. Remember, that one's related to NVIDIA. Yeah, Boeing's running right now. And then again, let's see if the SPY sells off here at Euro or not. Get that little, give it like 5 to 10 minutes. That's what's been happening the last couple of days. Oh, Euro rip for now. Boeing, man. Boeing's up $3 in the last couple of, 30 minutes maybe? All right, I got to get one more stretch here. The echo wall. Echo! Can y'all hear that? Ooh. Echo! I'm still here. I'm stretching. I'm stretching. Oh. Let's go. You heard that? That's fun. It's fun to do. Fun. All right, now we foot balance. Let's go 1 foot. 1 foot for 1 minute. And then you switch off. If you can't balance, you probably got a mangled hip bone like me or something. So it's not bad for you, man. You gotta get in it. All right, go. Pigeons in the studio. I like to think a dove. But then again, that's Jerome Powell. I wonder what Bostic is saying. Bonahan. Bank of America, Monahan says Fed will have to cut rates absent a drag. Bank of America sees 4 interest rate cuts in 24, 25, says CEO. I don't have an Intel earnings play. When their earnings all going to be next week, right? And Boeing is flying, not for long, but bump. You want to start dollar cost on Nike? Nike's not bad. Again, I like Nike. Everybody likes them. Again, they're still a little bit up there, and then the yield is low, but still not bad. Okay, that's 1 foot. Switch legs. Go. Like Nike, Starbucks. Again, I like Chad brought up Hershey's. Kind of considering VFC. That was another idea from the Chad when we made the video. So, and then again, I still like MO, Pfizer, and BABA. I just don't like how BABA has a low yield. I like BABA for the upside. I wish Disney paid higher too, but we have a good amount in Disney. I hope that growth comes back to life there. Walgreens, no, they cut the divvy. I'd wait a little bit. I don't know if it's worth it. I liked it at, I made all those averages because it went to 9%. So I'm down with that. I am down with that. Come on. Meta on the high again. There it is. The leg balancing. Bro, I'm getting a lot better at it. It's crazy. Just 1-2 weeks of this. I'm glad, man. I'm glad. Maybe I'll be prepared next time I do any other balancing activity. Yeah, Disney was going up there too. SPY's still holding up. It's been about, 8 minutes now? That took 8 minutes? Am I tripping or we just started late? But yeah, so again, you're at the level. You've now filled the gap from yesterday's gap down. But again, it's not uncommon. We could still sell off around here. I'm going to do one more leg. I'm going to do the other leg again, the weak leg. We got to balance that one out. Oh, I did see that BABA thing, bro. It was crazy. Huge tin foil. It's kind of wicked. Did y'all hear about the BABA controversy of what they were selling? Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Bro, literally on Alibaba, they had an item for sale, and they called it like a weather surveying drone, right? And straight up, bro, it was like a kamikaze drone used in war. Like, you could have bought a $56,000 kamikaze drone on Alibaba. Like the ones that are being used in like Ukraine and stuff. Absolutely insane. I'll find the post for you. People on Twitter were talking about it. It's insane. Yeah, look at this. Oh, no, hold on. I want to find the comparison one. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Buy it to review it on stream? You're insane. Yeah, here's the picture. This is the side-by-side. So this is what a kamikaze drone looks like. And this is what they have for sale on Alibaba. They took the item down already. Isn't that wild? You could have literally bought a damn drone on Alibaba. It is expensive. They said it's a, what do they call it? UAV surveying map inspection. Yeah, $57,000. I mean, you guys thought these stuff's cheap? Why you think they need $1,000 billion to fund the war? Y'all acting like heavy machinery weapons are cheap. You're like, 57,000 inflation. Who would pay? Man, bonds are still. I'm getting destroyed on that one. I don't want to cut it just yet, but I'm gonna have to wait till we get a green on that. But my goodness, bonds are still dying. That's hella creative. Oh, it's insane. Again, there's just more announcements of refunding. I think that's factoring in. And then once again, dollar's down. So we had that little rally there. Dollar's still green on the day, but down from earlier, but still very up, very up. Bostic. I don't have any comments from him. Let me see. And then armed drone shot down near U.S. base in northern Iraq. Let's see. There's the 7:30 live stream. No. No, there's no live stream for this one. Probably selling pressure. It's post-zero. Bonds are dying right now. That is sad. I got suckered in on that. I was hitting all of those. And then no. Because that's crazy. Bonds are now, they're well below the Fed level. But it's ironic that the Fed futures are still holding up the way that they are. Boeing is a going. Still, then TSM was near the high for a little bit. Can we ghetto spread that one still? Oh, those didn't come up. Yeah, TLT is just flushing. That's the long end bonds are getting destroyed. That's a huge. It's already down 2.5% just since Friday. That's a pretty big move if you think about it. Even after you, because that was, some people were thinking, I thought it could have been the bottom there. I was playing the December level. So I think it might have a bounce up here, but remember I was talking the other day, I think like 93.50 to like 93.20. That'll probably be your next low level. And then if you go below 93, bonds will really be in danger on TLT. Bitcoin has been dying since the ETF. That's why, I mean, it's still like holding up. I wouldn't call it dead. I mean, it's still at 42,000, but I mean, it's almost down, what, $7,000 since the high of the ETF? From what I found, that's a horrible deal. The drones are usually $40K. Definitely needs to be delisted from Baba due to price gouging alone. That's vicious. He said, not good deal, not good deal. Yeah, Boeing's running. Someone was asking about those 215s earlier. Again, remember, you pay with the time. DFS at 97? Oh, 98, 98. 98, 96. Where are the plays at? They're still worth less money than when they were here. They scammed the shit out of that one. And then the TSM option is still $4, which isn't bad. Boeing 250 for earnings. That's all you, bro. That's all you. I think Boeing, just follow the news cycle. And whenever you strike on it, you're going to have to wait. And it'll move around a lot and cost you money on there. But for now, I have no more. I only have that one Boeing play. It went up like 200%. And then next day, 0.5% gap up. It went bye-bye. Bonds love to bounce. They do. They love to bounce and they love to die. But I thought I was getting it at a good bottom price, but now we'll be lucky if we get that back to equal. That'll be the equilibrium, maybe. About to short the NASDAQ bond move is scary. I feel you. I would wait, though, kind of into next week with earnings. So, one, we're going to have the expiration, but like I'm saying, if the earnings are bad, then the long duration tech stocks, they are going to react to the bond yields. But as of now, bond yields and dollar are up, and you're still holding up. The only thing that I could say with that is that they're waiting for earnings, because right now all of those should be killed because of it. So I think earnings is going to be the decider to send them up or down or not on all the assets, possibly even the dollar. There's a catalyst for them for who? For the bonds? The bond auction, we already had them, and they just announced the refunding. Earnings deal breaker. Yeah, because again, if earnings are good, even if rates are like a little bit higher, why would you sell off? People are like, okay, that's going to buy me 3 more months, 6 more months of time. So, but then if the earnings are bad, then there you go. Yeah, DFS is going up. I mean, what, 49 cents to $1 now? But they were up a little bit more. We'll get in the money, but there'll be less premium here. Remember, we were in the money at pre-market. MO&O. Yeah, REITs, because again, bonds have just been dying. Yeah, remember, O was doing decent the other day. And then Abivi still at the high. They've been killing it. And then SPY coming down to VWAP. Unfortunately, 15 minutes later here now, your euro closed not so hot. Once again, you filled the gap, and then now you're going right back down. Literally yesterday, I think around the same time, you're actually dropping way faster than yesterday. Bostic should have been live already. I thought it was at 11:30. And then bonds going down even more. Bostic, and then I think that's it. And then Mary Dolly tomorrow. $12.05. He's on the schedule 3 times. So I have this one. Event starts. Oh yeah, Bostic remarks begin at 12:05. So event starts at 11:30, but this one isn't going to be live streamed. And then I think he speaks one more time towards the end of the day. And then DraftKings came down, still up 4% though. My goodness. Only been 2 hours though. Biddy's on the high. So Bitcoin still lower again. Bonds down almost another 1% on TLT. Bitcoin unhappy now. We were just talking about, Bitcoin below 42,000. Bitcoin is now, Bitcoin is like getting down to the Fed candle. So everything's matching up. I think everything except like the NASDAQ is around there. The NASDAQ might be a little higher. is Boston. Bostic, he's usually bullish, but he had comments this morning that weren't bullish, and we still went up. Again, that pervasive nature of the chip earnings and everything else kind of carried through a little bit more. Yeah, DFS 97.92 now. So those are starting to come back up. $1.10, $1.20. So every like 10 cents, the option will move up 10 cents, it seems. It's almost at a 1. And then bonds, another low. Where's the dollar? Remember, dollar was just dropping, but then it came back up. Dollar's still up, though. My goodness. Waller, the new bull, he was neutral. Well, Bostic still is pretty bullish, but they're all, again, just it seems like they all got a memo to calm the F down. And all of them have really relaxed in terms of talking about rate cuts, and now they're introducing doubt. Yeah, the DXY does look a lot better than UUP. But it's still relatively the same price. But again, even from yesterday, that little jump, that was big. And then, like we said, coming back to September, you had a move like this in December. So remember, before we did that little rally there in December, you had one of those epic dollar pops towards the end of November when things were getting kind of things were good, and then it got a little ugly, and then we took off. But you need the dollar to come back down. Even this would be a high point there considering, but I think markets would really, really love. That's the fuel you have. If the dollar goes down, that'll be a lot of gas for the market there. But then if it still stays up, I mean, it's came in like a wrecking ball. It's crazy, the damn yuan having deflation, even though it's still near the weakest in a while. Then JPY still weak as hell. We'll check the Nigerian Naira for fun. That even weakened a little bit. But the last weakening didn't cause an issue. FLT.V. Drone, is that, I don't even think I could load that up. Is that forward? Are you talking about Fleet Core? For drone delivery? I think just anything related to like shipments and cargo has done very well because of the Red Sea. Again, it's one of the biggest jumps in the last few years besides 2021. Do you like longer duration treasuries for the retired crowd? To a degree. I mean, it depends like how 4% a little bit higher is going to factor into your plan. But, if we are expecting lower rates here in the future, I mean, it would be good. But then again, I also like some companies that offer higher. But then the risk is, if you are retired, you're going to want safety. You don't want any risk. So that's kind of the benefit versus going with an equity. But I think it's appropriate. I mean, again, it's above 3%. It's not a low yield. It's not the highest yield. You could definitely diversify very, very effectively with them, in my opinion. Tesla down 20 to start the year. High yield ETFs for the win. Well, not if you're retired, because again, if, like I'm saying, the equity risk, you don't want to lose. If you are retired and you want to put your money to work, you don't want to lose value. That's the only advantage of locking in a bond right now, is that for the next 10 years, if you want 4% a year, you could lock that in with zero risk to your capital. Versus everything else, again, like you could go for an ETF, but there's the equity risk, the underlying risk of the price. And there's also the risk of the bond prices moving. But again, if you are going to hold it for that long, you're not even going to care. Welcome to the banking world. But the idea would be, you really want capital preservation if you're older. And I wouldn't take any company or ETF. So the dividend ETFs, they're great for yield, but the risk is how they can move. Same thing with the stock. You could get Pfizer at 6%, but the risk is that it comes down and you lose another 5% off of it or something. So it's not necessarily, if you're younger, that'd be ideal because then you could ride it out. Yeah, the dividend covers up your loss and then it comes back up. But if you want retirement and you want to guarantee and have a fixed income with zero risk to your capital, locking in some bonds isn't that bad of an idea. I don't think half the people in here buy stocks. You're telling me they know where to buy and sell button is buy. Wait, what? What are you saying, sir? Are you high? Are you saying buy and sell bonds? I'm confused. I think more than half of the people in here have a long term, which is on. I think really you're either newer or you fought against the long term if you don't have one. But I think a lot of people do. It's hard to buy bonds, but if you are older and it's something you really want and you understand, I mean, it's not any harder to figure out than buying a stock. Like, it's super easy to buy a bond. Long term. Should like the video. Shout out to long term, baby. Oh, he's saying if they can't hit the like button, how can they know to buy and sell? I feel you now. Yeah, hit the like button. That's exactly what he's saying. Oh, I feel. That makes sense. Maybe I'm the high one. I didn't understand that. I was like, what? What are you saying to me? Yeah, that may be. If you can't hit the like button, maybe the buying is difficult. Fidelity is 5 for cash. I think it's lower. I think Fidelity's at 4.99, unless it went up recently with the yields. But that's the only good part about Fidelity, your cash. If you have any cash sitting in there, that money market just pays you out. Damn, Disney's back to 92. Disney's been moving pretty wild lately. Spirit Airlines examining balance sheet options after failed JetBlue merger. Save getting destroyed now off of that. Sure, my lunchtime likable. Lunchables go hard, bro. Let's see. So I'm still up $96, but now we're almost there. Again, I guess we have $3 more to go before we hit our break even there. Let's see where the options are at. They just got no bid. 30. Spirit Airlines explores restructuring options. 50 per. Might do it again. Watch if it has all those. Again, remember, 2 million in volume is big for them. No Bostic comments, and then we still haven't even heard about what they're going to get from the JetBlue exit. But again, that's big volume. Last time it got halted on these type of moves, so it may get halted again. We'll see how this one plays out. Yeah, save the bankruptcy options. They just said they're exploring restructuring and that they there's one more headline. Examining balance sheet after failed merger. Spirit Airlines is examining options to address financial challenges after a federal judge blocked a low-cost deal to be acquired by JetBlue. They plan to discuss with an advisor paths forward for near-term debt maturities. The company has roughly $1.1 billion in debt due in September 2025, and the risks surrounding the ability to refinance are increasing. District Judge William rejected the $3.8 billion deal. A representative for Spirit on Wednesday said, while we're disappointed in this outcome, we're confident in our strengthened strategy Spirit has been taking and will continue to take prudent steps to ensure the strength of the balance sheet and ongoing operations. The airline could appeal the ruling. Next step is part of the legal process in a joint statement on Tuesday. With the merger off the table, Spirit is left to turn operations around and address coming debt on their own. Earlier this month, they completed a series of transactions, selling more than 24 planes and leasing them back, allowing it to pay down $465 million in debt on those planes and raising $419 in cash. The net losses have widened for the last 3 years. We are not yet predicting an immediate Chapter 11 filing, just an acknowledgement that we cannot reasonably identify a viable return to profitability anytime soon, analysts at JP Morgan wrote on Tuesday. The government set out to preserve Spirit Airlines as a standalone discounter that could offer cheap tickets, but the decision to block the merger may have been a nail in Spirit's coffin, some analysts say. We see ongoing cash burn over the next several years at Spirit, and a company needs to continue to raise capital to survive. Chapter 7 would result in the permanent reduction of supply as lessors would look to reallocate aircraft out of the U.S. That seems like an opposite outcome of what the judge wanted. Spirit's stock and bonds plummeted following the news. As budget carriers have faced challenges. I'm saying nobody's mentioning the breakup fee. So I don't know if they're going to be able to get any of that. But that's the one thing I'm waiting for on it. But I'm glad we sold the covered calls. But yeah, that's the current update right now. Mortgage rates in 3 minutes. That is kind of crazy. The judge is like, no, antitrust, you need a low-cost airline. And then he rejects the deal, and then they go BK. And now there's no low-cost airline. And then there's less competition, so prices go up. You can't make this stuff up, man. You can't make this stuff up. And then SPY dumping a little bit there. Actually, SPY dumping a decent amount. Back to VWAP. Again, bonds still going lower. What was it? Those DFFs are about to be in the money. I mean, SPY's kind of dumping hard right now. So out of nowhere, I don't know if it was the save stuff, but you are getting a little bit of a flush. Whatever names are holding up are still doing good. But my, oh my, even TSM, chips are coming down. I think all of the chips are getting a candle. So again, NASDAQ below 1. Russell and those banks sold off now. Oil is on the high. SPY is barely up here by a quarter, and Dow's down by a quarter. Bostic, he should be speaking here in a second. Bro, just 3. Maybe that's comments from him already. I don't know. That could be pre-Bostic. He's not, his statements aren't supposed to come out for 2 more minutes, but maybe there's a front run on Bostic's statements. You'll find out very, very shortly. Again, dollar and bonds are this damn signal all day, but we're still in the green on the SPY and NASDAQ for now. Biden says airstrikes in Yemen will continue. Only headline I saw. Well, Bostic was bearish this morning, but we kind of brushed it off with all the positive earnings. I'll keep the dollar up here. And then again, Apple and the chips are what's saving us. Disney's been weird. I mean, Nelson Peltz made some comments this morning, but remember, the last time the market went lower, Disney was strong. Then the next day it was weak, and then now it's doing it again. So we'll see. 96.07 on Discover would hit. I don't know. I don't know where the next level is. I mean, 95.93 is the top end. Your last earnings support's $95 to $94 flat, and then 92 if you really get lucky. Again, bonds and dollar, those are the only creepy things right now. Again, you're getting the random candle. And once again, Euro close sell-off like clockwork. Oil breaking out of the range. No, it has to get. Remember, oil was just at $75 not too long ago, 4 days ago. That was after when we started the operation, but it is running now. Oil's up 1.9. VIX spiking, still red on the day, but if we do go red, I'm sure the VIX is going to run. Again, you filled yesterday's gap now, so there's no more gaps to be filled, and then except for this one to the downside. Russell, I'm talking about the Russell 2000. Freddie Mac 30-year fix 6.66 versus, or 6.60 versus 6.66. Still a baby flush. I mean, you got a couple more points to go. One more point, you'll go red. So SPY goes down to 472. Again, the dollar last 2 days is awful, and then bonds are getting murdered. I don't even know if the bond volatility index is higher because it dropped the other day. Yeah, bonds are just dying, but the volatility is not hot, even though it's moving pretty decent percentage points every day. There it is. Fed Bostic cites conflicts around the world could complicate supply chains, risk that U.S. budget fights in election could affect economy. Bostic, given uncertainty, unwise for Fed to lock in any approach at this point. Bostic repeats baseline for rate reduction starting in Q3, with care needed not to cut too soon and risk renewed demand and price pressures. So again, same statements there, but it does have that bearishness to it. So third quarter 2023. The Fed futures aren't moving too much on that, though, ironically. Yeah, Fed futures, they got a little bit more bearish here, but still less bearish than yesterday. Well, what's the other one? Yeah, banks are kind of all over the place. Dollar popped off of that little drop, though. And then again, Bostic, no signs of bullishness, but at the same time, reiterating what he said this morning. And then again, just kind of saying Q3. He has said that in the past, though. Save down 18 and 8. Still going. I'm surprised they haven't halted it yet. That's bigger volume, though. Remember, though, that big volume is what dropped it down there. And then Disney still going up. Discover, we're about to fall in the money now. That one's up to 150. So that one's still moving. But then TSM still down, but still holding within the range. I'd rather watch Save go bankrupt than save the company. Doesn't that hurt the consumer more? Well, yeah, but if the company goes bankrupt and fails and then consumer prices go up, you could blame capitalism. You can't blame, government allowing big antitrust monopoly deals. But yeah, there's a lot of irony in that deal. A lot of irony. So again, we had that little drop there. Bostic, nothing good out of any of that. But it is a reiteration, and then we've been dumping since Euro close to begin with. It just looks like another one of these days. Just one of them days that the spot goes through when it flushes on the low. The market makers take it out on you. I just want to buy stocks on the high, and I don't know why they lie. Don't take it personal. Trade it, trade it, trade it, trade it, trade it. Don't take it personal. When would you consider taking DFS? Made 2 free, kind of want to hold, but up 300. It's up to you at this point. I mean, you could push some of them. I've sold early on a couple. I did think it was going to be in the money this morning. That's why I was holding it. But at that point, it is up to you. I kind of want to see how it reacts at the support levels and then go from there. But at the very least, I could pay for all my plays now. So, again, all these 2 standard deviations are hitting. And then dollar still holding up. Again, SPY going lower now. VIX is on the high. So like we said, watch if that goes green. You still got names holding up. But you got now 17 red on the Dow. Again, because whatever's green is going to stay green. if it was up like a lot, like Apple. And then NASDAQ, there's only 39 names red, 62 in the green. And then S&P 500, you got 296 red, 204 in the green. So I don't even think the composition is telling you much. You just got the weird earnings effect. Boeing gonna go, that'd be crazy. Because Boeing was up, wasn't it just at like 212? I guess it's already dropped $4. Ay, ay, ay. EVs continue death spiral. Tesla's at a low, man. I think that Tesla is just kind of magnificent how that is sold off already. Rinse and repeat. I mean, this was literally the same exact. When the market does go down, like just the first week of January, it has been on euro close. Remember last week when we went up, you didn't really get the euro close sell-off. But this week, literally so far every day, a couple minutes after euro close, we're just down. And then Fed futures are bullish now. So Fed futures they're in the green from yesterday. They're climbing up a little bit. December rate cut odds are starting to pull back now. So again, I think that Bostic comment had some effect underneath the surface. Even NVIDIA, bro. NVIDIA just gave up, what, $6 there? So, again, I think even the chip highs, AMD might even go red. TSM is still holding. And then, again, you're in the money now on the DFSs, but some of these earnings plays, what was the other one? Fast? That one even gave up a little bit, but if it had, like, really good earnings, it's holding up. But any of the sympathies, they have already given it up. And then the random plays that are in the green, they're just doing their thing there, like Abivai and Disney. But then SPY about to hit another low. So, again, watch for 47.47 now. You're 2 points away from that. That's the next level. We hit that. I'd watch for 47.40 gap fill, and then we go from there. Is it driving you nuts? Should the Fed speakers be priced in given their past personal behavior? Yes, but it's not priced in, though. Why? Because the market is still pricing in 6 rate cuts. So you can expect it, and it's not like Bostic changed it, but like it's hard to say whether or not this was the Fed speaker or euro close. So at the same time, though, it's hard to say it's priced in when we are still pricing in 50-50 odds of a rate cut in March and then another, 6 rate cuts by December. So the market December odds are still a majority at 4%. We're at 5.5%. That is still pricing in 6 rate cuts. So prior to the Fed, or even I think the Fed dot plot is saying we get 3 or 4, which is still a lot. But until the market gets there, I mean, I think it might still be vulnerable, but it's very hard to say. It just, the market is very stubborn in terms of this idea of cuts happening. Another flush now. VIX might go positive, only down 0.75% now. That's on the high. You got one more flush. Did you hit 47.47 off of that? Yeah, you're right here at the level now. That makes sense. It does, but then again, don't look for too much sense. Where it's just I do think we are playing the weird movements, holding you break even. But, like we've been talking about, those rate cut odds are sticky. But I wouldn't, everything doesn't have to make sense. Even this morning, the upside didn't make any sense at all with the dollar, the data, and everything else. Small minority in Congress could hold up Ukraine aid, says U.S. President Biden. $3 PM pump. Abivai just going up. TSM coming down. Okay, yalla DFS, yalla. Spoke right at euro close. Well, he was like 30 minutes after, but we were already dumping. Remember, though, Waller the other day, he made a comment that made us dump, and then euro close, we dumped afterwards. But you still bounced off of his bearishness and then sold off at euro. We were just doing the euro sell-off. And then those comments, again, it's not like Bostic said anything new, but he's just holding the line there in terms of bearish Fed speakers. Still a lot of time. That is the crazy part. أنا أتكلم عربي حبيبي. أنت بتكلم عربي؟ ازيك؟ Everybody's doing his thing. The chip makers even sold off on that. But once again, I mean, the problem is dollar and bonds. No matter what, even if earnings gets us popped up here, that's why we got to get past this expiration, see if the earnings are going to make things follow. But just constantly, no matter what, it's like, dude, bonds and dollars are a mess right now. Nelson Peltz called for Disney to improve streaming margins as he nominated himself and former Disney chief Jay Rizzullo. I think they rejected him. USO and oil still climbing. That could have been a good pickup there. We talked about that one hitting the 72s and then popping up. That's exactly what it did. But energy still moving. All right, SPY, a little bounce off of that. Again, you hit the level, but watch out. That could just be a reload to the downside. If it goes up, rejects, I mean, you're still going to just constantly be holding a downtrend since every euro close as of late. Airbnb. Yeah, they got him. Every time. Every time. Even Snapchat's holding up, but again, they were a lot higher the other day. A dollar dip, but it's still high. That's the crazy part, even if it's back up here. Because remember, if the market was green today, people felt good. It's just that, you know, when we pull up the DXY, that 2-day move so far, just in the last 2 days, it was already bad. ZN, I want to add another bond. I'm getting kind of nervous on it. I either want to add or cut. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to wait till the lower levels. Because like I said, if it goes, I want low 93s, like really low 93s. Otherwise, if it breaks 93, your bonds could be in a world of hurt. But bonds are going to have their own range too. So like, remember, 4.25. But that's what I'm saying. Bonds right now, they're going to work their way up to like 4.5, 4.2. But if they get above 4.25 now, I mean, that starts to open up the floodgates. So you have to watch out for the downside there. Bill is doing good. I mean, yields are still around 4.9, 5%, I think, on the short terms. Ugh. The TMF for a long time. Bonds still going. So again, every one of these bounces, market's going up, but then the dollar and bonds are going in the opposite direction. So that may be some of the heat turn it up. Hasi on the low, HASI. Hannon Armstrong, they're down 5%. A couple of flush candles right there. Out to 6 months is yielding 6%. Huh? What do you mean? Are you sure? I don't think anything's yielding 6% right now. How much are we waiting for Pfizer? I'm just waiting for my deposit. So I like that it came lower, but any of the plays for the long term, I'm looking at BABA, Pfizer, MO, and a couple of others. But for now, those are, I have to wait till I get a deposit. So I'm not really on a price as much as I am of where's the price once we have some available cash. And then I sold a covered call on DraftKings, which is good. We're going to yield $700 on DraftKings, increase some of the yield this year. Where does the deposit come from? Oh, well, when a boy long-term meets a female long-term, and they really love saving, they make a commitment to each other to save 10%. And then they add it to the long-term. And then once you make that commitment, you make your deposit every month. I don't know. I don't know if I'm the one to be having this conversation with you. I have the Bank of America puts, yeah. Where are they? I'm up like, I think, 100% on them, 25 cents to 50. It's pure profit. I kind of want to ride it out. I like, because again, they got to 75 cents a dollar pretty quick, but then again, they're still pretty sketchy. Redfin cover call, I want to wait now. We should have sold them that day I talked about them. They were so high, and now then the stock just got pummeled. Tips auction shouldn't do too much. If anything, I was like right around here, there was announcements of like selling more bonds. So I think that was something underneath the surface today that had a negative effect. And then we're right at the money on Discover. CCTG. What is this? Up 120%. SPR is starting to fly here a little bit. Save. They either got to announce something good or somebody comes in to support. Maybe the government supports them. I don't know. It's like the government's kind of making them go bankrupt now. It's a very ironic situation. But I am waiting. Nobody's talking about it, though. So I don't know. Maybe I'm off on it. But so far, it's been very quiet in terms of the breakup fee. But I do think they are supposed to get a couple $100 million off of that. Mixed in with the lease back cash they got and the breakup fee that should pay that $1 billion. But we will see. Bank of America. SPY flushing again. So once again, bonds and dollars, they are leading the way. Dollar not as much, but bonds for sure. How does it even look? Yeah, bro, the jaws are even bigger. Yeah, it's kind of, again, bonds are lagging now heavy beyond there because market's still near all-time highs and bonds are not. Will bonds go down be good for the market? Not for a long time. I mean, again, bonds down means yields going higher. So people, that's just, it's flying right in the face of what everybody wants. I test that 200 for the swing trade. I'm still in the Spirit Airline play. We're up because of the covered calls, but that was the only thing that saved us. But the shares are down, and then you're up on the covered calls. I think you could even close them out right now. Even the latest close would have guaranteed a little bit more than 3. Like the latest trade on that option was 50% lower. So we get to ride it out. Again, our break even is like 280. If they do go BK, we'll be fucked. But at the same time, I think you might get a little bit of that back and forth. And I want to see about the breakup fee, but like I said earlier, just recently, nobody's talking about it. So PHILO and Levi extend licensing deal till end of 2029. 30-year climbs to the highest since December 11th. Yeah, bonds are now below the Fed. Bonds are below, dollar is higher, Russell is lower, and then one more asset, I think, is moving. And then SPY and NASDAQ are the only things higher than the Fed. So, again, that's December 13th. So SPY and NASDAQ are both higher. NASDAQ's near a damn high. I don't know where the Dow is. The Dow is actually still higher, too. So all of your indexes are up, but every other asset class that has kind of influenced it is not. It makes no sense until we get the earnings. Earnings might make a lot of sense of it. Is there any way that hundreds of people bought 100 shares of SAVE that would save them? Yes and no. Because if everybody bought this stock and the stock price went up, the only way to save them is if the company dumped more shares to pay their debt. So you could save, but it's going to cost you. Does that make sense? So it's not like if everybody wanted to buy it and it went up, the company is going to issue $1 billion worth of shares to pay their debt. But then by selling that many shares, whatever price would have gone up, it would dump because they're doing it kind of like, was it Hertz or was it Kodak who did that? Or I guess AMC. AMC got away with it because it kept going higher and higher, but then eventually, Adam Aaron was like, I want more for me. We should buy their debt. It's $1 billion. But again, why would you want to buy debt that isn't worth the collateral? So whatever the debt's collateralized by, it's like if it's not worth it, why would you want to overpay hundreds of millions of dollars? The only person willing to do that was JetBlue. That's the crazy one. That's why it was such a good deal. Yeah, they have like $1.1 billion in debt. The stock itself isn't even worth that much. Bro, bonds, is that real volume? No, I don't think so, but bonds are still flushing. So again, little baby bounce. Dollar may come down a little. Watch if the dollar climbs, but bonds are the victim for today. You get a whole fleet of salvage Boeing plane, huh? So again, what they just did, they sold their planes and then leased them back. So they got somebody to buy their planes and then rent them back to them. Yeah, Frontier wanted to buy them too, but no matter who buys them, the general idea is that if one of these bigger companies buy you, there's no such thing now as a low-cost airline. But then again, the irony is if they go bankrupt, there's still no such thing as a low-cost airline. The difference is one would be a failure of capitalism versus government allowing monopolies. So again, in an election year, I'm sure you could see which one they went with. I don't know how Spirit doesn't do good. Well, maybe I don't know how you make money charging $20 a flight, but at the end of the day, man, you would think the idea of cheap flights. I feel like if they didn't get Airbnb marketing, that's the funny part. People hate Spirit. They talk shit about it like it's Airbnb, but Airbnb, they get mad at high prices. Save was cheap and everybody would still talk shit about it. That's why I never understood it. I was like, bro, if you don't like Spirit Airlines, you're just a hater. There's something wrong with you. I'm telling you. It's not bad for $20, $40, $100, you know? It's crazy. I do have my shares. I'm down on them now, but the covered calls are making us more. I won't lie, though. They delayed the shit out of me last time I went on a Spirit Airlines flight. I took one to Vegas, and it was just fucking... I got delayed by like an hour and a half. I'm just sitting there in the airport on the floor. I'm like, it's a bullshit. But it's hilarious. It's literally like, so Airbnb, like, you know how there's like a hate campaign against Airbnb? It's just certain companies, they have that in this culture, right? Like everybody hates Airbnb no matter what. They're like, they're spying on you. It's a scam. I don't want to take out the dishes. Like, it's like, dude, that's not how they all work. Same thing with Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines is synonymous with like being ratchet. They have marketed Spirit Airlines to become ratchet. But I'm like, dude, that's the best deal out there sometimes. You bought round trip to Colombia with bags for $350. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, it is true. They don't make money on the flights. It's that credit and airline. Spirit has a program, but I guess people don't want to be. You don't want to admit that you got Spirit points. I got Spirit fingers. What? I mean, SPY going lower again. Dollar in bonds, though. At least the bonds didn't flush, but they flushed 2 minutes ago. Southwest is not that bad of an airline. Southwest just stays out of the drama. They've been doing their thing for years. They just focus on the Southwest. You know, they're great. They're great. Even their ticker is love. Like Southwest, they got love. They got hearts and shit. Like, you know, nobody hates on Southwest. I don't know if Spirit goes international. I do know the Spirit is with you wherever you go, though. Amen, amen. Different spirit, different spirit. The paper and Breck said the average Airbnb for the holiday week was $792 a night. What was it for the hotels? Because, dude, everywhere. I stayed at a hotel in a couple of these winter spots, and my goodness, those were insane. But did you die kind of deal with Spirit? But no, Spirit wasn't that bad. That's what I'm saying. I feel like people, they go after, like, just like Airbnb. But, like, Spirit flights aren't, like, I don't think I've ever died. I've been on a few, but I'm still here. But it's like, I don't think it was ever, like, I was never concerned, if that makes any sense. He said, I mean. Okay, another little baby flush. Mara's on the low. I don't know if Bitcoin's still dumping. Discover trying to bounce a little. Watch if the banks come down. Till the banks come down. Wow. You've been punched in the face when using Spirit? Why? I mean, I think you're just a problem, sir. I've never had any altercation at an airport in my life. Granted, I'm Middle Eastern, so I approach airports a little differently than some of y'all. But I've never had any sort of issue at an airport. I don't know. Force, you're right. You're hovering at the 40. If that flushes, though, could get ugly, and bonds keep doing it. Some guy threw up on an aisle Spirit flight. Okay, that sounds pretty bad. You've never flown in your life? Wow. I didn't take my first plane until I was 18. That's crazy. You're sorry if the airports profile you. I'm good. I don't look that Middle Eastern. Like, I think Kanye West would profile me before anybody at an airport. But then again, I just can't answer too many questions at an airport. Once they start asking who I am, I'm like, oh, shit. I told you, last time I went to an airport, bro. Last time I went to an airport, it was a Chad. No exaggeration. I'm going through the TSA. This dude is, like, patting me down. And then as middle of patting me down, he's like, are you Josh? And I'm like, yeah, why? And he's like, bro, I used to watch the stream all day during 2020. I haven't seen him in the Chad yet, but yeah, my TSA agent, he was a Chad, bro. We talked for a little as I waited for the bag to come out. He told me everything. He said he got the long term, though. I was excited about that. I was like, there you go. Mm-hmm. While being searched. I wasn't getting searched. He was just doing the, like, X-ray pat-down thing, you know? He didn't, like, nah. Like, you know, it wasn't that insane. Flusher-Rooney, even the bonds, too, man. It's crazy. Markets are holding up way too good right now. It is getting kind of ominous. I said, again, yesterday was more ominous, but what's more ominous is that the bonds keep gapping lower and the dollar keeps going higher. So if anything, I mean, the resiliency on the SPY is so much better. I'm not really concerned with the SPY moving down, but if eventually, once these bonds and dollars start moving, these might move. Saves on the low now, too. Nothing happened. If anything, it was good earnings today. But again, Bostic, we are substantially pre-Bostic. We dumped, and then right as the statements came out, you went lower, bounced up, and then now you're flushing. And then all the while, Fed futures, they are reversing in the other direction. Yeah, Save is getting pummeled right now. Fed futures are actually break even, though. So December rate hike odds are this exact same as yesterday. I think March odds, let's take a look. Where is it? Where is it? Fed rate monitor. Odds for March, still about 53. They've dropped like 6% today. Save, they said they were talking restructuring options today, and that's what caused the death blow in the last like hour or so. Holding U.S. SPY right now. I mean, it's outpacing everything else in the world right now. So it's either going to catch up to the dollar and the bonds, and we're going to get a little bit of downside, or all of the other stuff recovers and then earnings. But I do think carnage up or down, like big run up, big drop down, I do think that will arrive as a result of post expiration tomorrow, and then your boy the earnings next week. Cut bonds. I'm thinking about it, but I think one more average before, but I'm waiting till 93 flat, but that plays murderous. But I do think what I thought would have been our little baby bottom, that's going to be equilibrium. So when it does get a bounce, I mean, it's going to be able to work its way. Again, until the only risk is if it breaks above 4.25. So that's where I'd want to average, or really we got to decide to cut, because if it goes above 4.25, it will be a nightmare. But then again, it's like if it hits 4.25 around 4, that's where I'm thinking we'll get some support. You averaged yesterday. I averaged right before. I thought I was going to close out of that one green. I should have took the green on Friday, but it is nuts already. That play is gnarly. But you could use the points on the 10-year. So again, if the 10-year gets to 4.25 and above, then we have a big problem. But if not, like I'm saying, either the market's going to come down or the bonds even more. But it's been almost like, every day this year has gone, fucking the bonds look like Tesla. Maybe that's partly why Tesla's getting clapped. Because remember, anytime the yields come up, Tesla does cut rates. I'd buy the BABA for the long term, anything below 72. Or where do we get it? 72.60, 73? Why bonds? That's the weird part, is that I think bonds, though, they just have a little bit of extra fluff. Dollar getting a big candle there, but SPY and bonds trying to bounce off that. But I do think that's the weird part. It's just the bonds are moving more on the total curve versus the sticky-ass rate cut odds. That's the problem we're getting. That's where all the confusion in the market. Even Eric was like, wait a minute, why are we even going down off of Fed speakers? Okay, dollar went down off of that little volume candle. But the problem is that, like, right now, no matter what's happening, equities, dollar, bonds are moving all over the place, but those Fed futures are still pricing in 6 rate cuts, no matter what, and it's still 50-50 odds for March. Those are being stubborn, and that's what's making this market move all over the place, keeping things high while other things are pushing apart. That is literally what's creating the divergence. It's everybody kind of battling over rate cut odds, and it's making that front run a lot more difficult. The gaggle, well, Biden's going to be on there. Biden's going to deliver a march on high-speed internet, and we're investing in the internet. We're going to do it fast and high speed. Hey, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll let you guys listen to your government officials. You'll get pissed off.
You'll see all that, but that happened.
I'll be right back. Follow me on the
Insta Facebook. You've all seen the reports out of Pakistan. They fired missiles into Iran. We're monitoring this very, very closely. We don't want to see an escalation. Clearly in South Asia, South and Central Asia, and we're in touch with our Pakistani counterparts, as you expect. We'll let the Pakistanis speak to their military operations. I'm not going to parse that or do it or try to operationalize it here from Air Force One. And then lastly, Jake Sullivan, our national security advisor, will be meeting this afternoon with families of the American hostages that are still being held by Hamas. And we expect that most, if not all, of the families will be represented in that meeting. The manifest is still being worked out, but we'll have more to say after that meeting occurs. That's it.
John, just to start things off, what are the U.S. concerns about the situation between Pakistan and Iran, and why would you see possible risks of escalation?
Well, I mean, these are two well-armed nations, and again, we don't want to see an escalation of any armed conflict in the region, certainly between those two countries. Again, I want to let Pakistan speak to their military operations. I want to be careful about that. As you know, they were struck first by Iran, which was obviously another reckless attack, another example of Iran's destabilizing behavior in the region. So again, I think I'll leave it at that.
Was the United States aware of those attacks before they happened? Did the Pakistanis give?
I am not aware of any pre-notification that we received at all.
Does the United States intend to support Pakistan, seeing that it's a major non-NATO ally of the country?
I don't have an update for you on that.
What about just arms control? I mean, the president said that this shows that Iran is not well liked. I mean, isn't that why they want a nuclear weapon?
Who, Iran?
Yes.
I'll let the Iranians and the regime speak to their ambitions, and we still maintain on our policy is that we do not want to see an Iran with nuclear weapons, because an Iran with nuclear weapons is bad for the whole region, if not globally. Now, as the president said when he first came into office, we certainly would have preferred to achieve that outcome through diplomacy. Obviously, that's not going to happen anytime soon. So we will make sure that we have the capabilities and the options available to the commander-in-chief to prevent that outcome if it comes to that. He has said clearly we will not allow them to achieve a nuclear weapon capability.
John, as a long-term strategy, should Americans just expect the regular airstrikes to be at least the near-term, if not the long-term?
We certainly don't want that to be the case, JJ. We're not looking for a conflict with the Houthis. We're not looking for a conflict in the region. But we have to be able to act in our own self-defense, not just for our ships and our sailors, but for merchant ships and merchant sailors and international shipping in the Red Sea. And as you heard the president say this morning, right before he came out here, these strikes will continue for as long as they need to continue to try to disrupt and degrade the Houthis' ability to continue to conduct these attacks.
But he also said, no, they're not working. So why continue with the same strategy if the Houthis are still continuing to attack?
With each and every one of these strikes, we are taking away capability from the Houthis. With each and every one of these strikes, we are making it harder for them to continue to propagate these attacks. Again, as we've said many times, they have a choice to make. The choice ought to be to stop these reckless attacks. If they don't, then we have additional options available to us, and we won't be shy about using them.
And then can you talk about what other things are on the table? Could there be a change in tactics, a strike on Iran? Can you talk about what could be on the table in the future?
No, I'm not going to telegraph punches one way or another, except to say is what the president said this morning, that if the Houthis continue to go down this path, we will continue to do what we can to disrupt and degrade their ability to make those choices.
And one more on Pakistan. Has the United States assessed that these were legitimate targets?
I don't have any military assessment independent here to talk about. As I said, we'll let the Pakistanis speak to their operations.
On the Iran, do you have any reaction to the Taliban calling for peace between the countries?
Between Iran and Pakistan, is that what you're saying? Yeah. Look, I'll let the Taliban speak for themselves. I'll let other nations that have weighed in here speak for themselves. You've heard from us. We're watching this closely. We don't want to see an escalation. We're in touch with our Pakistani counterparts, as you might expect that we would be. If the Taliban want to be taken seriously on the world stage, they need to meet the commitments that they said they would meet when they took over the governing structure, to treat women and girls appropriately, to abide by international law, and we haven't seen them meet those commitments.
Do you have any reaction to Netanyahu rejecting a Palestinian state in a post-war scenario for Gaza?
I would just tell you that nothing's changed about President Biden's desire that a two-state solution is really in the best interest of not only the Israeli people, but of course the Palestinian people. In fact, it's the best interest of the region, and we're not going to stop working towards that goal. This is not a new comment by Prime Minister Netanyahu. We obviously see it differently. We believe that the Palestinians have every right to live in an independent state with peace and security. And the president and his team is going to continue to work on that. Obviously, the focus right now is making sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself against Hamas, and that humanitarian aid and assistance continue to get to the desperate people of Gaza. But there's going to be a post-conflict Gaza, and we have been exceedingly clear about what we want to see that look like. And, we want governance in Gaza that's representative of the aspirations of the Palestinian people, that they have a vote and a voice in what that looks like, and that there's no reoccupation of Gaza.
But what reason do you have to believe that he's not actively working against that outcome if that's his view?
Again, he's been very clear about his view. We've been very clear about our view. That's not going to change, and we're going to continue to have those two discussions, not just with our Israeli counterparts, but with our other counterparts in the region. We viable. We still think it's possible. We still think it's the best outcome for the Israeli people as well as the Palestinian people.
He's been very clear on that before. When has he specifically said he does not want?
He has said in recent comments that he's not supportive of that.
Publicly or privately, do you mean? Okay.
Man, it really do be the same exact questions. And then the same exact answer over and over again. Yeah, but now again, the Pakistanians, they got involved a little bit today. So again, you're just conflict. We're getting used to war. That's it. Started with one. It's a slippery slope, man. Slippery slope. I wonder how the rest of this year, even 2025, again, whether you get another Biden presidency or if there is a replacement from Donald Trump to... who was the other one? DeSantis. I can't believe DeSantis got more votes than Nikki Haley. Or Nikki Haley. Because Biden, there's not going to be any other Biden candidate, is there? Unless Gavin Newsom come out of nowhere. Pakistan attacked Iran because they were responding to some of the other attacks and they don't like them. They're like, does this show proof that the world doesn't like Pakistan or doesn't like Iran? That's what he said. He said it's evidence. We got PHILO today. Do we? Are you feeling lucky? If you're feeling lucky, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. You know, if we were going to do PHILO, it would be in like 10, 15 minutes. Maybe 10 minutes. I don't know. Are you feeling lucky? We like 1980s Iran? Well, no, because that's why we fucked them up. But again, Iran used to be a very, very powerful nation. Again, even economically, the golden goose of the Middle East is what they've called it. Iran hit Pac first, and Pac hit Iran back. Yes. Well, and then people are just blaming whatever the Houthis do. I mean, Iran is catching the blame for it. Dean Phillips is challenging Biden. Who the F is Dean Phillips? You know, at least Biden got a brand name. What can I do? Who's Dean Phillips? I don't trust him already. Minnesota. Why doesn't anyone want to run again? Want to run against Biden? I think it's because they don't know who could win, and then Biden already won, and then at the same time, you know, you already got a winning. Don't fix it if it works, I guess. And I say that with quotation marks. Meta Nvidia estimates, says Zuckerberg will spend $18 billion on chips. Coin coming down again. That little rally there in bonds and everything else, not really holding up too much. Zuckerberg, please don't spend money. Even liberal people are turning on Biden. Well, I mean, the sad reality though is that if Donald Trump becomes the nominee for the Republicans, Biden's still going to have a shot. There's more people who hate Trump than dislike Biden. But then again, there's a lot of people who love Trump regardless of anything. So that is going to, you know, so y'all need to vote for either how much you hate Trump or how much you hate Biden. That is what you're going to have to, you better get out there and vote. That's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you. You dislike Trump. I hate Biden. You hate Trump. You don't like Biden. Yeah, you got a lot of it. It's everybody. I'm telling you, it's crazy because, you know, it's like people didn't like Trump 4 years ago, but definitely, you know, another 4-year Trump presidency and then another 4 years of Biden. You know, it's like I'm saying, just those are such divisive candidates. Both of them are just like, wow. Yeah, it's crazy to think about it. Don't vote for who you hate campaigning. Hilarious, fam. Well, I mean, the thing that sparked this conversation is some people said, like, again, even liberals are turning on Biden, but it's like if Donald Trump is the competitor, people are faced with the decision of, okay, which one do you dislike more? That's about it. Whichever one you dislike least, that's probably who you're going to vote for. Maybe you don't vote at all, but at the end of the day, it's not as if it's. I do think it's a reality. That's why you didn't have a red wave in the midterms and a lot of other things. Is that people were really they are fighting against ideologies and individuals, but people are. It's not like we're having a debate of candidates. We're like, oh yeah, new ideas, fresh ideas. No, it's all old now. Everybody is old. Biden's old. Donald Trump is old. You know, you're going more off of history and opinions of what they did and how you feel about them more so than not. Get in mind regardless. Amen, baby. Amen. Four years of Trump is less detrimental than 4 years of Biden. I'm giggling because I'm like, depends on who you ask. You haven't seen those. You got to watch the TikTok interviews. There's like people who already go around and they're like, would you vote for this or that? And like, dude, it's surprising. Both choices are very, very divisive. We didn't make any new earnings plays today. I don't know if we will. Let me double check. You have PPG, JB Hunt. So, yeah, somebody was asking about JB Hunt. They have earnings tomorrow. That could be one that could move a decent amount. Oh, man, I don't like any of the Friday plays. And this stupid-ass Fifth Third Bank. Why are you the fifth third? Doesn't that mean you in, like, 15th place or something? How do you be the fifth third anything? Why don't you just say the 15th? Or the 5th or the 3rd? I don't understand it. You bank with them? Why? Do you like confusing shit? They're like, hello, welcome to Fifth Third Bank. Would you like to make a deposit withdrawal? Excuse me? Would you like to wire your deposit on your auto pay to make your payment? I don't understand. Would you like to get a reverse mortgage that's not reversed? The current mortgage rate's at -6 and we charge a fee of 6 plus 5. What? Fifth and Third Trapaholics mixtapes. Like, this is ridiculous. I want to make a withdrawal. I love to process your withdrawal deposit. How may I help you? Goodbye. What? I just... Where am I? You're on 5th 3rd Street. What? This makes no sense. Honestly, that name just pisses me off. Stupidest name. Just let me get an earnings play so I don't look at it. Yeah, JB Hunt. Oh, I need to see how they've moved on the last ones. JBHT. And then SPY, once again, that little rally, you might get flush number 2. They haven't really moved too much. I might pass on JB Hunt. Let me go. I'll check the preview in a second. $18. That's up or down. So, like, what? 212 to the high? Oh, no, still expense. 280, like 270. The puts are kind of cheap. The 170, but it's kind of expensive. But so was UNH. That one went crazy. The big SPY came. It was right before Bostic, but we were just dumping right at Euro close. We did another Euro close sell-off, and then Bostic, he said the same exact thing. He said in the morning, reiterated what he said last week, 2 weeks ago, about rate cuts in the third quarter, but market didn't like it. We got a little bit more hawkish, but now Fed futures are higher than they were yesterday now. What was it? Netflix heard. Netflix is expensive. It's pricing in 10%. Like, if you want to go for 2 standard deviations, it's going to cost you like $200 both ways. Which, again, there's been like UNH was an expensive company, but like it wasn't even that expensive. It's pricing in a lot. The vote I will forever cast will be for our co-leader. God bless everyone. Don't forget to remain. Put shout out to all the 5+ hairlines. Amen. I'm about to be like a -10 hairline, man, or it's about to get bad. Amen, bro. Yeah, JP Hunt, they moved 9% down on last earnings, a gain of 4 the one before that, loss of 1, and then gain of 5. And then they're down 2% since October. I don't know. I think I'm going to pass on JB Hunt. The vitamins, they were. I stopped taking them. I started taking other vitamins. I still have them. I just forget. That's it. I just gave up. It's okay. I like it. I just went to Men's Depot. They said I like the way I look, and I said, all right, I'll just go with that branding. Or was it called Men's Warehouse? Office Depot. UAL. I don't like any airlines. I'm not a big fan of any of the airlines. Do have Mercedes do the maintenance? They're expensive. I do, but like it's not that bad. Like my cars, I mean, I don't knock on wood. Latest car issue was that damn rodent. But why do you keep getting new cars? And are you buying these things used? Because it seems like you keep getting these new cars, and then you're like, I'm going into the maintenance shop. You gotta get something just under warranty, certified pre-owned if it is pre-owned, and then call it a day. But you shouldn't be in there. You should not be in the. Oh man, another flush. Pfizer trying to go up. Yeah, 4745. So again, we fill gap at 4739. 10-year tips 1.82 before 18 billion auction. Bonds are kind of coming. I don't even know if that's going to have too big of an effect. It's a tips auction. They don't really. They're inflation protected, so they go like somewhat off of demand. But again, like CPI and all of that factors into it. We'll see. SPY slid. It could go negative. Russell's down now. NASDAQ lost half of the gain. Still in the green. But we will see. TSM's still a little lower. Discover's coming up now. So 49 cents to like 170, 180. We're almost doing a little bit better in the money on that. Where's Bank of America? Almost $3K for rotors and pads for the GLS. I think the G-Wagon's cheaper because it wasn't that much when I did mine. But it's okay. Should last for a decent amount of time. Yeah, 3K is a lot. I think the G-Wagon was like 1,800. So, but then again, nowadays they just be like supply chain. You're like, damn it. 10-year tips 1.75 came in at 1.81. So slight demand on the tips auction. Interesting. You got more demand for the inflation protected ones. I don't think it's going to do that much. Citi now sees rate cut in June. And Fed futures are still better than yesterday, though. Or they pull back a little bit. Need Discover to hit 96. Again, it's like 90, low 96s, but like 94 to 92. Those would be some good levels there. And then TSM still kind of lower. Bond still flushing. Watch 93.50 to 93 flat on TLT. That's going to be the danger zone. Again, you could use the 10-year as a guide as well. Southwest is on the high. Interestingly enough, they're up 2.3. I don't know if any of the other airlines, SPR, Boeing still holding. Disney came down a little bit. AMD, is that about to go negative? Yeah. AMD's in the red now. Gold. I don't like gold options. I have some set of gold, but that was the worst play out of any of the gold plays. But be careful with GLD options. They're dog shit. I've known that for years. I just wanted to get in on the hype after we were playing all that gold, but like it reminded me how bad they are. Snap still up. Again, you're still doing the little flush. Is dollar high? Yeah, dollar's been moving around a little bit since that bounce. And again, we're down since Euro close plus Bostic. Google's new data center will be ready for off-site heat recovery. I don't know what that means. You're muted again. I see you on there. So again, man, it could be YouTube. Remember Danny, I had to make him a mod. None of his messages would show up, but some chads have said that like their chats only show up on mobile. So I don't know if you're going between them, but mobile you might have a better shot. Otherwise, you should reach out to YouTube support and ask them, and then they're going to send you around to run around like they do with me and everybody else. But I wish I could control it, but unfortunately I can't. Well, I did see that message. Oh, yeah, maybe turn off ad blocker. Did you see a question about best play outside of gold futures? No, I don't recall. You said bull in China shop. I see your message on Trump isn't divisive. And then your Sony phone. And then cart and app with nothing on gold. But yeah, either turn off ad blocker or use mobile. That's the only thing that I've had other reports from. But like, you're not banned or anything. It doesn't even say you've been timed out on that or nothing. It's not even like Nightbot clapped you either, unfortunately. Well, right now, gold is a victim of the dollar. There's no other way around that. Gold as the metal, yes. Gold, no. Gold like GC. When I talk about an asset, usually a commodity, I am referring to the futures on it. Like, so oil, I'm playing CL. Gold, I'm playing GC. Wheat, ZW. You know, so on and so forth. Gold is going up, though, honestly, even with the dollar today. So now bonds are curling here with a little SPY flush. We'll see how this plays out. And then dollar still kind of elevated. TSM still there. Low ticker's getting pretty gassy now. The Qs are on the high, and VIX is now in the green. PHILO could help the SPY. It might be a good time. Let's see the level. What is that? U.S. launched additional strikes early Thursday at a couple of Houthi anti-ship missiles that were being prepared to fire into the Red Sea. And you are like about to fill the gap. So the little gap up from yesterday. SPY's about to close it again. VIX is now back in the green. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. RMD, FDA, certain ResMed masks for sleep apnea recalled. Oh, that's awful. Those things get dirty. Yeah, RMD got a cheek lay off of that. FDA, certain ResMed face masks for sleep apnea recalled. Little cheek lay. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, are you ready? I have a PHILO for you. I hope the market likes it. We'll see. I hope the bonds like it, maybe. We'll find out what this day brings. I think we ran out of events for the day, too. I don't know if we're going to get much, but I hope I could give you a good event to start thinking. And honestly, today is this PHILO. I hope it will lead you into the category of people where I could congratulate you for birthing a new spirit, man, for getting your mind right, man, for growing, the desire to grow. Man, I get too hyped off of it, but today is today's PHILO. It's kind of it's interesting. It's very interesting. We're in a weird way. I don't know if some of you are ready for this, but I don't know. Y'all been supporting wars for the last couple of years. We're going to talk about killing things. Oh, man. Is this weird? Maybe it's weird. Maybe. Not as much. It's not going to be that dark. Don't worry. But this one, I will give you your disclaimer. You ain't going to like the spirit stuff. You ain't going to like to hear. You're not going to like this one. But again, and I'll explain why you don't like it, actually. So maybe you'll want to stick around if you want to understand some of it. Killing the ego? Well, no, it's kind of bigger than that. The ego is part of it, but we'll see. But I'll just let me give you a little bit of background. Okay, a little bit of background on society and some of the things we ask nowadays. I'll tell you. You tell me, man. You tell me. But it seems as if nowadays it's not so much about who God is, and the question has now become, what is man? Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. Think back in the day. You know that, like cultures, societies, Renaissance, all the things, year after year, generation after generation. You'd have people, they'd be like, who's God? Who is God? I want to know God. And then again, we've entered into a modern era where, again, I bring up God, people think I'm foolish because they say, why do you care about Sky Daddy? Like, you should be asking, who is man? Literally, it's very pragmatic, right? It's looking at what we have and asking ourselves what we have, right? And saying, well, we are people. We operate like this. We have more of a focus on what is man, not so much as who is God. All right? I'll give you a better one. A lot of generations before us used to really focus on if there was life after death. That's a big spiritual concept, right? Life after death. You hear heaven, you hear hell, reincarnation. You could go down the list. Life after death. Now what do we ask? Anybody? We don't care about life after death anymore. I don't know. Look around. What do we care about? This one's an interesting one. Let's see if you know. Let's see. I'm gonna make y'all think a little bit. Ah, there it is, baby. You got it. Yeah. You guys got it right on the head right away. We don't care about life after death. We care about life before death. No? All right, we don't, like, seriously, you don't want to try to understand why understand the purpose of God when you're trying to understand the meaning of a great life. Right? You want to know what the meaning of life is before you die. Everything else, I mean, you'll focus on it later, I guess, right? Pretty wild to think about. So that's why today I'm going to just give you something very simple. Something very simple, man. And talk about why your life and how you live in both prior and after is so important. But let's talk about the prior. I'll just tell you something right now, man. Have you guys noticed? Like, this is one common theme of the Bible. I love it, but I hate it at the same time. Because it's quite sad if you really think about it. The general notion that you cannot have a blessing without somebody trying to destroy it. Yes or no? You tell me. Have you ever seen something of accomplishment, whether you achieved it, whether you see it, whether you know it in history? You cannot have a blessing and accomplishment without somebody trying to destroy it. That's literally from the age of time. That's why I said I hate it, because, like, for real, if you don't want to get anything out of the Bible, great, that's fine. But, like, bro, all of these little stories, you know, was it like Nehemiah? He wanted to build a wall or build one of the things. They got mad just because they didn't like what he was doing. Again, the whole concept of, like, Jesus getting born, right away, they're like, we should kill him. From the birth of all of it. Every single story, no matter what, age of humanity. You could go read other religions, other stories. From the beginning of human times, when anything is new and created, especially if it's, like, big, even innovation. Again, you can't have AI without people trying to kill AI. Right? Everyone's like, no, we don't want to do that. Again, the internet, so many different things. Some of you could speak to it personally. Isn't it weird how you do certain things, and some of you did make progress? Isn't it, like, hilarious, though? No matter what, you will always draw something to you that if you go up and accomplish, you will attract something that will try to destroy you. That's it. That's just the age of time. So why am I bringing that up, though? Because that's, like, in a very physical sense. It's very interesting to think about. It's because it relates to you on a personal level. And what I'm trying to tell you, this is what I told you from the beginning, you might have to get rid of some things. You might need to kill it, because guess what? You cannot be a new person without destroying your old person. Do you get that? This is the whole concept of reading a book, reading anything, saying, I'm going to change. I want to be this. Seriously, you want to be successful? You got to kill the bum that you have in you. Do you get what I'm talking about? You want to be a nice person? You got to kill the angry person. This is the whole concept. You want to follow this way? You want to follow the Proverbs? Well, great. You got to kill all. That's the whole tension between everything. All of it. It's all tension. Do y'all get it? That's why do you think people get mad when you talk about this stuff? Do you really not understand it? This is why the whole thing, he said, they will hate you for it. They will go after you. You know, so I'm not going to lie to you, bro. You don't think sometimes I've sat there and I've been treated certain ways, and I'm like, man, why? Like, I love people, even if they don't love me, and I'm like, I've seen goodness come out of people, man, and I love it, but I'm like, you don't think I've sat there and been disappointed when I'm like, why do they treat me like that? Think about it. You really have to understand this, all of you. You ever try to tell one of your friends about investing and they get mad at you? You tell them save 10% and they get mad at you. You tell them it's possible and they get mad at you. Again, you're like, whoa, I love Proverbs. I love richest man in Babylon. They get mad, angry. Why is it every time I say a PHILO, somebody getting mad, no matter, once every single day, every day I've done this, I have not had a PHILO without somebody getting mad, hating what I am talking about. They hate it. Why? Do you not get it? Because when you talk about this type of stuff, you talk about getting better, you're talking about the whole concept of the Spirit. The Spirit is saying you will change, you will become something new, you will become bigger, you will live up to a higher potential, you will handle defeat differently. That's a big one. I love that one. But right when you say that, do you not realize the challenge of it saying you have to kill something to get to the new? You are literally challenging somebody just because when you bring it up, you bring up the idea, you show there is an example of it. Or even if you're not an example, you just talk about it. You are challenging somebody to get up and kill their old self. So what happens? Do you not welcome to life? There's only two options. You get presented with the option, and you see this. Someone's telling you this is it. You can do this. This is available. You need to go get rid of the old ways. You want to be successful? That some of the stuff you're doing right now is not going to get you there. Let's be real. People get mad. I wish life was easier. I wish we could all say, hey, we could all have the same success, if not more, and we could all just do what we want to do. Unfortunately, that's not the case. No matter if you make a lot of money, a little bit amount of money, your saving is going to have to be a part of it. People don't like to hear that. Yes, guess what? That little habit you have, I know. I'm not judging you. I'm not getting mad at you, but guess what? Is that really going to take you to where you need to be? People don't, that's it. It's a challenge. Right away, it's challenging. And when you get presented with that, your only two options are to act on it or to destroy it. That's it. That's how we act as humans. Y'all haven't noticed it? This is a whole thing I was talking about. You get presented with something, you tell me what you do. Y'all don't ignore it. Y'all get presented with something, you either act on it or destroy it. There's no in between. You don't just sit there passively and watch it. No. You're like, wow, this is going to be good. I believe in that. Okay, I do need to change my life on this. Okay, this is going to get me there. Wow, this is good info. This is something that'll move you. Act on it. If not, you say that's bullshit. Let's be real. No. You will destroy it. You will go against it. You will degrade it. You will downplay it so that you do not have to act on it. You'll say, nope, that's not true. Nope, that's factually incorrect, and I did the math. Okay. You either act on it or destroy it. So, like I told you, man, you can't have a blessing without someone trying to destroy it. That's just the way of life. You can't be a new person without destroying the old person. But now I'll give you the final one. Again, some of you may not like this. But have you ever thought about the whole concept of the birth of Jesus? You know, the whole idea of the virgin getting pregnant? I'm not going to drag it on for you, okay? But let me tell you, I'll just tell you this and tell me if you feel me, but that's literally how it is when you decide to make a change. It operates in the same way. Some of you feel me, some of you don't right now. Because when you finally see something or hear something or learn something and you decide, all right, you know what, that I am going to get rid of the old person, what you are doing in your mind is equivalent to the miracle of a virgin getting pregnant. I don't know if y'all feel me. You're doing something in your mind that would have been impossible. That's why people get mad at you. And they're like, no way that happened. Bullshit, you'll never do it. Oh, yeah, come on. You're doing something in your mind that wouldn't have happened naturally in the sense of you being a human. Your whole spirit goes against that, fighting your nature, the nature that you have to go one certain way versus saying, no, I am going to direct that and direct all of that energy into something different. That is the same type of miracle. Hate to break it to you. It is a miracle in the mind. You've had something you didn't have before, and you couldn't do it yourself to a degree, but it arrives out of nowhere. That's why some of y'all a couple years ago, I don't know what it was. Y'all heard something. Y'all were down before you met me, when you met me, maybe shortly thereafter. But in your mind, you literally, something got impregnated in there without you. You didn't do anything. But you did finally think about something and you made a change. So, Chad, what I'm telling you today, man, you got to kill the old person, but I'm telling you, focus on the miracle of the mind. It is you become what you think about. That's what happened to me. I'm telling you, Earl Nightingale, I've told you that so many times. The strangest secret in the world. It's crazy how once something in my head. Exactly, your light bulb moment. Some of you may think it's impossible. There's a lot of things that could be impossible. But I hope you never forget that change in your mind, going for a higher motivation. You know, I love it because I was thinking about this PHILO, and I read the verse this morning, man. And it literally said, bro, if you sow sparingly, you'll get sparingly. If you plant a lot, you will reap a lot. Bro, that's literally what I'm saying in your mind. Some of y'all, why sit here and listen to the nature of yourself? Why listen to what the world is telling you? For real. Saying, I can't do this, I can't do that. I'm always going to act like this. I'm always going to do self-destructive behavior. No matter what I do, nothing will change. Why? Why think like that? For real. I know it may sound difficult, but just you entertaining the thought in your mind is literally enough for you to actually raise your motivation. Like I told y'all, love and motivation go hand in hand. I hope you know you're loved. You don't believe it or not. It's a promise. It's in writing. I can show you it. But above all else, I hope this thought in your mind gets you motivated. Raise your standards. Raise all of them. Like I said, handle defeat a lot better. But this is a miracle in the mind. Why keep fighting it? Why not really think that you are not damned to any behavior in how you act, and there is something. And the moment you do start raising that up and you plant more, watch what happens. But again, it is going to go direct to your human nature. We all got our own nature. We all share beliefs and ideas, right? We all act in our own way, but we all got a nature. Do you not realize? Like I told you, weeds grow up out of nowhere. Nobody plant them. They just grow. That's how we are. By nature, we're angry. We are vicious. But you could go opposed to that. That's why it's going to be challenging. But it starts in the mind. So, Chattadonia, I hope you feel me on this. And I hope you really think about the miracle in the mind. And understand it will require getting rid of the old self. Don't ever forget that. But Chad, I hope that one helps. I hope you take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. And second link, Nightly Watchlist main channel. Ooh, excuse me. I had the burp. My bad. Time. You still got time. Mm-hmm. That's it, man. I get it, but I don't know how to apply your mind. Fight your nature and let the miracle come, even if you don't. But it all starts in the mind. That's exactly what it is. Raise your standards. That's how you're going to do it. Renew the spirit, renew the mind. Amen. And again, too, just watch out for your nature. But get rid of your old self. Get rid of the things holding you back. Even if you think it's impossible. Maybe there's a miracle in there. I have read The Alchemist. Great book. Relax those trauma traps. And now, y'all haven't had this in a while, so I got you. Happy PHILO. Market kind of like this.
Yeah. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty. But I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing. Screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, why they driving in the slow lane? If they ain't going slow, man. I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me. Think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty. But I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing. Screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpooling's faster. Hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women and the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F-350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Nigga, I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me ride. Loaning on my F-350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird.
Oh, my girl look like a supermodel. I look like I'm broke. I love that one. I really do, bro. I really do. It's a banger, man. They don't know, man. They don't know. The OG ones, man. Diamonds. Hands are gonna fall off. Diamond hands? Or remember when diamond hands was like cool to say? What happened to that? Not so much. You don't like how the singer is shitting on Cali? You just like it when just people shit in Cali on the street? It's okay, man. I'm the singer of that song, bro. Come on, I live in Cali. It's just a joke. It's a joke song, hopefully. Y'all don't get too crazy. Doing exterior inspections and it's below zero. Oh man, good luck, man. Remember the doorbell liquor in Cali? I do. Man, we got to see some weird stuff every year, bro. The amount of like headlines and wicked personalities that we've seen, or like, remember the guy who would show up to people's houses with the TV on his head and would just stand there, and then he would drop a TV off at their door? I still think that was suspicious. People stealing my power box. I think that was just effects of inflation and high commodity prices and crackheads. But that was still cool. I got to go through it. Mini rally up. A baby one, but we're still, I mean, at the very least, I think SPY barely filled the gap. Squeeze. We will see. Closer to Idiocracy. You know what the interesting part is about Idiocracy? Is that there wasn't like an elite class. Like even the presidents and shit were like ratchet. That was one thing I was thinking about. Even in Idiocracy, there wasn't like so I don't know. We still have like elitist and stuff. So we got to see how that delves maybe over the next 100 or 200 years. President Camacho, but it wasn't like, it's not like he was just, you know, I remember even the White House was pretty ratchet. Call you the Carlsbad Commander. North County Gang for life. I got you, bro. Or Commander. Excuse me. You still haven't seen Idiocracy? Oh, dude. That's like, I show all of my new friends that movie. Anybody who, if you ever come over to my house and we like, let's watch a movie, and you ain't never seen it, they're like, oh, that's what we're watching. Yeah, you got to watch it, bro. It's probably one of the best. I don't know. I have a lot of favorite movies, but I think that might be my favorite movie. I like money. You like money? You haven't seen it? Oh, y'all gotta watch it. Y'all gotta watch it. That's crazy. You haven't? What's wrong with y'all? And y'all watched fucking Oppenheimer for 17 hours? Y'all crazy. Y'all probably already seen Barbie too, and y'all, man, I don't know what to tell y'all. UNH kind of rally in here. Y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. All right, maybe I'm not going to trade tomorrow. That's it. Tomorrow's a movie day. I'm going to roll out the VHS, and I'm going to play it for y'all. That's crazy. You say what's wrong with y'all, but you haven't seen Pulp Fiction. I guess I'm a little more judgmental, but at the same time, I don't think Pulp Fiction relates to society and has literally. You have to watch Idiocracy. You'll know what I'm talking about when you see it. You'll know what I'm talking about when I see it, man. It's hard to describe, but not really. It literally, that movie has aged so well, it's insane. Oh. Shit. I just knocked over everything on my desk. Has my girlfriend seen it? Of course. I made her watch it. What do you mean? I think the first or the second time I ever invited her over, we watched it. I said, you got to see this. And if she didn't understand it, I would break up with her. It's very simple. Very, very honestly, you should watch it, and then you could show it to people to weed them out of your life. That's it. Because if they don't understand it, and like they don't understand the humor, and they don't like understand what's going on, like that should be a gigantic red flag. The movie's called Idiocracy. It's old. It's like 20 years old now at this point. Why is it a 6.5 out of 10? Because the other half of society that it was about didn't like it. Like, that's it. It's very simple. You know, because some people watch it and they get offended. Like, this is bullshit. She's stupid. Like I said, you could use it to weed out people in your life. It's up to you, man. Welcome to Costco. I love you. NSC's kind of ripping there. Pretty big candles. Again, JB Hunt after hours. I think they'll have some effect, but pretty decent candles, 1%. SPY back up to VWAP right around the low end of the first part of the what's it called? The Bostic dump. Pryan. First time I heard that song in my truck bass hits. Oh, really? On F350? And then on my F3. That Paul freestyle bumps. I listened to that one in the car, and that one, you wait till you get that one bumping. Oh, man, Brian Hunt. God bless you, bro. Y'all need it. Y'all need it. I'm going to watch it now. And then if you watch it and you don't like it and you get mad, just know that you are the problem. Gold ripping. Yeah, back to 2022. So it's above the 2020. That's where you want to really hold. You don't listen to Josh or Uncle while driving? I do. It depends on what it is. Or sometimes Uncle will be with me and he'll be listening to beats. Or I'll listen to like Bible stuff. But I do listen. I haven't been listening to music as much in the car, but I wanted to hear the song. I needed to do the audio car test before it was ready to release. And I was like, damn, this thing bumps. Like, it really bumps. Paul freestyle, like, bumps. Why are we ripping? We're not. We're just getting back to that Bostic level. If anything, bonds calm down, and I think the dollar a little bit. But I wouldn't read too much into it. We still got a couple of hours here. Well, I think Paul Freestyle comes out on January 31st. Yes, Paul. Oh, wait, they changed the name? They won't let me label it as Paul Freestyle. They just have the song called Paul. I guess I'm kind of down, but I did think I like Paul Freestyle. It says Paul Freestyle. That's weird. The artwork, I got the artwork. I used your font, and then another Chad who he gave me one that I really liked. You guys want to see it? So I used the font that you put on there. I love that. That was a great idea, Jurash. And then Brandon's girlfriend did it. He said his girlfriend was a designer, and she made one. I liked it. Oh, 10%. We need to get that one out there. Here's your artwork for Paul Freestyle. I really like it. I don't know, something about it. It really got me excited about it. There it is, baby. There it is. Hey man, I love it. I love it. Just Uncle Answers. That's it. That's all it says. So yeah, you'll get it on January 31st. My parents are grateful I got you in the world. Amen, man. I hope you grateful they brought you into the world. You know what I'm saying? You walked into a lot. Oh, the bull chain. But they didn't have, I guess they did wear chains back then. They had like different neck jewelry. Sanders, CMT to vote on subpoena for Johnson & Johnson and Merck. Merck has been running recently. And then Humana's coming back up, recovering some of the loss from earlier. Disney was just killing it. Hope I can meet you one day. Very soon, hopefully. You know, I've already got to meet a lot of Chads. That was already a fun time just a couple months ago. You can see it on my Instagram. We had a little party. But I want to, man. I really want to do. I want to do the comedy thing. I might book out a theater. It's gonna be super legit, and then I'm gonna make y'all just listen to a comedy set by me, so I could use my D-list celebrity to get a comedy show going on. But then I thought of a joke the other day, bro. I have a really funny joke, but it's so offensive I can't say it on the internet. So like you have something to look forward to. You have something to look forward to. I'm voting Tim Whitman as the opening act. I'd be down. Dude, in the metaverse, they banned me, bro. They banned me. I really had a good one. Maybe we'll just open with a talent show. How are you gonna ban people in person? I'm just gonna make fun of you. That's it. Because that's what I'm saying. Then what are you gonna do? I'll be like, he's heckling me, and then you'll probably leave crying. So it's good. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. Y'all, we'll be good. But like that's, you know, it's more of a fair situation. You know, because if I try to heckle you back sometimes, you're like, wow, Josh, you're really mean. And then the new people are like, I don't like this Josh guy. He's very angry. I'm like, did you not just see what he said to me in 80,000 messages every day? But yeah. We all show up with two hairlines. No, if y'all got a nice ass hairline, I'm gonna kick you out. Sorry. No, I'm just kidding. When I met, dude, the Chads all got good hairlines. When I met them, I was kind of disappointed. I showed them my hairline. I had my hat on. I took it off, and I showed them where I was balding. I was showing them. I was like, because they were like, damn, Josh, you have hair. And I took off the hat. And then y'all were just so nice. You're like, no, it's not that bad. I'm like, you lying ass. Yeah, huh? That's why y'all keep smoking that weed pen in front of me. That's why y'all think it's not that bad. You high as hell. I'm clearly sober. Oh, y'all been in Vegas too long or something. Mm-hmm. Yeah, y'all crazy. No way that's true. Which part? I don't think I lied about any of it. I did. I showed them my hair. That's it. They told me it was they said I had hair. Then I took off my hat and I lowered my head so they could get a full top down view of the baldness. And then I caught them smoking weed pens. Yeah, bro. They were just sitting there smoking vapes and weed pens. I was like, are y'all getting high right now? And they're like, you want some? I'm like, no, man. I don't like smoking with people the first time I meet them. What if, like, you're going to give it to the wrong person? They going to get paranoid. What if I get paranoid? I'm like, nah, man. Yeah, I'm like, it's like a father moment. Nah, I mean, I was chill. I told them, hey, man, y'all got like 200 million in sales collectively. Fucking do whatever you want. Y'all just go close a fucking deal. You smoking that weed pen, you ain't closing the deal. You better give me that shit. I'm gonna confiscate it till you close the deal. Otherwise, I don't. You live your life, sir. Be productive. Mm-hmm. You should raise funds to shave your head and donate the proceeds to cancer patients. Although that is a very admirable goal, like, why you putting me in this, man? I ain't trying. No, man. I'm trying to thug this shit out. I'm gonna go balding as long as I can. Why you trying to volunteer me up to shave this, man? I know it'd be for a better cause, but shit, bro. Nah, not yet, man. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready to let go. I'm not gonna lie though. I saw this, man. I saw a Reddit of people who used to have long hair, and they would go bald. And all of them look better. I was kind of tempted. I was like, man, if I do shave this off, man, once I get back to my old school days when I had no hair, I had a fresh lineup. I don't think I'd have it anymore, but I was like, man, I don't know. I think I'm nerfing myself right now, but nah, I couldn't do it. Your wife thought you might look good, honestly. Don't go to that Reddit though. Don't go to the Reddit. You'll see the Reddit, bro. Some of these people, they look like serial killers. And then they shave their head, and then they start looking like models and shit. I'm like, nah, fuck that. It'll tempt you. Mm-hmm. I got the head shape of a pharaoh. AKA, it's kind of like an alien vibe. Dude, NSC's up another 2%. That's been on screen all day right now. I'll describe have you ever seen, I kind of have the head shape of an elite, like from Halo. It's hard to describe. It's a nice head shape, though. I think I got a good head shape because I used to always have it bald. I would shave it, but it's like I got that little kind of like pointy back a little bit, but then it's like nice and round. I got a good Egyptian head shape. I'm not gonna lie to you. That I got it good. Activist note. There it is. It's already up 3. We had it at 1%. I don't know. That head like a balloon. That's not bad though too. It's kind of cool. Josh the Arbiter. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, Chad should just go bald, and then we'll say we're aliens. Yeah, but then if Donald Trump wins, that's not going to work out how you think it will. They're like, they took our jail. I'm like, no, bro, we meant like, this is bullshit. And I'm already Middle Eastern. That's just not going to work, man. It's not going to work. It's a good idea in theory. Mm-hmm. NSC's up 3.5 now. I think we might have missed that one. SPR on the high. Microabrasion and minoxidil works. I have heard that. I just took it. I'm abrasioning my ego. You know, it's good. It's humbling. The lack of hair, it gets humbling. The SPY Ponzi going up. You love it. It's like, my name is SPY Scam. I love it. I love it, man. Yeah, Norfolk, it's killer. Again, there's a deal note activist. It was up by 1, but we didn't know what was going on. Now we got the confirmation. It's up. It could fade, though. But I don't think there's going to be a play on that. Unless you want to chase it. Save bouncing. Yeah, a little bit, actually. Save's coming back up. That's good, though. That'll kill those options, and then equity comes up. No news. I don't see anything. Somebody said it earlier. I forgot who it was in the chat. They said maybe the government gives them a credit line to pay that. That would honestly make the most sense, but we'll see. We will see. They're like, what are you going to put up for collateral? Boeing 737 MAX 9s? And then, once again, the government gives you credit for things that are worthless. That's crazy. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Mr. Carlsbad Commander. Just put that in the subject. They blocked the merger because antitrust. They wanted to protect low-cost airlines. So now the low-cost airline might go bankrupt. Therefore, not having a low-cost airline. You can't make this up. It's beautiful. General Mills could be a good long term. I have to see where they're at. But, like, everybody loves cereal. Honestly, they're cheaper from last year. Honestly, at 2022 levels, they got a little premium from earlier, but honestly, not bad at all. I don't know what their yield is. I know they had some bad earnings the last year. 3.75, honestly, they're kind of at the sweet spot. They have upside. I mean, little cheaper would be nice, but I wouldn't be too opposed to that. You want to buy, save, you're a complete beginner. It depends. Well, what's your plan with it? Do you want to flip it like a day trade, or are you trying to like own it for the long term? If you're trying to own it for the long term, I think you could do better. As far as trading, though, I mean, we played it a day ago. We made 40%, did a covered call, then it came right back down. Now, long term, not a recommendation, but I think you could get something better there. Because if they could go bankrupt, or if they do rock it up, you will be able to benefit immensely. But, I mean, let me ask you this. When was the last time you went on a Spirit Airlines flight? We could start there. And then gold's still coming up. ES made a nice run there. I don't know if the dollar dropped. And then Pfizer came up a lot too. And banks still holding. I'm not from the U.S., but I know they're similar to Ryanair and Wizz Air. I think Ryanair has a way better reputation. But I do think, with the long term, you want to, this is what I say, act as if you cannot, this is what Warren Buffett says, not me, act as if you can't change your mind for 10 years. So it's like, if you really are looking at it now, is like, is this something, if you put money in it today, are you willing to hold that for 10 years? And imagine somebody like cut off your hands. Okay, that's the Middle Eastern in me. But like, imagine you couldn't sell out of it. Would you still want to buy it? But there's a lot of news. There's a lot of hype. It looks there. But like I said, you might be able to grab something that will guarantee your money for the long run. But a little bit, I wouldn't be opposed to it. If you balance it out, get some growth and value plays and want to throw a little bit in there, I could get behind it. Ryanair flights are $15. You get what you pay for. Yeah, but I think they have a way better. Like, dude, Spirit is like, people associate like Spirit with like, it's worse than welfare or something. I don't know how to describe it. People hate on Spirit, bro. I'm telling you, the last time I told people I went on a Spirit flight, they were like, Josh, like, is everything okay? Are you going broke? I'm like, what? It was an affordable flight. Why the fuck are you? What the hell? Like, nah, people get hella weird, bro. So I don't know. Ryanair, I feel like, is just like Ryanair. Everyone just knows it's like the cheap ones. And then, again, there's small flights in Europe. Yeah, they're like, you're risking your life for the discount. I'm like, I don't know if you've ever risked your life before, but I don't think that was what would constitute that. But, It's like not owning a Stanley Cup. You know, my girlfriend wanted one of those. But then this was like, I thought it was a good time to show her how alternatives work. So I bought her like 1,000 of the red cups from Costco. And I stacked them up and I said, here you go. And I bought a lid. Boom. I told y'all need to find ways. Again, I was like, you got too expensive of taste. That's it. So I spent $14.99, bro. I got cups for days now. I be splurging too. I be drinking triple cup too for no reason. That's how I know I got it like that. I be throwing cups away just because I can. Makes me feel rich. Asking for a friend. They got 2,000 on Robinhood and wants to sign up for margin to YOLO everything on NVIDIA or TSM out of the money for AMD. How much will Robinhood allow you to borrow? And how much will my friend keep if profits? Don't tell me how much I would lose. I don't know if I feel comfortable. Why the rush? What's going on? Do you need, like, we could talk about it, but I don't really want to talk about it, to be honest. It doesn't, I'll just tell you this isn't as bad. I don't even, never mind. I was going to tell you a story, but then I realized in telling you the story, I might give you another idea. And, like, why did you have to, like, why you, like, asking for a friend, and then you GG'd in advance? I don't know, man. He said, I'm asking for a friend. Just tell me you fucking do mushrooms, bro. It's okay. I'm not going to, but, like, why the rush? Why the rush? Why the rush? That's the only thing. Again, I sold out of a leap today, $20 in the money, and lost like $2,000 on it. So, the idea is, man, especially if you're young, even if you hit that big play, you're not going to make $1 million if that's what you're going for. But, the small, we've been playing small earnings plays. They've been hitting, we've been stacking it up here and there. But at the end of the day, I just why the rush, man? Why the rush? Yeah, are they under duress? Even if they were under duress, I mean, you could do a lot, like, just sell drugs. I don't know. I mean, that's not a recommendation, but, like, you could do a lot of things, bro. Like, go scam a PPP loan. Like, why are you trying to fucking steal money from Robinhood on margin and be left with it? You know what I'm saying? Like, you could do a lot of other things. And I'm not encouraging any of those, but I'm just, maybe you could expand your horizons if you're willing to go down that route. But I've seen people do some crazy shit. I had a friend add JGPI to the European JEPI. Can you take on JEPI? I like it and I don't like it. I prefer, at this point, yields on some companies are still high. I don't really trust JEPI fully, but if you could work it in and balance it out, it's not bad. It pays the yield, but just the long-term risk, I think there's a little bit of unknowns with how it might play out. I'll be fine even with $200. I've always wanted to YOLO my portfolio. Just want to know if it would be worth the profits. Well, it's hard to say. To give you a serious answer, you could the number one thing you should do is go look at the option, go see what option you would put that money into, and then look at that strike price, and then you could calculate how many dollars in the money to for how much it would have to make you. But, you know, you could paper trade it if you want to see how it feels. You know what I'm saying? But it's not. I'm telling you, the disappointment is usually worse. I think a lot of people could you know, like the first time you make a YOLO play, you're not really thinking about the downside. But then when you wake up and then you're down on it, the disappointment hits. I just, you know, like in your mind, you're like, nah, it's cool. That's why I tell you to punch yourself in the nuts first, so you know. But it's definitely a real like feeling. I don't know. It's like somewhere in between like your girlfriend cheating on you and then you like tearing your ACL. I don't know how to describe it. Because, like, at some point, like, I've been cheated on before, and I felt, like, pretty disappointed, you know, but then at the same time, like, I hate to break it to some ladies out there, you know, but actually they're not even in here right now, so it's good, but, like, I've lost more on a play than I've cared about a girl at times, so it's just the disappointment is real. That's all I'm saying. It's somewhere in between ACL tear and then getting cheated on. But so, like, you're like, oh, I want it to happen. You just sound like a cuck right now. But at the end of the day, there, you know, just paper trade it. Maybe you could go through that experience first. But if you really want the real answer to give you something educational, you should calculate what option you want and how many dollars in the money for you to see, like, what would actually be the return. It's simple as that. Like TSM, we bought that play yesterday for $65. It's worth $300 right now. And that's because it got $3 in the money. So if you calculate that, you'll be good to go. Does Robinhood give you good margin, or will it not match bread in my account? Everybody has different margin, but I think Robinhood they'll double you up, I think. But I don't recommend you do this. I don't encourage it, my friend. And I love how this went from, like, your friend. You said, all right, fuck it. I'm about this life. NQ was like getting cheated on. Nah, that one, I was ready to fucking lose that. I didn't even care. Because that one was just like, I knew what I was doing with it. And then I just got scammed by the market. But that one was slow. So it didn't disappoint as much. Where, again, like I'm telling you, imagine taking your whole account, throwing it in one, like, weekly play for earnings. I'm laughing that you just wake up and it's gone. And then no matter what, it won't bounce up. No matter what happens. And then you know it's even worse. A week later, you're going to see that play in the money. And then you'll be like, man, this is... But I'm telling you, you could, little by little, don't underestimate what you could do, man. But hey, you guys are like, don't do this, don't support it. And I don't support it, but, like, at the end of the day, I'm all for experiential learning. I'm telling you to paper trade it. I'm trying to give you the wise advice ahead of time. But, like, listen, man, the only way you're going to learn... You got to date her. That's all I'm saying. Sometimes, you know, your homies never listen. You like, nah, bro, I'm telling you, she's sketch. You know, no, it's good. Okay, the only way you're going to learn is then, that's it. The only way. I can't believe I've given you every other advice. I've given you examples. I made it funny. I gave you an educational lesson to where you could turn it into calculating stuff and learning about the options too, but the only way you're going to really understand this in that way, you may never even trade again too, though. I've seen that happen, but there's only one way to find out if you don't believe anything I'm saying. You're like, no, I really want to know how it feels like. Okay. It really is like that, man. It really is. Where is Joe Biden? Man, I don't even think Joe Biden can answer that question. But I have no idea. He's supposed to go on at 11:15. Oh, no, he's live right now. He went early? Look at you,
14
Joey.
million new jobs. Folks, bringing opportunity and hope to people and communities across this country. Let me give you one example of bringing high-speed internet to every person in America.
He says the McDonald's example.
Nearly a century ago, Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed the Rural Electrification Act, bringing electricity to every home and farm in America because it was in cities, but it wasn't in a lot of rural areas. Because electricity had become an essential part of modern life. So he wanted sure everyone had access to it. He was determined that no American should be left behind, no matter where they lived, whether in a big city or a rural area.
To be fair,
rural
is a hard word to say.
I made the same determination about our time, affordable, high-speed internet. It really is critical. It's just as essential today as electricity was a century ago.
Oh, yeah, here.
Who remembers?
I'll tell him what he's not telling you first. Did you guys know? I think it's called it's not TIN. It's like TI something. If you guys all call up your internet provider and then you tell them you have like a TI something code, they'll give you like $30 off your internet bill because the government has a huge fund. Is it TIP? Wait, no. I think you're trolling me. TIA something TI something. And you got to go. There's like a government website. And everybody could qualify for it, I'm pretty sure. And then is it ACP? And then they give you a code, and then you call your internet provider. They'll give you $30 a month until the government funds run out. Fun fact. You could. So you'll figure it out. I gave you enough info.
Necessity. It's an absolute. No, it really is.
Not joking.
And yet, when I became president, around 24 million Americans didn't have access to affordable high-speed internet. And for millions more, their internet connection was limited or unreliable. That's why, as soon as I came into office, I took action with what we call the American Rescue Plan. And it included more than $25 billion to invest in affordable internet, high-speed internet all across America. A few months later, I signed a piece of legislation which many people didn't think we could get done, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. A once-in-a-generation investment to rebuild America's infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our railroads, our high-speed internet, all of it paid for. And look, our goal is to connect everyone in America to affordable, reliable, high-speed internet by the year 2030, everyone in America. Just like Franklin Roosevelt did a generation ago with electricity. I promised to be a president for all America, whether you voted for me or not. These investments help all Americans in red states and blue states as well. We're not leaving anybody behind. Look around North Carolina.
Yeah,
and with the leadership.
There it is. Oh, shit. I was going to say, I need to go to the bathroom before this guy finishes.
Americans in red states and blue states as well. We're not leaving anybody behind. Look around North Carolina. And with the leadership. Fiber optic cable is being laid in the ground as we speak. Over the next 3 years, over 300,000 homes and businesses all across North Carolina will be connected with affordable, high-speed internet. And today I'm announcing another major step. We're investing another $82 million to connect 16,000 additional homes and businesses, bringing high-speed internet all across the state of North Carolina, from top to bottom. By the end of the decade, we're going to finish the job reaching all the remaining homes, schools, libraries, small business, healthcare facilities in North Carolina that don't have access to high-speed internet today. Let me say that again. Universal, high-speed internet in all of North Carolina by the end of this decade. Folks,
he didn't finish. They're like,
"Wah!" You just heard from Sergeant Smith a few minutes ago why it matters. He's retired Army, 22 years of service, which we owe him. He and his wife Emma live in Tar Heel, as he mentioned. North Carolina population, staggering population, 100 people. They've been using dial-up internet for years, just like everyone else in town. It took Edward far too long to download medical paperwork, as he mentioned the VA. It was hard for his grandkids who lived nearby to use the internet to do their homework. And then thanks to the American Rescue Plan, which I signed into law, fiber optic cable was laid.
Walmart
and
raising
the town got
average
high-speed
store
internet.
manager wages.
And now
from
everyone and the kids and the
117
grandkids can use the internet quickly and easily, from getting care from the VA to doing their homework. Look, their neighbors include folks who can't attend local church services he mentioned. They can stream these services at home every single Sunday. High-speed internet has been a game changer for their town and so many counties all across America. Look, and we're just getting started, but it's not enough to just have internet access. It needs to be affordable. Affordable. So, here's what my administration did. We work with internet service providers to bring down prices for people struggling with their payments. It's called Affordable Connectivity Program. It's already helped 880,000 households in North Carolina save a total of $440 million in internet bills collectively. That's about 1 in 5 families across the state are saving $30 a month for the internet bills, and some save a lot more. That savings matters in homes like the one I grew up in. Another $30, $40 a month was the difference between how many groceries you pay, the gas bill, all other necessities. It matters. It matters. Plus, the investment we're making in high-speed internet means something else as well. Good paying jobs. And folks, just ask the folks at the International Brotherhood of Electric Workers, the IBEW, or the Communication Workers Union, or the Laborers Union. We're putting thousands of people to work laying fiber optic cable all across America. And that cable will be made in America, put in by Americans. Even better, a lot of that cable will be made in North Carolina. 2 American companies, CommScope and Corning, are investing more than $550 million
the oldest companies
to manufacture
in the world.
fiber optic cable, creating around 650 good-paying jobs in Hickory, North Carolina. A single start. And there are going to be more. Already, 40% of all the fiber cable, optic cable in America is being manufactured in Hickory. And no, that number is going to continue to grow.
Bro, is the SPY about to hit a high?
And when jobs grow,
Am I tripping?
Everything grows. Everything grows.
The Bostic Bounce, baby.
All told, during my presidency, we've invested, and I know it's going to sound like not much to you all, but $11 billion in North Carolina.
Yeah.
$11 billion.
$11 billion.
In infrastructure, clean energy, everything from high-speed internet to clean water, new roads and bridges. For example, we're investing $1 billion. $1 billion
on 100
in a new rail line connecting Raleigh and Richmond, Virginia. Not only creating a whole hell of a lot of jobs, but it's going to take a lot of vehicles off the road. It's going to help with pollution, and guess what? It's going to cut the time. Well, let me give you an idea. Right now, the trip takes about 3 hours by train. With the new rail line, it's going to take you 2 hours. Think what that would mean to people traveling to work and visiting families.
See, I thought you were going to say 30 minutes.
And a reduction of highway bills. We're also investing $110 million to replace the Alligator River Bridge.
Look at that, boom.
Look, that bridge is a major hurricane evacuation route for the Outer Banks. So it's high time it get replaced because it's in trouble. The bridge now is far too low for boat traffic, which means cars have to stop and wait, sometimes several times a day.
Yeah, Bowen's coming back up. Bro, the market's even back up. It's kind of crazy.
Underneath. Because the bridge mechanism is 60 years old, sometimes when it swings open, it can't close.
LMT running too.
Stops cars and traffic for hours and sometimes days. Now we're building a new, higher bridge.
I can't believe CART came back down. They're up 4. Always does that.
It will be wider and more accessible to more cars to travel across every single day, saving time and saving money. Folks,
yes.
What we're doing here in North Carolina is just one piece of a much bigger story. To date, 40,000 infrastructure projects have been announced across this nation. Since I've been to office, we've created 14 million new jobs. 440 new jobs in North Carolina alone just since I came back. That's because of this guy right here. Nearly 800,000 manufacturing jobs nationwide. Unemployment has been below 4%
Sure, he's off
the
the
longest stretch in American history in the last 50 years. And here in North Carolina, unemployment is even lower. It's 3.5%. And the stats coming out today show that seeking unemployment insurance has even gone down. Fewer people are needing the help. That's lower than it was in every single month under the last president. Wages are up. Household wealth is up. Not only for middle-class Americans, for Latinos, for black Americans, for minorities. Costs are still too high, but inflation continues to fall, and mortgage rates are falling, and they're going to fall more. Last week we learned that America filed 16 million in America, 16 million new applications for businesses, for a new business since I became president. Folks, that's a record. Every single one of those new small businesses is an act of hope, an act of hope. It generates progress. People are beginning to have, and if you look at the consumer confidence, it's way up. 64%, I think it may be 62%, Americans think their personal circumstance is good and it's getting better. Meanwhile, thanks to the Invest in America
bring up
agenda,
polling, sir.
Private companies have invested over
Do not bring up any statistics, sir, please.
Let me say it again. $640 billion in advanced manufacturing here in America. And by the way,
bro, SPY's hitting a new high. This is unreal.
You know, we invented that
You're
little
back
computer
up.
chip,
Dollar and bonds
cell phone to your
still
automobile
wrecking.
needs. Guess what? We used to control it. We got down to the part we hardly manufactured any of it. And so what happened when things went bad, we didn't have access to all those computer chips that were being made in Asia and other parts of the world. So I got in the plane and went to South Korea. And I said, why don't you come invest in America? One thing led to another.
He was about to say something. He was like,
$50
South
billion.
Carolina Arena.
Investing and building these computer chip factories. And guess what?
America.
It's just getting started. But guess what? The fact is that these computer factories, they build what they call fabs. They're about as big as a football field, and they manufacture these chips. You don't need a college degree to work in it. You know what the average starting salary is?
$100,000.
$116,000.
Oh, 116.
$116,000. And look, put it all together. America has, this is a fact, the strongest growth rate of any and the lowest inflation rate of any major economy in the world. In the world. We have a lot more work to do. There's no question our plan of investing in America and the American people is working. It's all part of my economic vision. Building an economy from the middle out, from the middle class out, and the bottom up.
Yeah, how come nobody
that way the poor have a
talk
shot.
about UPS no more? Remember, you could work there and make $1 million. Okay,
well,
not that high, but it's still
taxes.
good.
You know, I'm serious. I don't mean paying 60%. I mean just paying the top rate of 38%. Look, folks, you know how many billionaires we have in America today?
Someone said, Helma.
You know what their average rate, tax rate, federal tax rate is? Let's see, walk away from this. Federal tax rate is 8.5%. Raise your hand if you'd trade your tax rate for 8.5%. I mean, serious, think about it.
You've had 4 years to bring it.
It'd be $40 billion raised.
I'm
confused. They just paid 38%. If they even paid 25%.
Why
Folks,
hasn't
look,
it gone up then?
We all do well when the middle class does well and we grow. Everybody does well. You know, I'm so tired of trickle-down economics. I grew up in a family where not a lot trickled down on my dad's kitchen table. My dad was a hard-working guy. We weren't poor, but we lived in a 3-bedroom split-level home with 4 kids and a grandpa. And, you know, we were fine. It was okay. But there wasn't anything left over. There was nothing left over. But now, a lot of middle-class folks are having enough leftovers. They can do things. Our approach is the fundamental break from trickle-down economics, supercharged by my predecessor. My predecessor, everything was trickled down, but not a lot trickled.
Democracy.
No, I'm serious. Which tax cuts for the wealthy and big corporations, shipping goods overseas. How many people do you know in this state and other states there was a factory in town that employed 300, 400 people.
He's a tricky little
All
trickler.
of a sudden, you found that factory shipped
Trickling
overseas.
everywhere. Trickling.
Why was it shipped overseas? Cheaper labor costs. So we were shipping factories overseas and importing the product they made here. Well, guess what? We're doing the opposite. We're making it here and shipping the product overseas. I'm serious. And also, that trickle-down shrank public investment in education, infrastructure and education. It hollowed out communities, closing factories, leaving too many behind. And now, my predecessors like to say, America is a failing nation. In my face, bless me, Father, for his sin. I mean, come on. A failing nation. And by the way, did you hear he wants to see the stock market crash? Because he does not want now.
Yeah, look at your
We're
401k.
doing well. He acknowledging by that we're doing pretty damn well economically and getting better. He wants to see the stock market crash. You know why?
He said stock traders, that's for you.
Next Herbert Hoover. As I told him, he's already Hoover. He's the only president.
Hey, what do you call it? Donald Hoover Trump?
And lose jobs, not gaining jobs. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
You know, some of the things
Come
he
on,
said.
man.
Well,
Yeah.
but look, frankly, to put it very politely, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Meanwhile, the vast majority of Republicans in Congress voted against our infrastructure
That's
law.
your best one.
We got enough to make it work of 30-something. The vast majority voted against it. They all voted against all the other bills that I have. I mean, 100% voted against. And guess what? Whether it's Marjorie Taylor Greene or whoever, now when these new projects come, they're welcoming them to their state. They voted against it all. So I told them I'll be there for the groundbreaking with them. You know, look, what was mentioned as well. Look what I fought my whole career. I've been around. I know I don't look it, but I've been around for a little while. But all kidding aside, look, you know, I spent the bulk of my career as a senator trying to bring down the cost of prescription drugs. If you have a prescription from your doc and you take it to a pharmacy here in North Carolina or Wilmington, Delaware, where I'm from, or wherever, guess what? I can take that same prescription from you and go to Toronto, Canada, London, England, Rome, in Italy, anywhere around the world. And it'll be somewhere between 50% less and 70% less. How does that work? Why? Why isn't in America we're paying $400 a month for insulin if you have diabetes. And other places they're paying 35 bucks. Well, guess what? You're paying 35 bucks now and it's going to go down even further.
Yeah.
And by the way, at $35, they're making 350% gain. It costs $10 to make it, $12.
Sorry, guys. I know you guys are loving
And
it.
by the way, at $35, they're making 350% gain. It costs $10 to make it, $12. What I haven't done is I haven't blocked projects in their districts because they're all Americans. The fact they have a senator or a congressman who doesn't know what they're doing doesn't mean they should be denied. But it's okay. It's okay because I promise
new high,
to be a president for all Americans.
You're
I
above
mean
the
that
gap
sincerely.
fill
It's not
now. Look at
hyperbole.
that.
I promise to be a president
Right
for
back
all
up.
Americans.
So
Like I
this is a
said
good,
before,
better level to be at.
I told them
You
all,
already
see
filled
them at
that
the
gap.
groundbreaking.
Like watch for like
Let me close
47,
with this.
74 to 78.
When you see shovels in the ground,
And then before you know it, you'll be
cranes in
right
the
back up
sky,
there.
and
Oh
people
man,
hard
you're
at work in
launching
these
now.
projects, hope you feel pride in America.
There's a couple of earnings. JB Hunt
Pride
after the
knowing
bell.
we can get big
and like
things
one
done
more.
when we work together. You're all the real heroes. It's not hyperbole. You're the real heroes in this story. American workers, the American people, neighbors and community leaders doing the work to bring our cities into the future. That's what America does. That's why I've never been, and I mean this, and I've been saying this for a while, and the press has to cover me everywhere. I've been saying I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic. I've been around for a while. I've never been more optimistic about America's prospects than I am in the last 3 years. I really mean it, because there's nothing Nothing. We have to remember who we are. We're the United States.
Futures new high, 48.03.
And nothing is beyond our capacity when we work together. Nothing. And I'll say one last thing. We're the only major company in the world that's come out of every crisis stronger than we went in. And that's what we're doing again today because of you. Thank you. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Thank you very much. Let's go get them. Thank you.
Go get them.
Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. Okay, thank you. Oh, he said, what's up, baby? I see you, baby. What's going on? They cut that out. Oh, that was getting good. That was the best part. I like it. I like the points and winks, bro. That's how you know. This guy he would have been, honestly, I would have loved to see Joe Biden in college. But like in college, but like as old as he is now, that would be great, bro. You know, he did the point. He saluted, then he smiled. He said, point. He said, what's up, baby? What's up? He said, let's go get him. Okay. I actually started using hyperbole term at work. There's no way, man. I'd judge you too. If you're like, no, man, I mean it. No hyperbole. What the fuck? Why are you? What is a hyperbole? A hyperbole? Is that a cereal? At least you can say hyperbole. It's a tough word. I don't know if that pumped us, but we were running before. I'm kind of shocked. This is kind of what happened yesterday. Yesterday wasn't as bad as it seemed in the morning. Again, rate hike odds, I was telling you earlier, they pulled back even though we're at the lows, but dollar still high, a little bit lower. Gold is coming up, though. Bonds are still in the gulag, but SPY's getting back up to a decent level. So, again, holding above the 4,700s. I mean, let's see. You're like right below. I guess we have. Did we fill this gap? I don't know if we did. I think you did right there. But you're closer to the 480. Again, yesterday we were closer, 50 points higher, 60 points higher almost from yesterday's low, which is kind of wicked. Yes, and then option expiration tomorrow. Give us some room to run around, and then after that, let the earnings do what they need to do. But dollar's still up here today, but it was not as bad as the morning, but still pretty bad. Some of the buybacks are coming back. Even after next week, you'll start getting more after these companies report. Remember, after this week, all of the big earnings start to hit 1 week at a time. If it falls, they will catch, and the highs will be waiting. Expiration at a time. Oh, okay. Bear trap got him again. Everybody's trapped. We've been at the same level for a month. Everybody is trapped. That's it. It's like being on the Titanic, and then you're just laughing at the dude on the other side of the ship. You're like, you're sinking. You next. And then it starts floating back and forth. We all trapped. We are all trapped. This is the same boat. We are in the same boat. Everything. Oh, that's crazy. We still do have power hour. So there's enough time to keep squeezing. Again, there's already some crackheads in the morning brushing everything off. The only, I think, bonds and dollar, though. I think if, like I told you, if the dollar comes down, that'll give some fuel to the market. But honestly, I mean, you're quite resilient here. And Save just bouncing back and forth. They had the bounce. Oh, no, they're still holding up. So they're back up to that Wall Street Journal headline. Still down 15 on the day. Yes, we are closer to the top end of the range. But like literally yesterday, you were closer to the bottom end of the range. So like we said, you know, you haven't really gone past here in a month. 1 day up, 1 day down. But hey, if it holds, we'll take it. We'll take it. You're saying this move is based off of nothing? No, well, today was based off of the earnings, and that was getting people. But I am saying risk factors and negative things are kind of rearing their ugly head. But it doesn't mean that we can't be this resilient. Like I said, I think expiration is going to keep us in a weird way. And then I think the earnings are going to dictate whether or not long duration and tech stocks give up this strength or not. And then if they have strength, then I think you'll get some carnage to the upside, and people will brush off whatever negativity they had to deal with in the meantime. The bounce off the lows is off nothing, yeah, again. But then again, why do we sell off? It was Euro Close and Bostic saying the same exact things. You do have good tech. That's it. Or you had good chip earnings that have continued the last couple days, not to mention all of the analysts pumping everything. I don't know. What is the volume? Volume's right now 53 million. We'll probably do same volume as yesterday. Again, if you get bonds and dollar up, then I'll be more of a believer. But till then, all this is saying is that earnings could still either get in the way or give you the all clear. I think you could look at the option volumes to tell, but like every option expiration is big lately, especially after the the front runs and rate cut stuff. So as far as how it's gonna be a big effect on the market, there's no real way to tell. But in terms of size, I think it just depended on open interest for that expiration. Save, they were down. They got a big downgrade in the morning. And then there's an article that they're looking at restructuring options, and then they ran up with the market. Time after time. Yeah, and Fed futures, they pulled back a little bit from yesterday. So they recovered some, meaning rate hike odds didn't necessarily drop today. They did for a little bit, but literally at the bottom, the rate hike odds started reversing, and then, so did the market. If you do want something to blame, close below 472. Well, we're holding up decent. This level it's like the lows of the 4,800 last time we hit a high. But like I'm saying, just after yesterday, you look like you were going to flush 4,700. Bonds and dollars ain't playing around. But now, you're right back up to a high level. At one point, this was a couple Fridays ago, last Thursday, this would have been a great spot. So it's just kind of like when we had those 4 days down and then just ripped up magnificently. ELF short term, it's up a lot, and again, I think its earnings will be a little bit weird, but I like the company in general. I think that one is going to be hard to say. Raul ain't coming back for another week. I don't know. I think tomorrow we might maybe we end at the top end of the range, but like I said, I think after expiration we'll move. In the meantime, everything is just, like I said, widen your stops on both directions. We just gonna dance a little bit. Dancing queen, you are the spot. Down, 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 down. There's not data. There's consumer sentiment tomorrow. Actually, so preliminary consumer sentiment. That'll have some inflation stuff and give us a little bit more economic data, but as of now, that is about it. Don't believe the pump with the dollar elevated. Well, the dollar can always come down, and then it could justify it a little bit more, but like I'm saying, I think earnings will probably be the deciding factor because now once we get through earnings, then there's going to be buybacks, and then we're not going to have as much. But the dollar and bonds are still diverging heavily from where the market is. It's a recovery. We're like right below recovery. Again, we're still elevated, though. That's the issue. It's like, again, not too long ago, you don't really like this level too much, but like holding 4,700, I mean, you're closer to all-time highs than you are to the next level down. Senate passes stopgap funding into March to avoid shutdown. We're going to do this in 3 months again? These guys are awful. NVIDIA. What is PayPal? Ah, man, PayPal's still holding up. My goodness. Where's Disney? Even Disney came up. They were holding up in the morning. Baidu's on the high. That bill on top of Bostic. Well, Bostic, we had a negative reaction, but it was in the middle of Euro close, and he just said the same thing. Oh, EYPT's going up? I don't know if that's what we agreed on. It's just, I think the market's moving, but nothing, again, the rate hike odds are still sticky. They're better than yesterday, but once again, the dollar and bonds are not really like, remember, anytime we've rallied towards the all-time highs, like bonds and dollar were kind of playing along, but we'll just have to see. Remember, big expiration tomorrow, then earnings. So it's either this is going to be the pre-run-up or this is all going to be very short-lived. And then now the small caps are playing along. They weren't 10 minutes ago. The high on the SPY is like 48.07 or something. 48.02. And then all-time highs is 48.18. I think PayPal's just continuing from yesterday. Their event on the 25th, and then the job cuts they were talking about. PayPal, we already have some in the long term, but we're up on it now, I think. It's above our price, so I don't know about buying it here. Should have bought it the last couple days when it was lower, but I'm not really aiming for that type of growth right now. So I got a small amount on it, which I'm down with, but we'll have to see. Will I lose money on the reverse split for UNG? Most likely, because then it'll reverse split. You'll get more shares at a substantially lower price, and then if it does have a pop, it'll be hard. Your break even is going to be much higher. And then gold was holding up for a little. So we'll see if that tops us out. We still have a lot of time. That's the crazy one. You got still 20 minutes till power hour. From Twitter, save not considering restructuring. Was that just a Wall Street Journal pump? Or they tried it? That'd be good, I guess. The Wall Street Journal put out a whole exclusive. That's what dropped it. They're saying sources Reuters. Interesting. Keep an eye on for that one then. Might move a little crazy as everyone's getting confused. I think my favorite one is the government is just going to give them money or a credit line. Save the low-cost airlines. That's crazy. Imagine like a government-funded airline. It's like China, but it's going to be Spirit Airlines brought to you by the government. No Boeings. All the planes have doors. Fly for $20. All you have to do is register to vote. Section 8 air. No. I'd be down, though. That'd be dope. Too big to fail. I think just too cheap to fail. Especially after the judge is like, we want there to be a low-cost airline. We are not allowing this deal. Safe's starting to move on that. They need government money. Shouldn't the taxpayers own it? I mean, you're not going to get like a dividend on your taxes. You have received a fraction of a penny because your taxes help pay for Spirit Airlines. If anything, the government will give them a loan, get the company to stabilize, and if, like, just like Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, if it ever becomes profitable again, they'll sell it off, and then the government can make money on it, or the Fed can. I don't know if the Fed would get involved, but that'd be the way it really happens. You get sky miles when you do your tax return. Yeah, you didn't get shit in 08. The government made money, though. So most of the banks and even like Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, they made money on it. Shake Shack raises white label delivery menu prices by 5%. But, man, I'm not liking these food places raising prices. First DoorDash is like, we're raising prices. Now Chick-fil-A or Shake Shack. Chick-fil-A is already expensive, bro. Bro, Chick-fil-A is like $30 if you buy for 2 people. Oh, I need to edit the video. I made a video, you guys. You know that? I need to edit it, though. I didn't have time over the weekend because it took me way longer to make it. You remember how I was telling you it's cheaper to eat at In-N-Out? Well, I tested it. I went to Aldi, and then I went to Target, and I videotaped all the prices to make burgers. And then I went to In-N-Out. But then guess what I did? I went to In-N-Out with my girlfriend, and I gave you a secondary challenge in there. And I showed you I made my girlfriend order separate. And I showed you how much it costs to feed myself and then how much it costs to feed me and my girlfriend. It was quite the difference. But I got to edit that video. I don't know. You got to give me time. You got to give me time on that one. But the results will shock you. The results will shock you. Should have went to Walmart. No, Aldi's a good deal, bro. Aldi is like, I think Aldi's pretty fire in terms of like prices. But you'd be surprised. Gains your curiosity is good, man. It's good. Having the time of your life. Ooh, trade the spy. Taco Bell for the wife and I for $23. McDonald's 3 Happy Meals, another 6-piece for $12. Yeah, they got good deals on the McDonald's app. But, dude, fast food getting expensive. You're filling your cart at Aldi? Yeah, man. It's an in-depth analysis. The video took way longer, and I still have to go make the burgers. So I didn't even have time to do that. But, like, dude, I spent, like, a whole day going to grocery stores. It was fun at first, and I was like, well, and then I had to go to In-N-Out, and then I had to wait there. Do you think the quality of food at In-N-Out is close to Aldi's? Well, as my mom would say, you know, it's better that you make your food because at least you know who's making it and preparing it. But I don't think In-N-Out is that bad of quality. Now, don't forget about like mass production. You know, they could get a lot of beef for pretty cheap. But like In-N-Out burger goes ham. You'll probably die of heart disease if you keep eating too many In-N-Outs, but I don't think it's bad. I think there's a real victim in the video. I came to some very good conclusions as a result of it. There's some good, the bad, and the ugly. But like, you know, some of these places are scamming, some of them are good deals, all of that. It just depends though, but Yeah, I do think, you know, I don't know about quality is one thing when you make it, but I do think the number one benefit is making your own food and, you know, knowing how you prepared it, and at least it's your hair in the food. You put hair in your food, so when you cook, I feel like I'm eating out. That's smart. I like it. You've ridden with a meat warehouse dude. He said In-N-Out gets the high-grade meat. Yeah, but, like, have you ever seen any of the videos of, like, meat in general? Like, how they, like, dude, they, like, throw it around. It's always on the floor. It's disgusting. Honestly, you don't even want to think about it. I encourage you not to look at it. And only spit is in your food. Are you guys, like, aggressive when you order your food? Why are people spitting in your food? I thought that's only if there's, like, disrespect. I don't think people are, like, all day, you know? Why are we up? Well, we're coming back down here. That was just a little crazy. I don't know, man. Again, bonds and dollar. I think people maybe just getting excited here, and not to mention just all these tech names and those chip names. They're having a tilted bullish effect on just equities and indexes and oil. I mean, that's lifting up the SPY too. You've raised your own cattle and hunt. That happens to all the meat I harvest. And there's spit in your mouth. Dude, I don't want to know anymore. This is getting too out of hand. What the fuck are you doing to these cows? I'm not going to judge you or anything, but I'm not. I'm going to back out. I'm confused, sir. Again, I misheard somebody earlier, so maybe I'm misunderstanding, but for now, man, I don't know, man. I have no idea what's going on. I'm in California. I just mind my own business. I know, and I don't care what's happening around. I'm just gonna stare ahead blankly and keep walking. Yeah, just stare. I'm gonna just keep walking. I'm gonna just look at the SPY. That's amazing. Estee Lauder maintained that overweight. JP Morgan. Boeing, bro, about to hit 213. What a rally. What a drop. My goodness. It's a good move, though. That's lifting up the SPY, too. Like I'm saying, regardless of what the bonds and dollar are showing, just keep in mind there's a lot of names that are just, you know, they could be having an outsized effect because they had an outsized move the other day. Power hour pump and dump. We'll see, man. You got 12 minutes till that happens. Even then, I think the 330 and the Ramp Capital 10-minute rig. Yeah, Apple's up 3 after dying. Boeing's up 4. TSM is up 7, 8. So it's like there's an outsized effect. That's why it's like no matter what, you might just be getting a lift from there. But I don't think the underlying broader internals are really screaming it. This conversation not making you not want restaurant food. That's why you just got to be like every other American and live a nice, ignorant life, okay? Just don't think about it, okay? Your iPhone is made by child labor. You don't care. So that's fine. You support a lot of wars and hundreds of thousands of people die. And then we don't want guns, and we want to give other people guns so they could kill each other. So just don't think about it and just fucking go post something on social media, and you'll be all right. You'll be all right. Otherwise, and then you'll be like, oh, my gosh, how do I know? How do I invest in anything? Why did you buy Pfizer, Josh? So you just gotta, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like, some of you are like, this again? Fuck. Oh, man. Laughs in J&J baby powder? That's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, Save is already back again. Well, they're saying Save isn't looking to restructure. So we'll see, but are we up on it yet? No, we're still down on the shares, but again, we made money off of the covered calls. So it still says I'm up 47%. I'll take it. Yeah, I could close out for 150. Nice. The spread is really, really lowered on those. Nice. Odds of 472. I don't know about SPY. SPX is already there, or it just was. So we'll see. But then again, I think like 475 to 478, that's the next level. It'll open up the 470-80s, and then before you know it, you're hovering right above the level that we hit new highs off of. You can't believe this on Twitch. It's like a month into watching anything, trying to learn something. Long term, baby. Long term. So again, I mean, I'll get you all of the news intraday. We've been doing a lot of option tutorials lately, and then they've actually been hitting too. That's kind of been the best part about them. But stick around, and then beyond just trading, man, you got to get a long term. It's one thing to make trades and flip shit, but from the moment you discover the stock market, you need to hold things for a minimum of 10 years, and your life will change. Ask the chat. Even the gamer chads, they know, man. They know. We got a lot of gamers, and if you play 2K, I'm good at 2K. I'm good at 2K. You're too impatient. No, you're not. I've seen you here for so many days. You just lie. That's your nature. You got to fight the nature, man. You know what I'm saying? Why are you telling yourself, I'm too impatient? I've seen you every day. There's no way you're impatient. Honestly, I don't think you've attacked me yet either, so you're good. So it's like, nah, man, you got the patience. You got the patience. Dave Portnoy tweeted to buy safe stock. Didn't he say that earlier? But, like, I thought Dave Portnoy backed out of the market. Now it's going down off of that. Long term for the win, short term for the adrenaline. Amen. I mean, you could even balance it out. You'll get some opportunities. Short-term opportunities can be great, but that's all they are, short-term. But again, the stock market, long-term, putting your time to work, you could do a lot, man. You could do a lot. And SPY coming right back up here, so we just had that new high, then pulled back. DXCM running? What's this? Biotech? Again, I think Dex... No, that's not Dexcom. I'm thinking the other San Diego one. I was thinking Illumina, but they're moving up. A private Warzone match? That'd be fun. I'm kind of down with that. I'm still on 2K. I haven't been playing as much 2K, but I still love 2K. That's been my game. There's no other game lately. I haven't, like... I'm surprised I'm still playing 2K. But I just like the basketball, bro. We playing basketball. We trading spot puts that are clapped. I love to trade spot puts up and down the court. I love it when they expire even in the okay. I can't do that one. Roblo on the high. Oh, I forgot. We got those covered calls. They filled their little earnings gap. Bitcoin lows. Oh, I forgot. We're still up 45% on those covered calls. Bitcoin, damn, it just sold off to 40. It's at 4,100, but it just hit 40,870 on that candle. Just dropped like $300 in 1 minute. A greedy short for Power Hour. If there's like a headline, it's going to just drop out of nowhere, but otherwise it might kind of melt and bounce around and kill premium. Remember, the objective with Boeing is kill premium. It will go down if there's another negative headline. Anything that isn't as bad as what's already priced in, it'll run up. But like you've seen it every one of these days, it does its thing and then it'll just flush. The ARC, I think that ARC play is clapped. I'm glad we sold out of it, but it could be a double dip. That one goes in line with the Russell and regionals. But then again, right now, I mean, rate cut odds, the only way that play comes back is there's going to be a negative event or really bad data that gets everybody thinking, okay, immediate rate cut. But for now, the market's still trying to navigate, no March cut, but still pricing in 6 for December. So the rate cuts are still there. That's why it may take longer and there won't be as much of a front run. But I think you got to kind of wait till that situation formulates. Otherwise, regionals, Russell, ARC, they're all kind of threatened by the cooling of these rate hike expectations or rate cut. Market's filled with permables that don't see the smoke and mirrors. Well, I mean, if you're a long-term permable, it doesn't really matter. Because, again, last 3 years, you've watched this shit crash and then come back up. So I'm a long-term permable, but there's definitely a lot of short-term risk, or maybe uncertainty would be a better word to describe everything. Power hour in 3 minutes. AFL, FBTC, 52-week low. Save's trying to go up. Judge rules Trump can remain in Washington State's ballot. Good news for some, bad for others. Fiber optic. Good news is bad, pretty much. I mean, even then, today's data wasn't that bad, and then we were up a little, then we had that drop, and then we came back up, and then we dropped at Euro close, then Bostic, and then out of nowhere, rate cut odds chilled out again, and then we rocketed up. Meanwhile, TSM and all the chips brought everything up. I mean, so far, earnings hasn't been bad. You love stirring the pot. I don't. I'm accommodating everybody. That's what you think I like. I mean, if I try to say anything, man, people get really sensitive with Biden and Trump. So I'm addressing both sides. Some people like it, some people don't. That's all I could say. And they're like, I'm just like, wow. I like to stir the pot. Your name is Hunter Biden. In the chat, I'm the one who likes to stir the pot. I'm not even gonna go through your chat facts and read anything. I'm not. I already know what it has on there. Again, Apple up 3.5. Apple and Boeing. Apple, Boeing, TSM, and then all the chip makers. Just factor that in. Oh, TSM came up. That ghetto spread play, though, is down. We could have done a lot more there in the morning, but then again, the intrinsic value is great. You're putting the gamble on Procter. Is there? Their earnings isn't tomorrow. Isn't it like Prologis? But there is earnings next week. So I don't know. I like these day before earnings. Again, Discover hit and TSM, and those are both 1 or 2 days before. So I'm kind of down with those. What about TRV? Travelers, they could be decent. I don't really like the morning ones, but we could always take a Ganda. Everybody in the TRV, put your mother hands up and follow me. Everybody in the TRV. Yo, nobody stand tough. Notice that this stock price is not up. This rate cut has got you gassed up. Now, who's afraid of the big bad election? 1, 2. Okay, I'm sorry. Always my favorite to remix. Always my favorite. Scheduled to report January 19th before the bell. They're up 16% from last close. They don't move a lot. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, gain of 2, gain of 6, gain of 4. So let's see what they're pricing in. $6.90, so what, $14 is double? So like what, $2.12 to the upside? Oh, we gotta go to, oh damn, they don't have good options. They don't even have you have to go to February. I mean, $2.10, that's a lot of time for $1.10. And then $14 to the downside is like what, 18, 14, 184. $1 both ways. It just doesn't move a lot. So, I don't know. These ones, if you play them and you get lucky and it does move, those will hit big. Just because, again, the stock is up a lot and it's moved kind of crazy. But there's no next week options. So, like, you can't even find anything cheaper. So, if anything, what you're paying on these prices are pretty high. So, and it doesn't move that much. That one, if you're down to risk a little bit more, I don't think those options are that bad. But, again, it's not like this is a company that kind of goes crazy on earnings. One time last year, they had like a $10 to $14 move here. I was like 20. Like $3. There's like it moves $3 to $7 at a time. This one, $2 pop and then continued. Yeah, that one's tough. If it hits, if it really moves, no, that's Travelers. It moves like 10 to, well, I'm seeing 1% loss, 2%, 6%, and 4%. So in the last year, the biggest post-earnings move was 6%. It's pricing in 2.9. So if it does do 2 standard deviations, you'll hit, and then the options have so much time on them. That's why it's like, even though the options are like $1 both ways, I think the fact that it has time, that's kind of you're paying time for $200, you're getting a month of time, and it could move in the sense if it does go before that. I don't know if they're sandbagging. I don't know any updates or not. But that one just has time. Time in a big share price. That's the only advantage that I see, but then it's going to cost you $200 to play it. Unless you want to go for a daily, but then you literally only have tomorrow, those are overpriced. But like it'd be like $1.15, maybe $1 for the calls and then $1 for the puts, pretty much. The calls wouldn't be too bad, but you'd still be out of the money. You'd want the 210s and then the 185s. So it'd be like $200. So it's kind of expensive. It is at all-time highs, and they're up 17%, 16% since last October. Insurance earnings. It's tough, buddy. It's expensive, but it comes with time. Comes with time. Comes with time, high price, not really a history of moving too much. But like I'm saying, if that's the one that hits, those dollar options are going to do very great. But you need it to, like, it has to get out of, if it moves small, you're fucked. And then you'll still have time to maybe get lucky. But that one's, again, just higher price. Remember, we played TSM for $100 both ways. I got both ways for $100, and now we're up at $400 on one of those. And then even the Discover, played that for $90. You got at least $100 back, or like, well, you had $200 at one point, but we still got even a little bit of time on that. Let me see. It is at all-time highs, and it's up a lot. So maybe the puts, I don't know. The only way, even if you want to go outside of, you want to go 2.5 standard deviations, you could play it for $50. It's the only thing I could think of. But then again, it's still kind of expensive. Yeah, Spirit's running up. EPS negative surprise last quarter. So they're pricing a little bit less than some of their last, but they just don't move, bro. Like I'm telling, they haven't really had, like, even if they surprise up or down, these earnings don't, like, get it going crazy. They have a wide range. So September 23 was their last one. And this one was a negative surprise, and they didn't do shit. Like, this thing hasn't moved more than 3%. December 2020. End of the year. That's the only time they move more than 4%. 5%. December 21. Actually, beginning of the year. Beginning of the year, they kind of move the most. So this would be a good time. But other than that, this just shit don't move. It has good continuation, and then, like I'm saying, the contracts and the timing on them is a little difficult. So again, I'm kind of turned off by the price, but I don't think it's a bad deal. The only thing that would make it a bad deal is you have to pay a lot, and then it doesn't move a lot. But if it does move a lot, as every scenario, you know, that's where you're really going to get paid out. I think Deutsche Bank, they just lowered their target yesterday, 2 days ago. Somebody raised it. Evercore raised. They've all raised their targets on this thing, too. If I had to make a S bad D, would you do TRB or Tesla? Can you ask me that in a different way? What do you mean? If you had to do a S bad D, excuse me, sir? Are you saying small bad decision, or like, can you just say that? I don't know. That or Tesla, I mean, they're different prices. They're all just different prices. So, like, how much are you trying to spend? That's the real question. Like I'm saying, you can play both ways for $200, but you may have better luck with another earnings. You want to spend $2,000? Well, what are you going to get on Tesla for $200? And then is TSM coming up? Save, spies at the high. We're getting past the level. Maybe TSM breaks out here. Where is it? Yeah, new high, 4.7. That's it, man. We get one more point higher. Those 4.7, 8.5s, 8.6 might open up. Debit spreads for February 2nd. I mean, if there's no catalyst thing driving it, that's hard to say. I would just save it for earnings that has a higher chance of moving and then throw $200 the day before that arrives. So, again, you're going to get, I guess Tesla's next week. You could price Tesla out for next week. We'll do it on Monday. But then, again, you never know, and then you're going to find out what happens after all of this. Travelers' price target's 198 or 201 on average. So if they do good, people might run into it. That one's just hard to say. Tesla's pricing in 16. Well, let's see. I would be more comfortable with it the day before. 16. So again, we're going to be looking for $32 on the next week. So 32 would be like what? $2.45? $1.20? And then 32 would be like what? $2.80? What's 32 minus 211? Too many numbers. $179. Honestly, that's kind of a better deal, $100 both ways. I think Tesla, you have a better but then Tesla don't really move on earnings all the time. Because remember, they just had delivery numbers too, no? But Tesla might be better than Travelers, and then it's cheaper than Netflix. Netflix too expensive. So TLT doesn't break low, SPY down. Well, right now we're ignoring bonds in dollars, but we'll see how that plays out at expiration and then if any of these earnings are good. Tesla looks like when we got those Etsy's. Nah, you are imagining things. Tesla's not pinned in the same way because it's up. It's still up a lot. If it was doing this little move and it was just holding 120, I could agree with you, but it's still, I mean, it's up over 100% from its low. It's not like pinned. You want that thing pinned. I don't think this one's the pin, more or less. If anything, this just looks like a cuck, just killing the ups and downs, and then you only get lucky if you got at a certain price. Bonds are selling off into this. TSM is going now, baby. So there you go. That was not bad. We're going higher there on the contract, so we're still in the money on those. Well, yeah, TSM doing its breakout. Shake Shack up again. They said they're raising prices, even PayPal on the high. Before Clack on the 25th. We'll have time. Again, I'm going to go. Next week, we're going to have earnings. I plan on going over all of them, especially as we get into bigger companies. I'll just pull up the calendar, and then we'll go one at a time. We'll run the pricing. We'll make some decisions, and then go from there. Again, I think Travelers is tomorrow morning. And a couple. I don't like the earnings tomorrow. You got SLB, Fifth Third, Huntington, Allied, Travels, Region, State Street, Comerica, and World. That's tomorrow morning. And then JB Hunt, PPG, After Hours today, Ozarks, FNB, Ocean First, Banner and Bank, Independent, and MCB. So I don't know. I don't think any of these earnings are going to be active. Again, Travelers is one all-time highs, moved up a lot. Contracts are interesting, but I don't know. Ozark, I don't think I'll do any of them. But again, you should have watched me do enough of these. Like pretty much my take on Ozarks is don't play it. I don't want to play any of those banks. I think they're kind of all over the place. I'd rather just play KRE on rate hikes or not. But you should be able to know how to do the 2 standard deviation, I hope, by this point. Mm-hmm. TSM's great. We're running. That play's almost at $5. So we get one more dollar up. If the stock goes to 113, that play will be up like 1,000%. And we still have till next week. That's the beauty. I do want to ghetto spread it though, but now the stock's even higher. So I'll just wait a little bit now that we got some strength. And again, PayPal's ripping too. Cart, that one came down. Where's Uber? PayPal 62 though. PayPal's up 4% now, 3.9. Then again, Save was coming up there. Save got near the opening, only down 8. It was down 25 at one point. $118 PE on PayPal? Is it really? I see PayPal PE at 18. Oh, you're saying Corsair? 120 PE, yeah. Corsair, man, they doing their thing. Weekly high on PayPal. I'm not too sure. PayPal was just up and then it got clobbered. So it's a little, I guess it's almost high of the 2024, but it was up like another $1 from here at the end of the last year, and then it dropped. But again, they got that event on the 25th, and then employee layoff news yesterday. That got people hyped. You want more PayPal? It's not bad. It's not bad. Always like a good PayPal, you know? Am I break even on the shares for PayPal? I think so. I think we should be up. For the PayPal and the long. I got to check. And then we sold covered calls on your boy, DraftKings. Got to increase some income, you know? Not bad. Where is Fidelity? Fidelize. Log me in, Habibi. Where's DraftKings? No, PayPal, I'm 62.94. I thought I was up. And then your boy TSM still rising. The one that's doing good. Pfizer coming back. It did. It was dead in the morning, but that came back a decent amount. Then again, next week will be the ex-dividend run-up. TSM still, yeah, Pfizer's actually back up to open because it was down like 1.8 or something there. It's pretty impressive. Not bad. We're losing momentum. I mean, as long as we don't have a crazy end of the day flush, I mean, this definitely is going to calm some people down, especially with the dollar is still kind of questionable, dollar and bonds. But again, all of this could have been a lot worse. Everything could have been pretty awful, and it's not. So we will take it as it is, you know. Market's going to stay like this until crash. Maybe a lot of craziness. Eventually, everything will work its way out, Habibi. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. GIS. We talked about it today. I like it. I think it's kind of at a sweet spot. A higher yield would be good, but they even got upside. It's not a 2-year low. They did have bad earnings not too long ago, but that'd be like the only risk. But I do like it. I think it's a name that's not going anywhere, so you could kind of get behind it. Again, there's some other names out there that might compete, but I don't think owning Serial is a bad look, more or less. Add Baba. Maybe. We're going to wait again till we get our deposit. So any of these plays I'd want for the long term. Unfortunately, we can't do anything until we get our deposit. So that is what I'm waiting on for now. We play anything now. We went over the earnings for Travelers. Some people had a couple. I'm not going to play any other regional banks, but I think Travelers is an interesting one, but I think I'm going to pass on it. We'll just ride out TSM. And then still Discover. Did Discover bounce? I hope it didn't. I hope as the market ripped, they stayed in the gutter. Kind of came up. And then SPY hitting another high, man. This thing is a non-stop, Habibi. This thing non-stop. ARM kind of nice. I know. I feel like with all the chips, man, right now they've been getting some love, but ARM has kind of been a slow climber. It's above IPO, no? Yeah, they're still holding up great. This Instagram Josh is nuts. Did you piss him off, bro? You got to be careful out there. Got to be careful out there. Gas is $4.20 in Central California. Not the bad. I don't know what's expensive or not for gas. I have been mind effed for the last few years. So I don't know. They have confused me. I don't understand price perception any longer. A lot of your LT positions are up. You might start slowly buying into Bitcoin for the long term. I know it's high, but I could see it going to 100K. I mean, even if it goes low, if you are going to add it to the long term, you could always buy some. But like I've said, on some plays, you know, there's some plays I may not be willing to do right now or not. But if you have your portfolio built out to a degree, you could always throw a small amount on risk, just as long as you don't overweight it and put yourself in a position where you would kind of suffer for it, then you'll be good to go. I think that's the real issue right there. $93 octane 250 in Dallas. That's cool. What are you going to do? Drive by cows and shit? I don't want to hear it, Texas. Okay? You need to calm down. At least I get to drive by smog and dog shit. Human shit, actually. Okay? I don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear it. You guys think you're so cool. Everybody has an F-350 out there, too. Bro, there's too many names pushing up. Like a couple of names is pushing up a lot. Now everything's going up. That's crazy, though. You're right back up. So even the little drop from the beginning of the week, remember, we gapped down, and then, or no, that was 2 weeks ago. But where were we on Tuesday? You're like right back up to where we started the week. And remember, that one, you flushed 30 points from there, 20 points, came back up, and then died even yesterday. But dollar bonds, the market don't care, baby. Long hair don't care. The Prius you sent? The Prius that cut you off? Oh, I think somebody sent me that, though. I don't know if I saw yours. I think it was on Twitter. It was like a monster truck Prius. I'm kind of down with it. PayPal's still going. It is a run very, very big. 4,780. That's going to be a level. Again, some people are asking if we close above 472. I think like 4,780 to 86 here. 83 to 86. That'll be one level, and then 89, and then the 91 here. But really, that's it. Your next level is up there. Maybe this will act as support. We'll find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. As the bonds and dollar drop and people get worried about rate cuts, the market doesn't give a shit because of chips. Quickly, get to the odds, hurry. You have to watch out. Mr. Bostic is going to say something. He said the same thing. It sounds like it's something new. Quickly, we got to not have rate cuts. It didn't matter at all. Brought to you by NVIDIA and not by Tesla. Coming to theaters everywhere, March 2024. Expect the first rate cut. Pre-order now with AMC. Stand in line or pay $5 a month. Yeah, hit it. Where are they? Yeah, Fed futures they're kind of at yesterday's level. Got a little better. Everything's still kind of suspicious coming into tomorrow's. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow's still got suspicion. $570. Didn't Arnold try to run for California governor? He was the California governor for several years. He literally was the governor, man. And then 1 more minute here until 3:30 Ram Capital. We'll see if it's up or down again. See if it could bring along any friends like the dollar or bonds. But for now, that's it. That little rally that started an hour ago. It's been taking off, man. Been taking off. You could say it started in the morning with everything, but that's it. You voted Arnold. I'm not going to lie. I'm a meathead. So I was biased. You're like, anybody who can lift those weights can run a country. I'm in. Yeah, he would have ran for president, but he wasn't born in the United States. Oh, my gosh. SPY's still going, man. So get ready. You got like 5 or 6 more points. If you get above there, it's going to make the shot to 47. The finish line is in view. And then again, if this thing goes up right before you know it, you are going to be at 4,800 again. We play Pump It Up at 48.18. Not so bad, Chad. Not so bad. That's it, man. We're just gonna have wide ranges over the next couple days, or we get to take off. That's the thing. If the earnings are good, we take off. If earnings are bad, this is all cushion. I do think tomorrow, though, I wonder if we stay in the range or not. Didn't we run last expiration? What was the last expiration? Wasn't it December? Was it December 18th or December 14th? I think it went up. Yeah, we had I think you went up one day, you got near the same price, and then the next day it dropped. And then we began to work our way back up. Kind of sounds like what we've been doing. The TSM you sold. It's not like it moved up that crazy. It's like up $20 from the opening, and then it's up $2 from like the low of the day. I wanted to ghetto spread it, but the contracts I want to ghetto spread, they're not holding a good price. So I feel like we could get way more to ghetto spread it, or we just keep riding it. But if you sold off in the morning, you got most of the money. I think you burned a little bit of premium, but it's all in the money. It'll be 1,000% if we go up $1 from there. Is Bitcoin still clapped? Yeah, Bitcoin's still going lower. Gold is running, though. Gold is popping on all of this. Very weird with the dollar not moving. It's expiration. Work so hard that everybody's scamming. They keep scamming. JPM, Meta, Uber, all near 52-week highs, too. And then Meta's right there. Uber, Walmart's going up. Uber might make another run right here. Uber is literally at all-time highs. A couple more points. Yeah, JP Morgan's still off a little bit. Where's Meta? Meta's getting close, man. Getting close. At least 52-week highs. They're bleeding Bitcoin out. It's crazy, though, because remember we were talking sell the news. I mean, we'll see when Bitcoin finally makes another run up, but I feel like the elephant in the room is that it has literally just died since the ETF came out. Once again, they let your boy Wall Street in on the game, and then it just bloop, 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 bloop. Companies including Novo, makers of Ozempic, Eli Lilly, which sends Mounjaro, raised list prices on 775 brand name drugs during the first half of January, according to Wall Street Journal. It raised them by a median of 4.5%. You're off to bed. Enjoy it, man. Have a good day. Get good rest, Take care of yourself. See you tomorrow, God willing, inshallah. And then DraftKings. I'm glad we sold the covered calls. And then Disney. I can't believe Disney still. Are they near a high? Even the market, man. We have lots of divergences out there. I sold covered calls on Save. I sold the 1250s for $3 a pop for January 26. So again, even when the stock went down, we were still up, and even now I'm still up on those covered calls. Depends on where they get filled at. Getting burned on my shorts, but still humble. Got the long term. Don't worry, baby. It moves around, and then you can be like, Josh, I made 10K. You're gonna get the back and forth. Don't worry. Uber is screwed. Why do you say that? I actually like Uber's been great for our long term. Even the covered calls, we've gotten money on them. We had to roll over a couple times, but they've been good, man. They've been good. Any data tomorrow? Consumer sentiment. So that's after the bell. And then you got another Fed speaker, Mary Daly, which she hasn't believed in inflation since she started making $500,000 a year. So she chilling. He bought Lyft. Nothing's wrong with Lyft. If you bought Lyft for parts, man, again, like those $8 or $6 on Lyft, man, that would have been nice. I'm not too much of a Lyft hater, but I've always liked Uber. Visa 52-week highs. Lyft is going to be the wave. All right, man, slow your roll. But like I said, I don't think Lyft's that bad, but you need to calm down, sir. Okay, Uber, I've always liked Uber, but I don't know if it's going to be like the new way. It's been around for like a decade. Uber just, they share the same space. New Lyft AI. Wait, I don't think it does. Damn, is that real? No way that's real on TSM. I'm going to say, man, 1.8 million shares. Lyft used to be cheaper. Now Uber is. They're all scams, though. That's it. At least on, like, if you go to, like, a tourist area, they're both expensive. It's crazy. The other day, I was like, I should have just rented a car. But then again, I was like, I don't want to drive anywhere. I don't know these people out here. DWAC pop with volume. DWAC's just been riding the Trump train. The stock's like up like 30% since Iowa. Which is quite magnificent. Red Sea attacks already bigger issue for supply chain than pandemic. Maritime advisor warns. They say, until I see 1,000 ships off the coast of LA, I don't believe it. That's it. Remember that? Y'all forgot about that? Remember boats would just be on the fucking coast? Just giant ass boats? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we watched it. But the shipping freight costs have already jumped back up like it was 2021. So ironically, I think that's for certain commodities, and sadly, maybe that's why the dollar's going up. It's probably affecting overseas shipments out there more so. And then we get oil, and I don't know, like, you're not buying stuff from China and shipping it through the Red Sea. But then it could clog and congest things, or people need other ships. But for the most part, I think it's just other areas. This time there's not enough boats. We will see. I think gold is still breaking out. So nice move so far. That would have been a great pickup. BA looking to dump. I think you're going to need a headline for Boeing. Sometimes end of the day we've gotten them, but SPY's still rocketing up. Again, TSM is looking great as well too. Who's going to carry the boats? Visa pushing all-time highs. Yeah, that was at the 52-week high as well. And then SPY, bro. Again, bonds and dollar, they just stopped going lower. So they stabilized. Again, even gold, as long as you get some stability, maybe that's what people are reacting to more. But you're coming down a little bit. 4,780 is the high of the day. You're at 477. You got 20 minutes left. The back puts, I think they're still I'm just going to hold them till tomorrow unless you want to take the money. Again, it's pure profit from the last play. Remember, we already made our money back with the deltas. Was it Delta or UAO? One of those? I forgot which one. But you got them. Now you're only up like $10 on it, which is still like almost 50% since it's cheap. But I'm down to hold it for tomorrow. We'll see if they expiration scam us or not. You took the money up 80. Yeah, they were doing good earlier. It was Delta. Yeah, that's the one. And then again, TSM, that's a good hit. We got to realize those profits. But again, we got a little bit of time. Maybe we get some upside tomorrow. U.S. plans to push more banks to use the Fed's discount window. We did not pump it up at 4,800. We will only pump it up at new all-time highs because that would be 4,818. U.S. plans to urge banks to use the federal discount window to enhance liquidity and financial stability during economic challenges. Insane last 2 hours. Yeah, with just spooky, though, with the bonds. But now the divergence is big. We got a big expiration, and then before you know it, it's earnings season. It's already here. That's even half of why we have today. I mean, 75%. You could thank young TSM and the chips. Anyone worried about March? People are talking about it, but they're not. I mean, clearly they're not running away yet. We're going to see, though. Then as long as that's why these earnings for banks will be a issue, and then we'll see if that even factors into the whole rate cut scenario. And SPY's still working a little bit. 10-minute rig will be interesting. Yeah, the final 10-minute rigged, even final 5. New 52-week high for young TSM. That's not all-time highs, is it, though? Oh, they're getting here. So they're in between here. So they're now, like, in this weird middle. Damn, so TSM might be able to go to 115. Higher if everybody really wants to be a crackhead. Okay. Daku bouncing. That was getting exciting there. You're going greedy long on TSM. Welcome. Welcome. 9.8. Great earnings. So, again, we need like 40 more cents. So that'll be 1,000% or something like that. iRobot on the low. 52-week low. SPY still holding near the high, but came down just a minute or two ago. 4777. You feeling lucky, punk? If you're long on TSM, why are we ignoring ON? It's not that deep. You know, again, that's the beauty of the strategy. I'm not married to any of these plays. It's not like I'm like, oh, I'm doing this or that. It's just like simple. We're playing 2 standard deviations. It has earnings. It's cheap enough. We make the play if we think it has a possibility, and that's it. So, I mean, if when ON earnings comes around, if it has the same criteria, I'm down. But I don't think it has to be that deep. And, well, then why don't you play this? Then you have to play this, and then this is that. Just because, again, that was a nice opportunity. Literally 2 days ago, $100 both ways accounted for any surprises. So that's it. But I'm not like, this doesn't make me look at any other chip makers or not look at them. It's just we're going to do this for all the earnings, go through, calculate them. If it makes sense, we'll do it. And what makes sense is if it's cheap, and that's it. Keep it simple. Meta accused of putting growth ahead of child safety. Oh, I feel like there's been like a ton of headlines on that. I don't think anybody has reacted. ON isn't cheap. When's their earnings? So remember, TSM is an earnings play. So anything else, I'm not thinking of it besides earnings. But whenever their earnings is, we could take a look. Oh, the days here. Remember, you could do 2 standard deviations on the SPY. So remember, the MSOS, there wasn't an event, and we played the 2 standard deviations, but even on random days like this, you could always see what's priced in and then double it up and then use that to find some cheaper plays, assuming the price is there. Uber about to hit 65. Think about the kids, Mark. Think about the kids. Yeah, Uber's starting to move up a little. Even the SPY, though, man, you're right back up to this little baby high of the day. It's not even a baby high. You're hovering below 4,800 now. And now we're in the final level. Up here levels, this is a great box to be in. Anything below this box, everybody starts fucking crying again. But very surprising considering, like I said, the dollar, so many different asset classes, even gold are well below the Fed level. But now we are breaking out of it. UWMC popping. Mr. Phoenix Suns. Oh, they were doing crazy the other day. They fell with the rates and things calming down. Marriott's been hitting 52-week highs all day. Come on, yalla. Where's Airbnb with the 52? I think Airbnb, though, with so many leaps expiring, I hope this thing starts to move now. I said they just wanted to burn that for 2 years. ANET 52-week high. Hilton. Bro, hotels are hitting 52-week highs. And y'all get mad at Airbnb for price increases and shit. Oh, my God. Yeah, Hilton, Marriott, all of them. I don't know if Expedia is going up like that. Yeah, Expedia is not near 52-week highs. I know Booking might be. Yeah, Booking's killing it. And then SPY's about to hit a new high. 3 minutes till 10-minute rig. This is crazy. HLT all-time highs. Again, I even think, though, I'm pretty sure Airbnb does more revenue than Hilton. But we won't talk about it. We won't talk about it. Yeah, Booking's always at all-time highs. Yeah, Hilton last quarter, $2.6 billion in revenue. Airbnb, $3.3. Net income was $600 million for Hilton. $1.4 billion for Airbnb. Haters. Marriott and VAC, I think it's like that's like their timeshare unit, and like even their rewards, isn't it like Marriott Vacation Club? They got a lot of subsidiaries. Between like all the Marriott brands. HLT is half the market cap of Airbnb. I mean, it's half the revenue too. Half the revenue and a lot better press though. I think Airbnb earnings should be good, but it is holidays, so if they don't do good, it's gonna get destroyed. Long call. I have leaps that are expiring, so I sold one of them out. If anything, I'm going to sell covered calls next, but we're just going to ride it into earnings. I think their earnings is in February. Yeah, February 20th. We got to wait a while. You own no Airbnb and don't ever want to, because that means it'll clap the coat. It's okay. That happens in stocks. I'd be down to buy more Airbnb. Obviously, I'd wait till it gets lower, but either way, I mean, I like that company for 10 years. No matter how it's played out, whatever you've seen over the years with it, I don't think I'm gonna ever be mad owning that company. I'm glad that we have some and can't wait to see what it does. Hopefully it takes over with growth, but if it ever comes down to those 80s to low 100s, I mean, I'm back in the game. I'm back in. Well, don't worry. Everybody could get some. You want to fight Ronald or you want to short McDonald's? I'd buy Tesla at like $25, give or take. Maybe $35, depending on if I'm feeling cute. But I don't like Tesla. I'd wait. Like I'm saying, I'm patient. If not, I don't wish it any harm. Would love to see what it does, but yeah, that's about it. No, I'm not hating. I like the cars. I've only said good things about Tesla, but I'm just not buying it. Again, I like Airbnb. I wouldn't touch it at this price now, even though it's still below our cost basis after how it's moved in some of those lows. I don't think it's worth it when we could get it at much cheaper prices. So I believe the same thing with Tesla. It's still up 100% on the year. And SPY going 10-minute rigged has taken over there. That's it, Chad. Let's see. If we don't get a red candle, you might get into that 47.9. You still got 5 more points, though. There's like a baby level at 47.85, 86. We're going to ignore the dollar's been up 1% in the last 3 days, over 1%. And the bonds have dropped several basis points, I think over 20. So, or raised, the yields went up. So, I mean, there's still an elephant in the room, a big one, but for now, you got to get through the expiration, see where it puts us on the range, and then everything is earnings. And again, today was a reaction to earnings. You know, TSM and what that's doing is already insane. It sparked the chips. You got the analyst upgrades. That brought out some of the crackheads. Tech is up 1.3. Even the Russell's working its way up right now, too. DFS dump. Yalla, the Habibi, this thing $97, $96 at the open. Make a $3 pop, no reason. Yalla, man, come on. Why you get mad at this? Let this one go, Habibi. Let him, let him take him out, It's okay, Habibi. Sorry if you have the call, but they scammed this one, man. Can you get out of cover call when you want? Yeah, you can. Even the save one, you could close now. You'll make 50% on it. So save, even on the ask, is 150. You could exit that call for 50% gain on those covered calls. If you get filled lower, even better. But you could get out of a covered call whenever. Sometimes it'll benefit you. Sometimes it'll be higher. It just all depends on how the share moves. The title of the live stream hit, the Bostic Bounce, baby. We can't say we haven't seen it before. You know Bostic, man. Well, remember, buybacks are going to be returning soon, especially as we get into next week. But that's it. Just remember, just how everything has gone up today off of a couple of good earnings, just the same thing could apply to a couple of bad earnings as well. And then tomorrow, lots of money on the line. We'll see where that takes us and then go from there. Yeah, bonds are down just because of Bostic. He probably made another mistake and had to sell out of what he bought. He's like, I won't do it again. I promise. Oh, I forgot. Oh, my bad. What? Sorry. Oh, is there a SpaceX launch? Would you look at that? Well, consumer sentiment tomorrow, if those inflation expectations drop, that'll be good. I don't know, though. If that drops too much, I wonder how people will take it. Because remember, the whole good news, bad news thing has been quite interesting. So that one will be interesting to watch. MOS. How's gold up but not the miners? Because they're companies. Yeah, MOS popping here at the close, 1% up. Yeah, MOS, that's 1.2 now. UMH Properties will host fourth quarter financial results. Would you take profits? The ultimate question. Well, tomorrow, I don't know. Maybe by the morning there might be a pop, and then it goes crazy, or like pop or big drop, and then it'll level out. But that one's always tough. Day before expiration, we either cuck and do nothing, or it just absolutely melts up or melts down all day. We've seen the host of all the reactions. Daimler Packard joined Cummins to construct new truck battery plant. Bulls defended home turf down to the dot. End of the month big flip. Well, what's end of the month is Powell. There's no summary of economic projections, but you will get a pow on January 31st. That will be very interesting. Oh, wow. Look at the time. Chadadonia. I hope you had a wonderful day. I hope the SPY didn't abuse you too much, or I hope it didn't scare you too much at the lows, but we are about to close out. HBI exploring sale. Hold on. You're going to need your earmuffs, but you got HBI exploring sale. That one could be interesting. It's barely moving if there is a buyer. The only issue, it's a cheap play. So be very, very careful with that one. It's not moving as crazy. Champion sale process. Oh, no, not the full company. Just Champion. Yeah. Watch out for that. Sale of Champion, not the whole entire company. So it may not have a crazy pop like that. But it'd be good news. Yeah, not the full company. But that being said, I want you guys to have a great day. It's already been an enjoyable one, depending on who you ask. But here's the deal. When I say earmuffs, you need to mute your speakers because it's going to get really loud. How loud? People have had auditory bleeding, hemorrhaging, herpes, a host of issues, dormant BBB. I don't want to even say the full list. You could WebMD it, but point is, I want you guys safe and to end your day on a good note, and you should have a warning. So when I say earmuffs, that means you should mute your speakers because it is going to get extremely loud, okay? Sound good? Okay. Earmuffs. 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 All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 65 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day unless you thought macro factors would affect the crackheads on the S&P, because it didn't, and now everything is back up to where it just sold off from when it was just back up and then sold off. So hope you're doing good with that, but the good news is we are no longer to COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Oh, man, Chad, the time you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You got a big options expiration tomorrow. You got plays tomorrow in data with the consumer sentiment. The market is going down and up a lot. I don't know how wide your stops are, but you got to make up your mind. Finalize it. Shares, options, futures. Each one offers their own. Not too many earnings, but you're going to get a couple of them. You even get to ride some of the follow through, but make your mind up. You have less than 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horn, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I don't care if you're new or not. You're here right now. You need good sportsmanship. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go. GG, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, info, personality, good vibes, good questions in the game. Brought something to the table. GG, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Way to hold it down. You better drop a GG. It's bigger than you. It's bigger than the people you like. It's bigger than the people you hate. Without a GG, you just showing you got no good sportsmanship. And that's it. The GG will keep you from getting banned. The GG is like a get out of jail free GG card. You know what I'm saying? They don't feel me. Let's go, baby. Good game. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Hope you know we stronger as one. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You sent out a dono. You didn't have to, but you did it. You showed love to the chat. You answered another chat's question. Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, bro. GG. I'll see you tomorrow. That's how you play, dog. GG. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game, bro. Good game. GG.
Every bottom my pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, we playing this one next? Oh, what happened? Where's your boy? Where'd your boy Airbnb go, bro? I thought we gonna have Airbnb. I like Airbnb. I'll play this one. But, Chad, that's the day. I love you all, man. Thank you for being here. I'm going to see you tomorrow, God willing. Hopefully, new, old, it don't matter. We'll be here bright and early, but that's all the day. Thank you for your time. Hopefully, you had a smile. You learned something, got some news. Hopefully, you got a TSM in there somewhere. You know what I'm saying, baby? God bless y'all. Amen. Shout out to Chad. Thank you again. Beautiful day. Shout out to members. Shout out to non-members. Shout out to stream alerts. Shout out my positive people, baby.
I was never greedy, I just never fucking hedged. Now I'm at that, I ain't never fucking going back.
You gotta go, you gotta go. You better check out the watch list. Stop playing with me, man. Second link. We gonna get you. We gonna have the TSM was on the. Stop it. They playing me, bro. They playing me. You got stream alerts, non-stream alerts. You want merch? You follow me on Instagram. My face is. That's it. Fill out the prayer request wall. God bless y'all.
Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from her. They was sick of shit, but we still try to love her. Got so many wins that I can trip about a fully on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery and maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month, spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me, and when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Chatadonia, that's the day. I love you. I hope you got the PHILO too, man. Some of y'all got to kill the old self. That's it, man. Listen, somebody, even if you didn't understand the PHILO, I'll break it down in one sentence for you, man. You need to start doing everything that you hate. The things you don't want to do, you got to do it. That's your nature telling you. Your nature is pointing you where you want to go. You're like, I don't want to think positive. Think positively. Oh, I don't. I'm not gonna. I won't be comfortable if I. No. You gotta go the opposite of the nature. Get a miracle in the mind, baby. Watch, it gonna show you. You don't even need anything. It'll just show up, baby. That's what I hope they feel me, bro. So, Chatadonia, God bless you. I hope you enjoyed the day. Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, The Strangest Secret in the World. Pray for your boy. Fill out the prayer request wall. Y'all check the links or not. Again, man, that's 2 standard deviation tutorial. Even the plays on there. You know what I'm saying, bro. I don't know if y'all feel me. It's there, man, so y'all can run it up. God bless all of you. That is the day. I got to head out here. Tomorrow's Friday anyway. We going to turn up. You know what I'm saying? Oh, JB Hunt, that one came out. I just saw it flash across the ticker. So, yeah, we're not waiting for any earnings. That's like the good, the bad, the ugly. I don't know, but that's it, man. So I love you all, and I'll give you one more. It comes out at the end of the month. You'll get it at the end of the month. You don't have to wait too long. I'll just pre-release it for the chats. You know, get y'all hype. Y'all be able to play this in the gym. Y'all be giving this song make you want to play it in the gym. You know what I'm saying? Hey man, oh JB, huh? Oh, too.
It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about their weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's needed. Then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it, unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about their weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm.
But the harvest on the way. You gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade. Either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain. Every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? Oh, Chatadonia. Yeah, SMCI, they just updated guidance. They said everybody else is doing it. We'll do it too. Yeah, we're all going to do very good now. Even though we were already up, and then now everybody up even more. Welcome to earnings season. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So, Chatadonia, I love you all. Have a wonderful day. I'll see you tonight on the watch list. Do you guys want anything? I would give you a tutorial or anything. Y'all let me know if y'all looking for something. I don't know. Maybe I could edit the damn Aldi video in and out, but we'll see how it all plays out. But Chatadonia, God bless every single one of you. I will see you tonight and in the morning. We got another day, another expiration, another day, another divvy. They're still up. No, you know what I'm saying? So let's go, man. No Tesla play. Not yet. We'll talk about it next week. They're kind of cheap, though. We discussed it a little bit, so we'll find out. But either way, enjoy the rest of your day. Please wake up and drive tomorrow. You know, let's have a fun Friday. Let's go. We're about to end the third week into the fourth week of the year, baby. Oh. My goodness. My goodness. My goodness. So, Chad, enjoy it all. Have a wonderful one. And don't ever forget why we're here. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why we know the miracle in the mind can create something out of nothing, baby. Always. And there'll always be a challenge to the blessing. Don't ever forget that, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chatadonia, you have a wonderful one. I'll see you in the morning, and peace out. Yeah, hey, come on, man. That was my favorite part of the day. Come on, man. Come on. Yeah, come on. Exactly. Come on. Exactly, Joshua. I don't have much to say anymore. We have another 3 months on the budget. I wish you could push back my credit card debt every 3 months and say, we'll figure it out later. How come if we don't make a budget, why are we even making budgets if we can't agree on it? How are we still spending money? I feel like the older I get, the more I care about the national debt. Is that ironic? Does that mean we all become a boomer one time in our life, even if we live in a millennial age? Exactly. I reclaim my time. I yield back. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Goodbye. Push the budget back like my hairline. Exactly. Goodbye. I reclaim it. Goodbye. Have a wonderful one.